After Achilles broke through to the mid-level second-tier knight, he saw the changes in his stats panel and was momentarily stunned. The stats panel can be improved, and this is a good thing. Skill fusion? Can 2 archery skills be fused? And my attribute points have increased by 10. You should have told me earlier. I've been scrimping and saving, reluctant to spend even 1 extra attribute point. Achilles muttered to himself. He immediately thought about it and merged his basic archery skill with the chasing wind arrow technique. Immediately, knowledge and memories related to archery began to flood Achilles' mind. Once all the information was absorbed, Achilles opened his stats panel to check the changes. Basic skill: chasing wind arrow, tier 4, 1/10. Tier 1, 15/20. Energy essence, 256, click to awaken. The basic archery skill has been integrated into the chasing wind arrow, and it's also increased the experience points for the chasing wind arrow. This was a good thing for Achilles. It meant that the attribute points spent on training those lower-tier skills wouldn't be wasted. But what does this tier 4, 1/10 mean? Isn't my chasing wind arrow supposed to be a tier 3 skill? Could it be that the level cap for skills can also be increased through fusion? Does 1/10 mean I need 10 different tier 2 archery skills? It seems he needs to collect some lower-tier skills. He'll try it out later and see what happens. After all, he currently gains 10 attribute points every day, so training those tier 1 and tier 2 skills would only take a few days. After merging the archery skills, Achilles went to his training courtyard. "Come on, Mia, let's spar." "Ah, but, Master," Mia said in surprise. "It's okay. Just use about half of your strength, and I'll gradually increase my own power based on your reactions." Achilles wanted to test how strong he was now as a mid-level second-tier knight, especially with the 3x speed boost. If we go by the standard data for knights, his current speed should already be beyond that of a tier 4 grand knight. However, these are just standard data. Once a professional reaches level 4, they have already mastered various skills, so their performance is generally higher than the standard data. Later, Mia used only half of her power to fight against Achilles, but she couldn't keep up with his speed and was instead suppressed by him. However, Mia's experience and swordsmanship were clearly far superior to Achilles's. Therefore, no matter how fast Achilles was, he couldn't break through Mia's defense. Next, Achilles helped Mia gradually improve her strength. When Mia had increased her power significantly, although Achilles was still much faster than her, he was clearly outmatched. He could only rely on dodging and escaping, struggling to hold on. In the end, he was knocked back by Mia's single strike, causing him to lose his sword and be defeated. After the battle, Mia immediately pointed out Achilles' weaknesses. "Sir, your speed is fast, but your movements are chaotic and disorganized, so you aren't fully utilizing the advantage of your speed. Also, your swordsmanship seems to be only at level 1, which is not enough to deal with professionals at levels 3 or 4. You might be able to surprise them with a sudden attack if they don't know about your speed, but if that fails, you may not have a second chance." After hearing this, Achilles picked up his sword. He realized that Mia was right. His current close combat abilities only allowed him one opportunity to strike against stronger opponents at levels 3 or 4. Therefore, he needed to improve his swordsmanship. He then added 10 attribute points to Inferno Triple Slash. After the memory integration was complete, he opened his character panel to check. Basic skills. Inferno Triple Slash, level 2. 0/50. Attribute points, 88. It only takes 51 attribute points to reach level 3? Then I'll add more. This time, Achilles was determined to completely improve his close combat abilities, not just the level of his swordsmanship, but also by frequently practicing with Mia to gain experience and adapting during battles. The skills provided by the panel are based on the skill itself and are relatively rigid. Later, after consuming another 51 attribute points, Achilles directly brought Inferno Triple Slash to its maximum level of 3. Then he said to Mia, "And again, you're still using the level of power that you just used to defeat me." He said this and immediately charged forward with his sword drawn. The first strike, Achilles channeled his knightly aura, gripped his sword with both hands, lunged forward with a thrust, then slashed diagonally upwards. Mia was startled and instinctively retreated. However, after Achilles' first strike, he didn't stop. The second strike, knightly aura flared again as Achilles spun around and delivered another powerful horizontal slash. This time, Mia couldn't dodge in time and could only raise her own longsword to block. Clang! Both were knocked back by the impact. Achilles then tapped his toes on the ground, channeling his aura into the earth, propelling himself upwards with a powerful leap. He let out a roar. The third strike, gripping his sword with both hands, he brought it down in a devastating overhead blow. Boom! Mia, who had been forced to defend against the previous two strikes, was knocked back by this final, powerful blow and slammed heavily into the wall. Cough, cough, cough. A series of violent coughing sounds echoed through the air. Achilles was taken aback and quickly rushed over to help Mia up. Mia, are you all right? Just before Achilles had advanced his flame triple-slash skill to level 3, he realized that to unleash its full potential, it required a continuous sequence of 3 strikes. This would allow each strike to be more powerful than the last, especially the final one, which would have the combined power of all 3. However, Achilles hadn't expected the impact to be so great that it would knock Mia flying. "Sir, I'm fine," Mia said after a few coughs. Then, she exclaimed in amazement, "Sir, what sword technique were you using just now?" "It's the same sword technique I used when sparring with you earlier," Achilles explained. "But this technique requires 3 consecutive strikes to unleash its full power, so I couldn't resist trying it out. I didn't expect it to be so powerful." "Sir, you are truly amazing. Although this sword technique is only at level 3, the power of those 3 consecutive strikes was already approaching level 4. And sir, you've only just advanced to a mid-level knight," Mia analyzed after recalling the power of Achilles' sword techniques. "If you add your speed to that, most level 3 knights would be no match for you in a direct confrontation, and certainly a level 3 warrior wouldn't stand a chance against you." Achilles now has a better understanding of his current close combat abilities. However, his goal is to overcome the 4th tier, so he plans to awaken another innate talent and see if it can further enhance his power. After confirming that his close combat skills had reached the 4th tier, Achilles used another 6 attribute points to raise the chasing wind arrow technique to the 2nd tier. Then, he consumed energy essence points to awaken his innate talent, after losing 10 energy essence points to awaken his innate talent. After losing 10 energy essence points, Achilles saw changes in the panel data. Name: Achilles Louis Basic Skills, Chasing Wind Arrow Technique, 4th Tier 1/10, 2nd Tier, 0/50, Attribute Points, 31 Innate Talent, Absolute Defense, Beginner Defense, 0/100 increases Physical Defense, 0/100 increases Physical Defense, Key Defense, and Magical Mental Defense by a factor of 2. Energy Essence, 246. Next awakening requires an increase in base level. Absolute Defense? Is this a defensive innate talent? Even at the beginner level, it increases all defenses by a factor of 2. That's comparable to extreme speed. The intermediate level should increase them by a factor of 3. Thinking this, Achilles consumed another 101 energy essence points on absolute defense. The panel then displayed that the intermediate defense had indeed increased by a factor of 3. Absolute defense, intermediate defense, 0/1000, increases physical defense, key defense, 0/1000, increases physical defense, key defense, and magical mental defense by a factor of 3. It really is a factor of 3. Looking at his 3 innate talents, Achilles thought to himself, "Of my 3 current innate talents, 1 is a mental-based precognition, and the other 2 are physical-based speed and defense. Surprisingly, I haven't awakened any elemental attack type innate talents like most knights do. Judging by this trend, the next innate talent I awaken probably won't be something related to strength, right?" Later, Achilles asked Mia to test the specific effects of the intermediate defense. The results showed that Achilles' current physical defense was enough to withstand a blow from an elite soldier and could reduce the damage from ordinary arrows. If you add the defensive spirit enchantment, which provides additional defense, and wear a 3rd-tier enchanted inner armor, then put on an iron plate on top of that, combining 4 layers of defense, even a 4th-tier warrior like Mia would find it difficult to break through your defenses in a short amount of time. Indeed, the saying is true, layered armor is the best defense. After understanding his specific defensive capabilities, Achilles checked all the data on his character panel and realized that he had almost reached the limits of what he could currently improve. Only the Swift Arrow technique was 20 attribute points away from reaching its maximum potential, which he could achieve in a couple of days. After that, the only other thing he could improve quickly would be the level of his magic apprentice. Once those were maxed out, there would be nothing left to enhance, and that wouldn't do for someone with a character panel like Achilles. Therefore, Achilles planned to learn Holy Light Cross Slash, another third-tier sword technique. This was also a sword skill and should be able to be combined with the triple flame slash. Next, he would try to obtain recipes for second-tier knight training potions, second-tier magic training potions, and first and second-tier earth and fire spells. Now it's time to save money and earn battle points. If I can't buy them from Archibald, I'll have to exchange them using battle points. However, the items you can get with battle points are a bit troublesome. They can only be used by yourself, so I should try to buy them whenever possible. Achilles actually wanted to form his own trading caravan and travel to Frostmoon City or other major inland cities to acquire the things he needed. However, he currently lacked the talent and the strong security force necessary for such an endeavor. Otherwise, instead of trading, he might end up losing money and lives. After clarifying his plans, Achilles' first action was to go back and rest. He had been under intense training for a long time and his nerves were exhausted. Knowing that he would likely sleep for a long time this time, Achilles ate half of a firetail duck beforehand. The firetail ducks hadn't fully matured yet, so after eating this one, he might have to wait until the end of the year for the next batch. After his hearty meal, Achilles told Mian not to wake him up unless it was something important. As Achilles had predicted, he slept soundly for a whole day and 2 nights. It wasn't until the morning of the 3rd day that he finally woke up naturally. Upon realizing how long he had been asleep, Achilles immediately spent all his attribute points to upgrade his Chasing Wind Arrow skill to level 3. Chasing Wind Arrow, level 4, 1/10, level 3, maximum attribute points, 0. Mia, has anything significant happened in the territory these past few days? My lord, nothing. That's good to hear. Achilles then prepared to head towards the brick factory. A couple of weeks ago, while Achilles was diligently practicing his skills, he heard that the brick factory had already produced blue bricks. After leaving the Baron's estate, Achilles noticed that all the buildings within the castle walls were now made of red bricks, which looked much more comfortable. These red brick houses were built by Achilles for the serfs free of charge, and he didn't charge them any fees. The serfs had never imagined that they would one day live in such beautiful houses. Moreover, since arriving in Storm territory, they had never gone hungry. Therefore, all the serfs Achilles encountered along the way respectfully greeted him. Achilles was quite satisfied with this situation. Upon reaching the brick factory, Achilles picked up a blue brick that Toby and his team had produced and bent it slightly. He then nodded approvingly. Excellent work, Toby. You've done a great job at the brick factory. Hearing Achilles' praise, Toby was extremely excited. It's all thanks to your guidance, my lord. We are simply following your instructions. Achilles smiled after hearing this. This guy is quite something, he thought. He hasn't even been free from serfdom for long. But he's already mastered the art of flattery. Toby, from now on, focus solely on producing these blue bricks. We can temporarily halt production of red bricks. Also, all the stonemasons at your brick factory can be promoted to commoners, and as a reward, I'm giving you this gold coin. He then tossed a gold coin to Toby. Toby eagerly caught the gold coin and examined it carefully. He had never touched a gold coin to Toby. Toby eagerly caught the gold coin and examined it carefully. He had never touched a gold coin before in his life. The other stonemasons, upon learning that they were no longer slaves, became even more excited and knelt down to thank Achilles. As Achilles continued to inspect the process of making blue bricks, Eric, riding his warhorse, galloped towards them, shouting as he ran, "Sir, something's happened at the Arrowwood Forest." "What? Something's happened at the Arrowwood Forest? Are there monsters?" Since Eric and Thomas were promoted to junior knights, their main task was to train the second knight squad while also being responsible for patrolling the northern part of the territory. Due to the presence of wolf packs, there are actually many low-level monsters hiding in the dense forests of the Storm Territory Peninsula. However, these monsters rarely venture near Storm Territory, mainly because previous lords of Storm Territory were all professionals of level 4 or 5. Furthermore, Storm Territory doesn't have enough resources to hunt these monsters in the dense forest. Therefore, when Achilles heard about the trouble at Arrowwood Forest, he immediately suspected that a monster was causing it. When Eric approached, Achilles immediately asked, "Is there a monster from the north causing trouble?" "Yes, sir. It's a powerful level 3 monster, a crimson boar. 2 soldiers from the 2nd Spear Squad stationed at Arrowwood Forest have already been killed by it. Thomas has lured it away." Eric reported urgently. A level 3 monster! Damn it! Mia, Horus, let's go. Eric, lead the way. Upon hearing that it was a level 3 crimson boar, Achilles immediately led Mia and Horus to rescue Thomas. It was the first time a monster had caused trouble, and it turned out to be a level 3 monster. The fact that 2 soldiers had already been killed made Achilles very angry. George, immediately notify Parker and Will to take the 1st Infantry Squad and 2 Archer Squads to Arrowwood Forest for support. Don't forget to have them bring a large transport wagon. Before leaving, Achilles instructed George to return to Storm Territory to gather reinforcements. Since this Crimson Boar had killed soldiers from Storm Territory, Achilles certainly wasn't going to let it go. Although a level 3 Crimson Boar could be dealt with by Achilles and Mia alone, monsters have very strong vitality and defense, and these creatures are also quite intelligent. When they encounter powerful human professionals, they will try to escape. About 15 minutes later, Achilles and his companions arrived at Arrowwood Forest. Eric immediately dismounted to check the direction Thomas had gone. After confirming that he was heading east, Achilles and the others pursued him again, with Horus leaving markers along the way for George. Half an hour later, Achilles and his group finally spotted the Crimson Boar chasing after Thomas, located 3 kilometers northeast of Arrowwood Forest. At this point, Thomas was in grave danger. The Crimson Boar was a dual-element earth and fire beast. Its earth-based talent spell, Earth Spikes, blocked Thomas's escape route. Seeing this, Achilles picked up his enchanted bow and fired an arrow, hitting the Crimson Boar squarely in its rear end. This caused significant pain to the creature, which immediately abandoned its pursuit of Thomas and turned angrily towards Achilles. "Damn it!" Achilles exclaimed. Even with his 3rd-level wind arrow technique combined with the power of his 3rd-level enchanted bow, he couldn't penetrate the beast. The arrowhead had only embedded itself in the boar's rear. The defensive capabilities of boars are naturally strong, and coupled with the earth element's defense, this Crimson Boar's defenses were even stronger than those of a 3rd-level enchanted armor. Seeing the Crimson Boar charging towards him, Achilles immediately instructed, "Eric, Horus, go help Thomas and then head north to intercept that boar." "Yes, sir." The 2 men immediately ran northwest, also calling out to Thomas to join them. After they left, Achilles told Mia to prepare for battle, then raised his bow again and fired another arrow at the Crimson Boar. With Achilles' current skill as a 2nd-level intermediate knight using this 3rd-level enchanted bow, he could easily fire 5 or 6 arrows in succession. Thud! The arrow hit the Crimson Boar's front neck again. Achilles had intended to aim for the boar's eyes, but the creature was incredibly alert. It seemed to know that Achilles would target its eyes, so it kept its head lowered while running and constantly shook its head slightly. After being hit by another arrow, the beast became even more enraged. Suddenly, it raised its head and spewed a fireball the size of a bowl towards Achilles. However, Achilles was prepared. He jumped off his horse and successfully dodged the boar's fiery attack. Achilles' riding skills were only at the beginner level, and he wasn't yet proficient in combat from horseback. After landing and regaining his balance, Achilles fired another arrow. This time, the arrow hit the left front leg perfectly, causing the Crimson Boar to stumble and fall to the ground, rolling about 5 or 6 meters. Mia, who had been waiting for her opportunity, immediately charged forward and thrust her 3rd-level enchanted short sword into the boar's soft belly. Enchanted short sword into the boar's soft belly. Thud! Roar! The flame boar's abdomen was pierced directly, and the intense pain caused it to squeal loudly. Immediately, a protective earth spell enveloped the area around its wound, preventing Mia from inflicting further damage with her short sword. Then, enraged, it turned towards Mia and launched a fireball attack. However, Mia had lived in the wilderness mountains for years. She had killed at least 8 flame boars, so the boar's tricks were nothing to her. Therefore, Mia simply sidestepped slightly, easily dodging the fireball attack. Next, she forcefully pulled out her short sword and slashed towards the boar's eyes. She directly blinded its left eye. At this point, the flame boar had regained its composure and realized it couldn't defeat these people. It immediately used another earth spike spell to push Mia back. Then, it got up and fled north. Achilles happened to be located north of the flame boar. Seeing the boar running towards him, Achilles was annoyed. This clearly showed a lack of respect. He immediately drew his long sword and charged towards the flame boar, preparing to unleash a triple flame slash. As he was about to reach the boar, he suddenly burst into action, accelerating 3 times faster towards it. With both hands reversed on the long sword, he thrust upwards towards the boar's head. Die! He didn't hesitate and plunged the sword forward. Thud! The long sword pierced directly through the flame boar's already injured left eye, going straight through its head and pinning it to the ground. After a few whimpers, the flame boar died. Then, a sphere of energy floated from the boar's body and entered Achilles's. Name: Achilles Lewis. Basic skills: Flame Breath Technique, Intermediate Knight, 2nd rank, 0 to 1000. Energy Essence, 245. Requires increasing base level for next awakening, 100 energy essence obtained. He had expected a long fight with this flame boar, but he hadn't anticipated it would be so easy to kill. He didn't even need to use magic. However, the biggest credit went to Mia. The way she handled the flame boar just now was incredibly cool and composed. Facing the boar's fireball spell, she simply tilted her body slightly without changing her expression. It was truly impressive. After Mia approached, Achilles almost couldn't resist praising her. But then Mia replied, "Sir, it's nothing. This is all experience I gained from slaughtering pigs while I was with the Lyman wolf tribe." Oh, so he's a butcher. He really didn't want to associate such a beautiful and charming beast-eared girl with a butcher. It was ruining his idealized image of her. Achilles then stopped discussing the butchering experience with Mia and instead waved to Horus, Eric, and the others, signaling them to come over. This crimson boar was about the size of a buffalo, and Achilles couldn't handle it alone. Besides, manual labor certainly wasn't something a baron like Achilles would do. Mia wanted to help, but she was stopped by Achilles. A few moments later, Horus and the others arrived. Horus was fine. He had witnessed Achilles' sparring with Mia and knew that Achilles had broken through to the mid-level knight rank, and he also knew how powerful Achilles was. However, Eric and Thomas didn't know about this, so when they arrived, they looked at Achilles in disbelief. When did Baron Achilles break through to the mid-level knight rank? Wasn't he just a low-level knight recently? How could he have reached the mid-level so quickly? The two of them were now speechless, unable to express their shock. Even the geniuses from the Tulip Marquisate didn't break through that fast, did they? Could Baron Achilles be a legendary top-tier genius? Then what about his abilities before? Just as the two were lost in thought, Achilles' voice suddenly rang out. "Eric, go back immediately and have Parker and their wagons come over quickly. Thomas, take the crystal core from this crimson boar." "Ah, yes, Baron." The two of them snapped out of their daze and immediately followed his orders. Immediately, Eric galloped off towards the southwest. Thomas dismounted and walked to the corpse of the crimson boar. He first held Achilles' longsword with both hands, then pulled it out forcefully. Crimson boar. He first held Achilles' longsword with both hands, then pulled it out forcefully. After wiping the boar blood from the longsword, he returned it to Achilles and said, "Baron, you might need a new longsword. This one seems to be slightly deformed." Achilles took the longsword and examined it. He realized that it was indeed slightly bent, probably because it had gotten stuck on bone when piercing the crimson boar's skull. Sigh, I guess I need to sell some wolfire potions. Achilles thought that since he was changing weapons, he might as well get an enchanted weapon to avoid having to change them frequently in the future. Then, he saw Thomas take a crystal core with red and yellow hues from the crimson boar's skull. Achilles picked up the item and examined it briefly. He knew that because the crimson boar possessed both earth and fire attributes, its crystal core would naturally be red and yellow. After the task was completed, several people waited for nearly an hour before Parker's large transport vehicle arrived. To Achilles' surprise, Archibald had also come along. Achilles instructed a few workers to work together to lift the crimson boar onto the transport vehicle. Fortunately, the wood used in these vehicles was of good quality. Otherwise, it might not have been able to withstand the weight of the overton boar. After loading the crimson boar, everyone began returning to storm territory. At that time, Achilles asked Archibald, "Archibald, how did you get here?" Archibald smiled. "Sir, I heard there was a level 3 crimson boar in the area, so I came to see if I could be of assistance." "Assist? You?" Achilles looked at him skeptically. "Just say what you need to say." Sir, what are your plans for the magical core of this crimson boar?" Archibald asked hesitantly. Achilles was taken aback. A crystal core? Could it be that Archibald is researching some new potion again? I was planning to sell it. If you need it for experiments, I can let you have it. Selling it would be a waste, Archibald said. You know, mages rarely sell magical cores unless absolutely necessary. Magical cores can help mages replenish their mana and aid in training. They're even more effective than magic stones. Sir, haven't you read about magical biology? You really need to make time to study these basic magical principles. As a mage, you must understand this fundamental knowledge, Archibald urged earnestly. Achilles twitched his lips after hearing this. He really didn't want to read books. He only had to read that book on basic magical knowledge because he needed apprentices in magic, and he was forced to do so. Haha, okay, I'll read it when I get back. By the way, Archibald, since you're a fire mage, this level 3 magical core is yours. However, you'll have to cover the bereavement payments for those 2 soldiers who died in battle. Achilles awkwardly changed the subject to avoid embarrassment. As expected, after hearing that he could have the magical core, Archibald completely forgot about urging Achilles to read the book. Just as everyone was driving towards a location 1 kilometer northeast of Arrowwood Forest, Achilles suddenly saw several soldiers walking along the road while picking wild vegetables from the roadside. Some were eating them directly, while others were putting them into their clothes. Achilles immediately frowned, clearly displeased. He called Parker over. Parker, is the food supply in your unit not enough? Or are you shortchanging the soldiers' rations? Ah, sir, no, I wouldn't do that, Parker exclaimed, taken aback and then vehemently defending himself. Nothing? Then why are these soldiers gathering wild vegetables by the roadside? And some of them are even carefully hiding them inside their armor. Achilles shouted, pointing at the soldiers in the distance. The commotion immediately drew everyone's attention, and they all turned to look at Achilles. They then followed his gaze and saw that the soldiers indeed had some unidentified wild vegetables in their hands and mouths. The soldiers who were eating the wild vegetables immediately dropped them in fright. Parker was also extremely angry when he saw what those soldiers were doing. He shouted, "Boar, you bunch of scoundrels, come over here and bring your wild vegetables with you." After yelling at the soldiers, Parker quickly explained to Achilles, "Sir, these soldiers are former serfs. They must have been starving before. So whenever they go out for training and see edible wild vegetables, they act like they're about to die of hunger. They not only eat them directly, but also sometimes bring some back to the camp. I've punished them many times, and they haven't done it in a long time, until now." Achilles' furrowed brow finally relaxed after hearing this explanation. Then, when the soldiers who were eating wild vegetables came over, Achilles directly asked them, "Are you not getting enough to eat in the camp? Tell me the truth." The serf soldiers immediately knelt down and pleaded for mercy. "My lord, I won't do it again. I'm full when I eat at the camp." Achilles heard their incoherent words and believed what Parker had said. He dismounted and took the wild vegetables from the soldiers' hands, asking, "Since you are all full, and Captain Parker has already taught you, why did you do this again? Is this kind of vegetable really that delicious?" Originally, Achilles was just making a casual inquiry, but the serf soldier named Boar immediately nodded. "Yes, my lord, this wild vegetable is very sweet. I saw it and couldn't resist, so." "Sweet?" Achilles was surprised. He immediately put a piece in his mouth and tasted it. Suddenly his eyes widened. It was indeed very sweet, even sweeter than sugarcane and sugar beets. But before Achilles could get excited, a figure suddenly appeared from the southwest direction and ran towards them at high speed. Hearing the sound of horses' hooves, Achilles turned around and his expression immediately became serious. It was Clay, who should have been patrolling the northwestern wilderness mountains. There were enemies approaching. Patrols around the northwest wilderness mountain range were constant. When Achilles left, Roger was still in storm territory. Therefore, Clay wasn't part of a rotation. It must be enemies from the northwest wilderness mountain range. I hope it's not another pack of swift wolves. Since the last group of swift wolves that came over were completely wiped out by Naga and the black and liman giant bears, a single 4th-tier swift wolf was sent to scout the area. Achilles didn't provoke that 4th-tier swift wolf. When the swift wolf scouted the bay, it seemed to smell something and immediately fled back. Since then, no more swift wolves have come to Storm Territory Peninsula. Archibald, record these wild plants and this location. Everyone else, form up. After giving his orders, Achilles ran towards Clay. "Sir, a large army of pigheads is coming from the northwest. heading directly for storm territory. Clay reported urgently as soon as they met. Pigheads? Heading straight for storm territory? Achilles was surprised. He never expected that the enemy would be pigheads. According to records from previous barons of Storm, the orc tribes closest to Storm Territory Peninsula were mostly goblins and piggles. Therefore, the orcs who usually harassed Storm Territory were typically those two types. Why are they pigheads this time? Sir, I suspect that during the last campaign where we wiped out a pighead army, some might have escaped due to the forest cover. Perhaps their plans were discovered, and this pighead force is likely here for revenge. Achilles frowned after hearing this. Revenge? A force of 600 pigheads isn't too troublesome. Let's go back to the castle. Parker, move the Crimson Boar into the forest and sprinkle some purification agents there. Then, let the rapid response team return to Storm Territory. He said this and spurred his horse forward, heading back to Storm Territory first. Clay, what is the strength of the pighead army? How many mages are there? On the way, Achilles asked Clay about the specifics of the pighead force. Sir, they seem quite strong. The vanguard unit of the pighead army is led by a 4th-tier pighead, Clay replied seriously. Hopefully, their leader isn't level 5. Otherwise, things will be difficult. The beast army, led by a level 4 vanguard captain, doesn't necessarily have a level 5 leader. It could also be level 4 depending on the size of the army. Generally, armies with fewer than 1,000 soldiers don't have level 5 leaders. However, since we can't confirm whether they have a level 5 leader, Achilles can't rashly choose to engage them in open battle. If there is a level 5 enemy, Storm Territory's forces could suffer significant losses. Therefore, Achilles decided to return to the city and launch a defensive counterattack. How long will it take for them to reach Storm Territory? When I left, the Boar army was felling trees to build rafts for crossing the river. I estimate they'll arrive in at least 4 hours. Hearing that it would be another 4 hours before they reached Storm Territory, Achilles pondered for a moment and formulated a general battle plan. 4 hours? That means they should arrive around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. We should have enough time. Then, on his way back, Achilles sent messengers to all the serfs working in the fields, ordering them to return to Storm Territory, and emphasized that all ships from the bay should be directed to the harbor. An hour later, in the council chamber of Baron's Manor, all company-level officers and artisans of Storm Territory were gathered together, except for Deputy Captain Sean, who was currently on duty guarding the mining island. Everyone, you are already aware of the situation. A force of 600 boars is heading towards us. It appears to be a retaliatory attack from the boar tribes we encountered before. This battle is unavoidable. Moreover, we not only have to fight this battle but also inflict heavy damage on this boar army. Ideally, we should completely annihilate them. Otherwise, in 2 months, it will be harvest time. If they come again then, things could become even more troublesome. Normally, when the orc tribes from the barren lands invade human border territories, they generally don't destroy crops like wheat, because these food supplies are often their primary targets. They also want to return later and plunder them when the crops are ripe. Therefore, Achilles isn't overly concerned that this boar attack will be like the Naga attacks, which destroyed farmland. Yes, my lord. Please give the order. It's just a mere 600 boars. We now have an army of 500 soldiers. We are more than capable of dealing with these boars. Yes, those pig-headed creatures probably still think our new territory is a barren wasteland. When they arrive, we'll give them a surprise. Ha ha. Seeing the confidence in his subordinates, Achilles was pleased. However, he couldn't let them become overconfident. Everyone, although this army of pig-headed creatures isn't large, we can't be careless. If they have a 5th-tier pig-headed leader among them, we'll be in trouble. Yes, sir. Everyone immediately straightened up and became more attentive. Achilles then began assigning tasks directly. Clay, Roger, your night squads will all leave the city and head to the western side of Storm Bay. You will remain hidden there, awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Clay and Roger immediately stood up to accept their assignments. They knew that their night squads were best suited for combat in the open, so remaining outside and waiting for the opportune moment was the most appropriate strategy. Park, Jenkins, you will lead your respective companies to Storm Bay by ship. You will hide on the island closest to the western side of the bay, then land at night and rendezvous with Clay and his team and act together. The rest of you will remain in Storm Territory. Achilles' orders initially surprised everyone. After thinking about it carefully, they understood Achilles' intentions and praised him. Sir, you are wise. Achilles waved his hand dismissively. Whether I am wise or not, we'll see after this battle. Everyone, go carry out your assignments. Yes, sir. The Storm Territory troops then began to take their positions. The Night Squads were the first to depart, followed by the 1st Infantry Company and the 1st Spear Company, who boarded ships and left for the bay. The remaining soldiers began moving stones and other defensive materials up to the city walls. At 3 p.m., the silhouettes of the pig-headed army appeared within Achilles' telescope view. At that moment, Achilles hadn't received any danger warnings, which meant that this pig-headed army didn't have a 5th-tier leader. With Achilles' current strength, even 4th-tier pig-headed creatures posed no threat to him. Half an hour later, the pig-headed army reached 1 kilometer outside Storm Territory and began to rest and eat. They then started cutting down trees and building siege ladders. 1 hour later, the pig-headed army launched their attack on the city. Because Storm Territory was relatively small, the pig-headed creatures deployed 400 soldiers at once, attacking from both the east and south sides simultaneously. From the very beginning, the Pighead clan launched a full-scale offensive without even bothering to probe their opponent. It was clear they looked down on Achilles, who had only recently become the lord of this territory, just 3 months ago. Seeing the Pighead's reckless advance, Achilles, who had been underestimated, couldn't let these creatures down. He picked up his enchanted bow and aimed at one of the pigheads leading the charge. Based on its aura, it was clearly a Tier 3 pighead. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow struck the Tier 3 pighead directly in the eye, instantly killing it. A white light flew upwards and drifted towards Achilles. 100 energy essence obtained. The battle had just begun, and the pighead army had already lost one of its Tier 3 commanders. This enraged the pighead leader at the rear, who immediately joined the attack, clearly intending to kill Achilles. However, Achilles wasn't intimidated. He raised his hand again and fired another arrow, claiming another Tier 2 pighead. This frightened the other professions among the pigheads, causing them to quickly retreat their auras and hide within the ranks of the pighead army. Achilles saw this and switched to ordinary arrows, indiscriminately mowing down the common pigheads. When the pighead army entered within 50 meters of the city wall, Lori, stationed at the south wall, immediately ordered her 4th and 5th archery squads. Loose! Whoosh! Whoosh! Thud! Thud! 5 or 6 pigheads in the front ranks were instantly knocked down. Then, both archery squads fired another volley, claiming another 6 or 7 pigheads. After the pigheads advanced within 20 meters of the wall, Lori immediately ordered the archers to retreat. At the same time, Kale ordered his 2nd Infantry Company, shield bearers, move forward and provide cover. Everyone else, take your positions. Just as he spoke, a whooshing sound echoed from below the city walls. Immediately after, the sounds of rapid footsteps filled the walls. This was the pigheads' attempt to use grappling hooks and stones to attack, providing cover for the pigheads who were preparing to bring up siege ladders. Once a row of 10 siege ladders had been set up, the pigheads began climbing towards the city wall. At this moment, Lori and Kale's commands rang out again. After 2 months of training in various drills, the commanding abilities of several company-level officers in Storm Territory had reached a level comparable to that of ordinary companies within the kingdom. At this point, Achilles had switched back to his enchanted bow and was focusing on dealing with the 4-level boarhead leaders and other boarhead units. Just one sharpshooter like Achilles was enough to make 7 or 8 boarhead units hesitant to even look up. Meanwhile, on the eastern city wall, Mia, Will, Russell, and Horace were defending against an attack led by a 4-level boarhead vanguard captain. Compared to the boarhead units on the southern city wall, which were being suppressed by Achilles' enchanted bow, the situation on the eastern city wall was much more difficult. Some boarhead units had already breached the eastern city wall, including several 2-level units. The archers, led by Will and Horace with a single-level magic crossbow, were barely holding them back. Mia was engaged in a fierce battle with the 4-level boarhead vanguard captain. Both were high-level warriors, making it difficult to determine who would win. While Achilles was suppressing the boarhead units on the southern city wall, he occasionally checked on the situation at the eastern city wall. Seeing that they were struggling, Achilles also sent George over to help. The battle continued until nightfall, with both sides locked in a tense struggle. The boarheads eventually sounded the retreat and retreated to a camp 2 kilometers outside the eastern city wall, preparing for another attack the next day. They felt confident because Achilles' side only had 2.5 companies participating in the battle, and there was only one 4-level warrior, Mia, along with a few single-level units. They believed that if they could somehow eliminate Achilles, the sharpshooter, taking storm territory would be easy. Little did they know, they themselves were unlikely to survive the night. Inside storm territory, Achilles was assessing the casualties. The statistics showed that the eastern city wall, defended by the Royal Guard and the 2nd Spear Battalion, had suffered significant losses, 5 deaths, 2 severely injured, and 12 wounded. This was mainly because there wasn't a sharpshooter like Achilles on the eastern city wall, so more boarhead units were able to breach the defenses. Close-quarters combat inevitably resulted in casualties. In contrast, the southern city wall defended by Achilles and the 2nd Infantry Battalion had much fewer casualties, only 1 death and 6 wounded. It seems we need to develop a defensive weapon, Achilles thought to himself, looking at the losses on the eastern city wall. Even with this relatively small number of boarheads, so many managed to break through. If this were the orcish southern campaign, the casualties would be unbearable. After calming the soldiers' morale, Achilles immediately arranged for everyone to take turns resting. Around 1,000 Achilles arranged for Mia to sneak out of the western wall and inform Clay and his men. He instructed them to launch a simultaneous attack from the west and south sides of the Pighead camp at 3:00 a.m. Meanwhile, at 2:00 a.m., Achilles sent his personal guard in the 2nd Spear Squad quietly out of the castle, heading towards the northern side of the Pighead camp. At 3:00 a.m., a sudden uproar erupted on the western side of the Pighead camp as Clay and Roger's night squads, along with Mia, charged into the camp. This immediately threw the entire Pighead camp into chaos. Shortly after, Parker and Jenkins simultaneously attacked from the southwest, further escalating the situation within the Pighead camp. The Pighead camp was no longer just chaotic, it was completely in disarray. As the Pigheads began to scatter northward, Achilles launched his attack from the north. The entire Pighead camp was filled with shouts and cries of battle. Mia successfully ambushed the 4th-tier Pighead Vanguard captain and severely wounded him. His death was imminent. Achilles had managed to reach the vicinity of the Pighead leader's tent, where he saw the Pighead chieftain gathering his personal guard, presumably to attempt an escape. Achilles immediately drew his bow and fired an arrow. Due to the close proximity and the power of his 3rd-tier Wind Chaser archery skill, the arrow was incredibly fast. It made only a faint whistling sound before striking the 4th-tier Pighead leader directly in the face. Despite the high level of awareness possessed by a 4th-tier warrior, the speed of the arrow surpassed even that of a magical crossbow, leaving him no time to react. He fell backward, his face contorted with frustration. A pure white light emerged from the fallen leader and entered Achilles' body. However, Achilles didn't have time to check if the energy core he had obtained from the 4th-tier warrior was indeed 1,000 points, because as soon as the Pighead leader fell, his personal guard, instead of fleeing, became enraged and charged towards Achilles, including one 3rd-tier Pighead. With such close proximity, Achilles didn't have time to use his bow. He drew his longsword and prepared for battle. His current melee skills were already formidable, and he was more than capable of handling this 3rd-tier Pighead. After engaging the enemy, Achilles used his superior speed to keep the Pighead off balance before unleashing a devastating 3-hit combo. Blazing triple slash. The attack instantly took down the Pighead. Once Achilles had cleared out the Pighead's personal guard, the battles in other areas were also nearing their conclusion. Mia had already successfully slain the 4th-tier Pighead Vanguard captain. Following this, Achilles ordered Horus to raise the corpse of the Pighead leader high in the air, shouting loudly, "Surrender and you will not be killed." As a result, some of the Pighead people who were truly unable to break through chose to surrender. The surprise attack launched by Achilles against the Pigman camp on the western side of Storm Territory lasted just over an hour. After the Pigmen were routed and scattered, it was time for Achilles and his team to pursue them. They chased after the fleeing Pigmen until dawn, eliminating all those who had escaped in the east, south, and north directions. The Pigmen who fled westward were still being pursued by Mia and Clay's night squad. After sunrise, Achilles returned with his personal guard from the north, a sector he personally oversaw. When Achilles arrived back at the temporary camp of the Pigmen on the west side of Storm Territory, Jenkins and his team had already cleaned up most of it. Soon after, Parker and Roger also returned. Achilles then instructed everyone to quickly assess the casualties and gains from the battle and said Roger to continue patrolling the Northwest Wasteland Mountains, a region that could not be neglected for even a moment. Meanwhile, Achilles checked his character panel to see how many energy essences he had gained. Energy Essence 1456. Next awakening requires increasing base level. Haha, I can upgrade one of my innate talents. In this battle, Achilles killed one Tier 4 enemy, two Tier 3 enemies, one Tier 2 enemy, and one Tier 2 enemy, and one Tier 1 enemy, earning him a total of 1,211 energy essences. This suggests that for each level an opponent's profession increases, the amount of energy essence gained from defeating them increases tenfold. For example, killing a Tier 4 enemy yields 1,000 energy essences. Achilles considered which innate talent to upgrade and decided to enhance his enhanced precognition, as it was his most valuable defensive ability. He then added 1,001 energy essences to the advanced prediction skill. The character panel updated. Name: Achilles Louis. Attribute points: 10 innate talent, enhanced precognition, advanced prediction, passively predicts danger 5 times per day, with a range of 5 kilometers and a duration of 5 days. Also allows you to sense malicious intent from others within a 1-kilometer radius. Energy Essence 455. Next awakening requires increasing base level. Advanced prediction 5 times, 5 kilometers, 5 days. This is definitely a good defensive ability. Unless a high-level professional specifically targets me, I can avoid most other Tier 5 or 6 professionals by knowing they are coming. And the 1-kilometer malicious intent detection is also great. It's much better than the previous range of only a few hundred meters. It covers the entire storm territory. If there are any spies or traitors, hee. Achilles checked the character panel again and saw that Parker and the others were still busy. He then sent George to retrieve the corpses of the Red Flame Boars, while Achilles led the remaining members of his personal guard back to storm territory. The personal guard also suffered some casualties: 2 deaths at the city walls, 1 disabled and 8 injured. Only 3 were injured during the night raid. 2 hours after returning to the castle, Achilles learned that Mia and Clay hadn't returned yet, which made him worry. If it weren't for the enslaved law ring assuring him that Mia was safe, he would have sent people out to search for them. Shortly before noon, Park and Jenkins arrived to report on the battle results. Park stepped forward to report first. My lord, our casualties in this battle were relatively small. The archer unit and both night squads suffered no losses. The 1st infantry squad lost 1 man and had 5 injured. The 1st spear squad lost 2 men and had 8 injured. The 2nd infantry squad lost 1 man and had 8 injured. The 2nd infantry squad lost 1 man and had 6 injured during the wall defense. The 2nd spear squad, after 2 battles, lost a total of 5 men, with 1 disabled and 8 injured. Including your personal guard unit, the total casualties for our entire army were 51. Achilles nodded. A casualty rate of 10% was still within an acceptable range, especially considering that only 11 men were killed in action. 2 were permanently disabled, and the rest who were injured could return to duty. After the report on Storm Territory's casualties, Jenkins began reporting on the battle achievements. My lord, we managed to kill a total of 19 orcish mages in this battle, which was a resounding victory. You personally killed 1 Tier 4 mage, 2 Tier 3 mages, 1 Tier 2 mage, and 1 Tier 4 mage, 2 Tier 3 mages, 1 Tier 2 mage, and 1 Tier 1 mage. Lady Mia killed 1 Tier 4 mage, 2 Tier 2 mages, and 2 Tier 1 mages. Sir Clay's Knight Squad killed 1 Tier 2 mage and 1 Tier 1 mage. Sir Roger's Knight Squad killed 2 Tier 1 mages. Will's Archer unit killed 1 Tier 2 mage and 1 Tier 1 mage. Your personal guard unit killed 1 Tier 1 mage. Park's 1st On Guard unit killed 1 Tier 1 mage. Park's 1st Infantry Squad and my 1st Spear Squad each killed 1 Tier 1 mage. We also killed 452 orcs and captured 156 of them. Therefore, Storm Territory will receive a total of 2 6-grade merits, 2 7-grade merits, 4 8-grade merits, and 35.49 grade merits, and 35.49 grade merits. Additionally, you promised Sir Clay and his team an 8-grade merit and 5 9-grade merits. The individual battle achievements have not yet been calculated. After listening to Jenkins' detailed report, Achilles was impressed. It was incredibly thorough, covering everything he needed to know. Very good. Future reports should be this comprehensive, with specific details on individual achievements. Also, let's consider the collective achievement for this battle as 4 8-grade merits. The territory doesn't have much money right now, so we'll reduce it slightly. However, there are still 2,000 gold coins. Please distribute them among everyone. I and Lady Mia will not take a share. Please give them to the rest of you. Park and Jenkins were stunned by this generosity. Achilles was the most generous lord they had ever encountered, far exceeding any other lord they knew, at least 10 times more so. They immediately expressed their gratitude to Achilles. Next, Achilles inquired about Mia and Clay's whereabouts, but no one seemed to know where they were. Achilles then instructed the two to go ahead and continue tallying individual achievements. Meanwhile, on the 4th day at noon, news arrived from Mia and Clay's side. It was Eric who ran back to deliver the message. Apparently, Clay and Mia had been tracking a 3rd-level boar man, searching for the location of the boar man's tribe. Originally, Clay was pursuing a 3rd-tier pig-headed creature that had escaped. Suddenly, he decided to track down the main base of this pig-headed tribe. Currently, this pig-headed tribe has lost nearly an entire company's worth of soldiers. Their main base is likely sparsely defended. If they can successfully locate and conquer this pig-headed tribe, it would be a significant achievement. When Achilles learned that Clay was taking Mia to investigate the pig-headed tribe's main base, he couldn't help but chuckle. Clay must be desperate for recognition. He actually went all the way into the Wildlands Mountains. So, what's the situation with your investigation? Can you take down this pig-headed tribe? Sir, replied Eric, the location of the pig-headed tribe is approximately 15 kilometers inside the Wildlands Mountains from where we were attacked last time. The first 10 kilometers are easy to traverse. It's suitable for both horses and carts, likely a major passage for orcish migrations. Only the final kilometer has a slightly rougher path, but it's still passable by horseback. As for the strength of the pig-headed creatures, Eric continued, Captain Clay observed through binoculars that there are currently only about 200 to 300 adult soldiers in the tribe. There are also approximately 1,000 elderly people, women, and children. Later, to confirm their exact strength, we sent a 3rd-tier magical beast, a Colin bull, to ram into the tribe's gate. We discovered that they currently only have one elderly 4th-tier creature, the escaped 3rd-tier creature, and about 7 or 8 1st and 2nd-tier creatures. Achilles' spirits immediately lifted upon hearing this. 1,000 elderly people, women, and children. Most of them were likely female pig-headed creatures and young piglets. After all, tribes in the Wildlands Mountains don't have idle hands. Female pig-headed creatures and young piglets are quite valuable. They are more expensive than human male laborers. Female pig-headed creatures and young piglets are relatively easy to tame. Although they eat a lot, their digestive systems are excellent, allowing them to digest almost anything. If there's nothing else to eat, they can even consume grass. Furthermore, they have strong vitality and are not easily killed, making them ideal as slaves. With this in mind, Achilles decided to conquer the pig-headed tribe. Such an opportunity shouldn't be missed. Achilles then convened a meeting with company-level officers to discuss the upcoming campaign. The final decision was to combine the 1st Infantry Company and the 1st Spear Company, with Captain Jenkins leading a mixed unit to remain in storm territory for defense. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th Archer squads would also stay behind under the command of Will and Laurie. The 1st and 2nd Archer squads, led by Ron and Yuri, would accompany Achilles on the expedition. The second half of the 2nd Spear Company, which had suffered heavy casualties last time, was to be rotated out early. Russell would lead that unit to guard Miners Island, while Sean would bring back the remaining healthy half of the company to join the expeditionary force. And this time, Achilles specifically brought Archibald along, because Archibald was knowledgeable and experienced. It would be a shame to miss out on anything valuable. This prompted Archibald to urge Achilles to study and learn more. The next morning, Achilles led an army of over 300 soldiers towards the Pighead tribe's territory. He also brought along 50 pack horses, 30 carts, and 100 small handcarts. Along the way, Achilles' army rested for one night before entering the Wilderness Mountains. On the 3rd day at noon, they met with Clay near a crossroads leading to a smaller path. After hiding all the carts in the woods, Clay led everyone along the narrow path towards the Pighead tribe's village. Have you scouted the surrounding area? Yes, sir. We have thoroughly surveyed the terrain. The Pighead tribe's settlement is located in a valley with only one passage on the west side for entry and exit. Since that third-tier Pighead escaped, the entire tribe has been extremely vigilant. Currently, the entrance to the valley is guarded by that third-tier Pighead along with 200 soldiers. Therefore, to minimize casualties, we must launch a surprise attack and quickly secure the entrance, Clay reported. I see, Achilles replied. Achilles then went to inspect the area himself and discovered that only one squad could enter the valley at a time. Any more would be too crowded. He decided to personally lead all the professionals and over 70 elite soldiers in a surprise attack, with an archer unit following closely behind. After breaking through the gate, the remaining soldiers would charge in. At 5:00 p.m., as the sun was setting on the western horizon, Achilles launched the surprise attack. At that moment, if the Pighead guards at the entrance looked west, they would be blinded by the sunlight, which greatly benefited Achilles, a skilled archer. As Mia and Clay led the professionals in attacking the gate, Achilles' precise shots were crucial, eliminating 3 Pighead professionals, 2 first-tier and 1 third-tier who had escaped. Following this, Mia and Clay, along with the other professionals, acted like sharp knives, directly penetrating the Pighead tribe's gate and quickly creating a path for the elite soldiers to follow. Before the 4th-tier Elder Pighead could arrive with reinforcements, they successfully breached the gate. The entire army then charged into the Pighead tribe's village, resulting in a near one-sided massacre. All Pigheads who refused to surrender and dared to resist were killed. Achilles also seized the opportunity to take the head of the 4th-tier Elder Pighead, successfully earning 1,000 energy essence points. After the battle, Achilles ordered everyone to clean up the battlefield and tidy up the Pighead camp, as they would be spending the night there before returning in the morning. Once the post-battle tasks were completed, Achilles upgraded his extreme speed skill, innate talent, ultimate speed, advanced speed, increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and increases its current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by a factor of 4. Energy, essence. 556 requires increasing the base level for the next awakening. With a 4x speed boost, it's already faster than an ordinary Tier 4 Grand Knight. A Tier 4 Grand Knight shouldn't pose much of a threat anymore. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still outrun them. After upgrading the Flame Horse herd to its ultimate speed, Achilles saw that everyone was still busy, so he took Mia to survey the terrain of this valley. He discovered that it was indeed a good location. The valley not only had natural underground springs but also vast tracts of arable land, which could almost allow an entire regiment of troops to be self-sufficient. If a fortress were built here, it would be extremely difficult to conquer. However, Achilles currently lacked the resources and manpower to develop this area. Furthermore, without the approval of the kingdom, any territory developed independently would still belong to the kingdom. Sir, Mia said, I've checked around and I haven't found anything like magical potions. As I suspected, there's no such thing as easy luck. The outer regions of this wilderness mountain range have been searched countless times by your Alpha Kingdom's troops. If there were any valuable items, they wouldn't still be here for us to find. Just then, Archibald returned after completing his reconnaissance and complained to Achilles. He was extremely busy, needing to cultivate the water lily potion and also develop his own 2nd-tier sleeping draft. Now that he had a 3rd-tier red flame boar beast core, he needed to meditate and train as quickly as possible, so he was very reluctant to come out. Achilles looked at Archibald's expression and chuckled. Haha, all right, don't complain. I came prepared, and besides, we're going back tomorrow, so it won't take up much of your time. Later that evening, Clay, Parker, and Cyril came to report. Sir, Clay reported first, our losses this time were not significant. We only lost 3 elite soldiers during the fierce fighting at the gate, and a total of 16 people were injured, including George, a 1st-tier adventurer. Achilles nodded. He had already heard a general overview from Horus earlier, so there weren't any major discrepancies. Then Cyril continued his report. We seized over 400 tons of grain from the pig-headed tribe and about 500 pieces of weapons and equipment, but the quality is very poor. They need to be refurbished before they can be used. We also captured over 400 human slaves, with a total of approximately 500 gold coins and over 500 animal hides. There were no other useful items. That's incredibly impoverished, Achilles commented wryly. He then turned his attention to Parker, who was responsible for the battle statistics. That was the most important part. My lord, we have eliminated another 12 orcish operatives this time. Besides the 4 you personally killed, Captain Clay and a squad of knights eliminated 1 Tier 2 operative and 1 Tier 1 operative. Lady Mia eliminated 2 Tier 2 operatives. The archer unit eliminated 1 Tier 1 operative. Horace and the guard detachment eliminated 2 Tier 1 operatives. And the guard detachment eliminated 2 Tier 1 operatives. And I personally eliminated 1 Tier 1 operative. Additionally, we killed 460 ordinary orcs and captured 880, including 780 female orcs and young orcs. Therefore, the merit points earned are 1 first-class merit, 1 second-class merit, 3 third-class merits, and 74 fourth-class merits. Captain Clay and his team can be awarded 1 third-class merit and 10 fourth-class merit and 10 fourth-class merits. Captain Clay, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. They were accumulating merit points far too quickly. This group of 13 had followed Lord Achilles to this frontier region just over 3 months ago, and they had already earned nearly 5 third-class merits. They were getting closer to their goal of 12 third-class merits. Ever since Lord Achilles promised them a year's worth of merit points, they decided to pool their resources to exchange for 12 vials of life essence, allowing everyone to become full-fledged knights. After that, any further merits earned would belong solely to Clay, as he was already a full knight and deserved the majority of the rewards. Lord Achilles nodded approvingly. He was accumulating more and more merit points. This time, he planned to personally visit Grey Fortress to see what valuable items could be obtained in exchange. Furthermore, there were over 1,000 orcish prisoners, especially those 780 female orcs and young orcs, which were worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins. This trip to Grey Fortress would allow for a major shopping spree. Lord Achilles couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Just a few days ago, they were almost broke and unable to pay wages. Now, in the blink of an eye, they had become wealthy again. It was truly a case of blood money is the best. Then he turned to Clay and said, "Clay, you've accumulated quite a few merit points now. The knight training potion Wolffire, which we confiscated from the Shadow Assassin Guild, has already been refined by Archibald. The public price for 1 vial is 200 gold coins, but internally, it can be exchanged for just 1 fourth-class merit. You can exchange for 5 vials to use." Clay was surprised to hear that Archibald the Mage had managed to refine the potion so quickly. It seemed there was a reason why Lord Achilles had advanced to the mid-level Tier 2 knight so rapidly. "Thank you, my lord. I'll exchange for 5 vials then." Clay readily agreed. After all, the other apprentices wouldn't need the life essence yet, and they could always get it from Achilles if needed, so he didn't have much to worry about. "Okay, let's do it that way. Everyone, go back and rest. We'll return in the morning." "Yes, sir." The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, the soldiers made 2 trips using a small one-wheeled cart to transport all the supplies onto the flatbed wagons heading towards the main road. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Archibald suddenly seemed to have found something by the side of the road and immediately ran over to investigate. "What's wrong, Archibald? Did you find something?" Achilles quickly followed him and asked. He saw that Archibald was poking at an unidentified pile of manure on the ground with his finger. Achilles immediately stepped back a few paces, looking disgusted. Archibald, however, said excitedly, "Sir, it seems we're quite lucky. This is manure from a demonic beast horse, and it's fresh. It must have been left before I arrived this morning." "A demonic beast horse?" Achilles, who had just been disgusted, immediately approached. "Are you sure?" "Yes, and judging by the tracks around here, there seems to be a herd of them," Archibald said, pointing around. Hearing that it was a herd of demonic beast horses, Achilles became instantly excited. "Ha ha! See? I told you I should bring you out. Otherwise, we would have missed this great opportunity." Archibald smiled wryly. He knew that things like this were unpredictable. After all, how could someone from the southern continent end up in the northern one without a bit of luck? Achilles immediately assigned tasks. Parker led all the soldiers to escort the supplies and prisoners back to Storm territory as planned. Achilles, along with Mia, Archibald, Clay, Eric, Thomas, and Horace, 6 adventurers, set off to track the herd of demonic beast horses, carrying the shackles meant for the captured pigmen. After they separated, thanks to Archibald's tracking skills, they found the herd of demonic beast horses in just 3 days. "Sir, it's a flame horse herd." Clay recognized the type of demonic beast horse as soon as he saw them. Flame horses are low-level demonic beasts with a maximum level of 3, usually ranging from 1 to 2 levels. At this time, Achilles and his group discovered a small herd of only 15 flame horses. According to Archibald's observations, in addition to the male leader who was at level 2, there were 4 adult male horses at level 1, 5 adult female horses at level 1, 5 foals. However, even though we've located a herd of fire horses, the challenge now is how to capture them. Senior Mage Achilles suddenly realized that they were simply not enough to capture this group of flame horses. He turned to Archibald. "Archibald, is there any way to catch them?" Archibald nodded. "Sir, everything else is manageable. My current sleeping potion can knock out a first-tier magical beast, but its effect on the second-tier horse king might not be significant. So, you and Ms. Mia must keep a close eye on that horse king." Achilles heard the mention of the sleeping potion again. They had used it to capture the fire-tailed duck last time, and now it could potentially catch the flame horses. It seemed like a truly valuable item. He would definitely need to provide Archibald with more funding. This potion was worth it. "Then get started." "Sir, there's no rush. We need to find an opportunity." After receiving Achilles' instructions, Archibald didn't immediately act. Instead, he continued to observe through his telescope. Seeing this, Achilles said nothing. As long as they could catch these flame horses, waiting a little longer wouldn't be a problem. An hour later, the group followed the horses for some time. Suddenly, Archibald spotted something through his telescope and pointed in the distance. "Sir, an opportunity has arisen. Do you see that patch of blue grass? It's called lamling grass, one of the favorite foods of horse-like magical beasts. Tell Ms. Mia to sneak over there and sprinkle the sleeping potion on those lamling grass." Achilles followed Archibald's direction and saw a patch of light blue grass about a kilometer away. He also noticed that the flame horses were slowly moving towards that area. He immediately instructed Mia to do as Archibald said and reminded her to sprinkle purification potions along their escape route after applying the sleeping potion, as magical beasts have very sensitive of smell. After Mia sprinkled the sleeping potion on the landling grass, she retreated. Then the 7 of them dispersed, surrounding the patch of landling grass. Achilles and Mia were on opposite sides. Archibald and Clay were on one side, and Eric, Thomas, and Horace were on another. Mia remained behind the group of flame horses. Half an hour later, the flame horses slowly approached the landling grass area and began to enjoy their meal without any worries. Within just over 10 minutes, 5 foals started to become drowsy and then collapsed on the ground. The 5 mares became restless upon seeing this. The second-tier warhorse, the leader of the herd, quickly approached to investigate. It seemed to sense something, immediately becoming alert. With a neigh, it led the herd away. However, after only a few hundred meters, 5 mares and 4 first-tier warhorses stumbled and collapsed on the ground. The second-tier warhorse also began to seem disoriented, but then a burst of flames erupted from its mouth, instantly clearing its head. "Sir, please act." Archibald, watching the situation of the second-tier warhorse in the distance, immediately shouted loudly. Without Achilles' instruction, the 7 people immediately rushed towards the second-tier warhorse from all directions. The second-tier warhorse seemed to deliberately choose its direction, inadvertently heading towards Mia. As a result, Mia lassoed it and quickly pounced on it, subduing it. "Ha ha ha, Mia, well done." Achilles was overjoyed to see how easily Mia had dealt with the second-tier warhorse. Afterward, the 7 people put restraints on all the fire horses before starting to drive them back. These 15 fire horses would likely require some time to be tamed if they were to be used. If sold, each first-tier fire horse could fetch 2,000 gold coins. However, Achilles certainly wouldn't sell them. The combat power of a fire horse knight squad was far superior to that of an ordinary knight unit. Just as everyone was halfway back, Achilles' danger alert suddenly appeared. 10 people are tracking us from the north. 1 4th-tier Grand Knight, 1 3rd-tier Archmage, 2 3rd-tier Elite Warriors, 3 2nd-tier Intermediate Warriors, and 3 1st-tier Novice Warriors. Danger! Seeing the danger alert, Achilles immediately stopped and looked back with a serious expression. A combination of a Grand Knight and an Archmage? That's indeed quite dangerous. Since it was triggered by his innate ability, it at least indicated that the other party had no good intentions. Just like the black and white giant bears last time, that guy came with murderous intent from the start, but later changed his mind and decided to cooperate with him. Moreover, in this wilderness mountain range, humans are more dangerous than monsters, and considering he has a herd of fire horses, it's strange if they aren't interested. Sir, what's wrong? Clay saw Achilles' serious expression and immediately became alert. He knew that his master's perception ability was also very powerful. Someone is tracking us, and their strength shouldn't be weak. There's definitely a fourth-tier individual among them, Achilles warned. Everyone, upon hearing this, immediately drew their swords and prepared for a fight. Clay looked around before pointing to a small path beside them and said, "Sir, let's take this smaller path. I'll handle cleaning up any traces." Achilles shook his head and turned to Archibald. "Archibald, if the other side has mages of levels 2 or 3, can you help us get away from them? Does the enemy have mages?" Although Archibald didn't know how Achilles was certain that they were being followed, he saw their reactions and knew it was true. "Probably not," Archibald replied. "I don't know any magic spells and I only have purification potions. If the other side's mages are well prepared, we probably won't be able to escape. It looks like we'll have to fight," Achilles thought to himself. He then gave orders. "Horace and Archibald, you take the horses forward as usual. Don't do anything different. Clay, Eric, and Thomas, you three hide about 300 meters ahead and wait for my instructions." "Yes, sir." Achilles had led them to several victories before, and his tactical skills were already well regarded by everyone. Everyone then began to move into their assigned positions. Next, Achilles pointed west and said, "Mia, you go forward about 100 meters and hide in the trees over there. Wait for the right moment and act on your own." Achilles himself concealed himself in the wooded area east of where the main road split with the smaller path, waiting patiently. About 20 minutes later, the sound of horses' hooves came from the north of the main road. A group of 10 people rode their war horses quickly towards them. When these 10 people reached the fork in the road, they immediately stopped and looked around. Then, a man dressed as a mage quickly dismounted and examined the tracks on both the main road and the smaller path. "A level 3 advanced mage? It's you!" Achilles knew that this mage was the reason the advanced precognitive device had triggered an alert. A level 3 advanced mage protected by a level 4 knight could easily handle a level 5 warrior in direct combat. Seeing the mage dismount and move away from the level 5 warrior in direct combat. Seeing the mage dismount and move away from the level 4 knight, Achilles drew back his enchanted bowstring. Whoosh! The enchanted arrow, combined with Archibald's wind-assisted archery technique, flew towards the level 3 advanced mage in an instant. At that moment, the mage's magical senses detected the approaching arrow. But a mage's speed is no match for even a level 3 boar man. How could he possibly dodge such a swift arrow? The magic arrow struck the 3rd-level mage directly in the head, killing him instantly. Since Achilles possessed the innate ability of precognition, he naturally prioritized eliminating the targets that posed the greatest threat and were easiest to shoot. By taking down this high-level 3rd-tier mage, the remaining enemies would pose almost no threat to Achilles. Even a 4th-tier knight, without powerful skills or inherent abilities, might not be a match for him. "Lord Alvar, be careful!" As Achilles' arrow was about to hit the mage, the 4th-tier knight behind sensed the danger. However, he could only offer a warning and couldn't do anything else. He could only watch helplessly as the mage was struck by the arrow. "Lord Alvar, it seems this mage is quite important," Achilles thought. Having heard the knight's cry, "That means I can't let any of you go." Next, Achilles shot and killed another high-level 3rd-tier warrior with a single arrow. With his 3rd-tier wind arrow technique combined with his 3rd-tier enchanted bow, Achilles' archery skills had already reached the level of an archer master. It was no longer difficult to kill ordinary, low-level professionals. At this point, the 4th-tier knight had retrieved the mage's body and placed it on his horse. Seeing another person being killed by an arrow, he immediately shouted, "Let's go! Leave here!" He then took the lead and continued running towards the main road, with his subordinates quickly following. However, Achilles wasn't far behind. Before these people could escape Achilles' range of attack, he shot and killed 1 2nd-tier and 1 1st-tier individual. The remaining 6 individuals were caught off guard when they entered Mia's ambush location, as Mia suddenly emerged. The normal ambush strategy usually involves setting up an ambush in a fixed location, especially since archers need protection. That's why the 4th-tier knight ordered them to leave that area. He was worried that someone hidden in the trees would emerge and attack them, turning them into easy targets for the archers. Therefore, the 6 fleeing individuals were constantly looking behind them. They didn't expect another 4th-tier warrior to suddenly appear ahead. As a result, not only did the 4th-tier knight suffer serious injuries and fall from his horse, but Mia also took the opportunity to kill a 2nd-tier warrior. The 4th-rank knight was severely injured primarily because he was carrying a corpse, which hindered his movements and made him vulnerable to Mia's surprise attack. The 4th-rank knight knew he couldn't escape. Since Lord Alfar was already dead, the enemy wouldn't show any mercy. He immediately shouted to the others, "Kalen Gilmore, keep running, go tell Master Fiss." The remaining 3rd-rank warriors didn't hesitate and continued running forward. Mia tried to mount her warhorse to pursue, but she was blocked by the injured 4th-rank knight. At that moment, Achilles had already mounted an enemy warhorse and was chasing after them. As he approached Mia's battlefield, he quickly dispatched the heavily wounded 4th-rank knight with a single arrow. Achilles was overjoyed. His absolute defense skill could now level up. "Come on, Mia." After killing the 4th-rank knight, Achilles didn't forget to call out to Mia. Meanwhile, the last 4 enemies were already engaged in combat with Eric, Thomas, and Clay. Eric used a 1st-rank magic crossbow to kill one 1st-rank warrior, then charged forward to restrain the 2nd-rank warrior. Thomas dealt with the remaining 1st-rank warrior. Clay attacked the 3rd-rank warrior, who was wearing enchanted armor and iron plating, making it difficult for him to hold back Clay. Clay's goal was simple, to stall for time until Achilles and Mia arrived. The 3rd-rank warrior clearly understood Clay's intentions, so he immediately unleashed his full power upon contact, knocking Clay away and then accelerating his escape. He had already seen reinforcements approaching from behind, and since their leader, the 4th-rank knight, was dead, any further delay would mean certain death. After Achilles arrived, he didn't stop. He instructed Mia to stay back and handle things while he single-handedly pursued the fleeing 3rd-rank warrior. During the chase, Achilles directly upgraded his riding skill to 2nd rank. Riding, 2nd rank, 0/50. Attribute points, 63. As he gradually closed the distance, Achilles used an enchanted arrow to injure the enemy's warhorse, causing it to fall. The fleeing 3rd-rank warrior, having lost his mount, ran into the forest. He had already realized that the person chasing him was only a mid-level knight of the 2nd rank. Although skilled with a bow, he knew that if he could just get into the woods, he would be able to turn the tables and kill his pursuer. Seeing the other man rush into the forest, Achilles didn't hesitate and followed him in. He knew that dense forests made it difficult to use bows and arrows, and also increased the risk of being ambushed. However, Achilles wasn't afraid. His close combat skills were already sufficient to fight a high-ranking knight of the 4th rank, and an ambush was even less likely. Not long after entering the forest, Achilles sensed a strong sense of malice emanating from a patch of bushes. Instead of using his enchanted bow to shoot him, Achilles decided to find out who he was. He carefully placed the enchanted bow and slowly approached the 3rd-rank warrior with his drawn sword. "Come out," he said. "I know you're hiding there. I've put my bow away. If you can defeat me, you can leave." The 3rd-rank warrior was surprised to be discovered so easily. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped out. He knew that the other person was only a mid-level knight of the 2nd rank and didn't have any magical crossbows or similar weapons, so there was no reason for him to be afraid. The 3rd-rank warrior didn't waste any time. He charged forward directly. He had to end this quickly before the 4th-rank female elf caught up. However, after only a few rounds, Achilles subdued him and then began to interrogate him about his identity. More than 20 minutes later, Achilles emerged from the dense forest alone, carrying a blood-stained longsword and armor. "The Lanchi Earl family, the Crown Prince's maternal clan. This is going to be troublesome," Achilles muttered to himself as he walked. Just before starting the interrogation, the 3rd-rank warrior had already revealed a lot of information. So Achilles knew his identity. "I can only take things one step at a time. Fortunately, this is the Wasteland Mountains, where unexpected events are common. It will take some time for anyone to find me here." Achilles then found the 2 warhorses outside and realized that Storm Territory was desperately short of horses. So even though he had shot one of them, Achilles intended to take it back and treat its injury properly. However, near where the fallen horse had been, Achilles saw a large animal skin bag, which must have fallen from the injured warhorse. Curious, he cautiously approached and carefully used his longsword to cut open the bag. As the sound of the animal skin being torn echoed, a woman, appearing to be a young girl, emerged from the animal skin bag. Achilles examined her closely. A fairy? No, she's a half-fairy. When Achilles first saw the young girl in the leather pouch, he noticed her pointed ears and initially thought she was an elf. However, he quickly realized that her hair was brown, indicating she was a half-elf. This knowledge came from the memories of his previous self. Pure-blooded elves always have hair that is a solid color, with no impurities. The half-elf in front of him had brown hair mixed with other colors, which led Achilles to conclude that she was indeed a half-elf. Are there still half-elf tribes in the Barren Mountains? Achilles didn't know that there were half-elf tribes in the Barren Mountains. He also knew that there were no elves living near the kingdom of Alpha. The elven people all reside in the elven forest in the western part of the continent, a place so far away that his previous self had never even heard of it. Just as Achilles was puzzled, Mia and Clay arrived. They were equally surprised to see the half-elf girl on the ground. "Sir, is this an elf, Kel?" Clay couldn't help but ask. "No, she's a half-elf," Achilles replied, then turned to Mia and asked, "Mia, are there any half-elf tribes in the Barren Mountains?" Maya nodded and answered, "Yes, sir, but not many. They usually live deep within the primeval forests of the Barren Mountains. They have elven blood, which makes them naturally attuned to nature, forests, and certain magical beasts. That's why they can survive in the primeval forest, and it's very difficult for ordinary people to find them. Besides, the primeval forest is full of powerful magical beasts." Really? Are they deliberately sent here by Prince Eldred to capture? Or does the ranch family need them? Achilles thought to himself. At this moment, after Clay shifted his attention away from the half-elf girl, he walked up to Achilles and said solemnly, "Sir, these people seem to be from the ranch earl's family, which means they are Prince Eldred's men. We might be in trouble." Achilles raised his hand to stop Clay from saying more, then reassured him, "I already know. But don't worry too much. This is the Barren Mountains, and anything can happen. It won't be easy for them to find us here." After stopping the conversation, Achilles asked about the loot. "What did you find from that mage of the ranch family? Surely there must be something valuable." "Sir," Clay said, seeing that Achilles didn't seem concerned, and so he refrained from mentioning the ranch family again. Instead, he began to report on the spoils. The warriors had nothing of significant value on them. The 4th-tier knight possessed a sword technique called Dawn's Blade, which can be mastered up to the 3rd tier. As for the mage, besides a gold voucher worth 1,000 coins and a set of 3rd-tier enchanted armor, everything else was related to magic. There's also a magical notebook. You should take a look at it yourself. Clay then presented a pile of scrolls. Achilles took them and immediately began examining each one. 0-level spell, Earth Collapse. Achilles already possessed this spell. 0-level spell. 0-level spell. Stone Shatter. This spell allows the user to manipulate stones for attacks. 1st-level spell, Ground Spikes. This spell controls spikes that erupt from the ground, attacking enemies. 1st-level spell, Earthquake Sense. This spell allows the user to sense vibrations in the ground and scan the surrounding area. 2nd-level spell, Petrification. This spell can turn objects into stone. 2nd-level spell, Stone Skin. This spell hardens the user's skin, increasing their defense. 3rd-level spell, Earth Wall. This spell summons a wall of earth for defensive purposes. "So, he was an earth magic user," Achilles exclaimed. "Now we have some leads on acquiring earth spells." Seeing this collection of exclusively earth-based spells, Achilles realized that the high-ranking mage from the ranch family specialized in earth magic. However, the fact that there were only a few spells and nothing else, no potion recipes or meditation techniques, was somewhat disappointing to Achilles. "Not much of a haul," he sighed, considering that it came from a noble family's 3rd-tier high-ranking mage and that this family was also related to the crown prince. The loot seemed underwhelming. It felt like even the items taken from the assassins of the Eye of God Guild were more valuable. Finally, Achilles picked up the magical notebook and began reading it. The contents within caused him to freeze in surprise. Enchantments. This record contains information about enchantments. Is this guy also an enchanter? Achilles quickly glanced at it and found detailed records of various enchantment experiments, some successful, others not. He then asked Clay, "Clay, did you search him thoroughly? Is there anything you might have missed?" Achilles thought that if someone could record knowledge about enchantments, they should also possess secret techniques related to enchanting. Sir, I searched him very carefully. There's nothing left behind, Clay affirmed. Oh, never mind then, Achilles said regretfully. He wondered if this notebook could be used to learn enchantment techniques. He would have to study it thoroughly with Archibald later. It was better than nothing. Let's go. We need to catch up with Archibald and the others quickly, before anything unexpected happens with the flame horses. Sir, what about this half-elf girl? How should we handle her? Clay suddenly asked, pointing at the unconscious half-elf girl on the ground. Mia, you take care of her for now. At that moment, the half-elf girl was bound with magical restraints and was still unconscious. Leaving her unattended wouldn't be wise, so Achilles had to bring her along. The group then proceeded, leading the 10 captured warhorses, in pursuit of Archibald and the others. Along the way, Achilles also took the opportunity to upgrade his absolute defense skill. Attribute points, 63 innate talents, absolute defense, advanced, increases physical defense, key defense, and magical/mental defense by a factor of 4. Energy essence, 866, requires increasing base level for the next awakening. All my innate talents have reached the advanced level for the next awakening. All my innate talents have reached the advanced level. I wonder if I can now stand against a tier 5 warrior. I can also raise my mage level when I get back, Achilles thought to himself, looking at the data on his interface. Half an hour later, Achilles and his group caught up with Archibald and the other two. Achilles was eager to show Archibald the enchantment notebook. Archibald, take a look at this. Is it useful? Seeing Achilles' excitement, Archibald curiously took the notebook and began to examine it. Enchantments? Archibald then became engrossed in the world of the enchantment notebook, spending nearly half an hour before finally closing it. Sir, we should be able to learn enchanting techniques from this. At most, we can trace back through the successful records within it, and at least acquire one enchanting technique. I'll try it out when I get back. The day after the ambush on the Lanchi family's squad, Achilles and his group returned safely to Storm Territory with their herd of flame horses. Meanwhile, Park and his team, carrying the spoils and captives from the Boorman tribe, also arrived back in Storm Territory without incident. Upon his return, Archibald eagerly took the enchanted notebook to study it. Achilles was pleased. This saved him time that he could otherwise spend on research. As a lord, he had many responsibilities. As soon as he returned, Achilles began arranging various matters. First, there were the issues of awarding merits and dealing with the Boorman captives. Due to the incident involving the Lanchi family, Achilles had to change his plans. Originally, he intended to sell the 880 Boormen, old people, women, and children, and use the proceeds to buy slaves. Now that was no longer an option. If he did that, it would be clear to everyone that Storm Territory had sent a large army into the Wasteland Mountains. The Lanchi family and the Crown Prince would surely suspect something. Therefore, Achilles decided to assign the 880 Boormen to work in the mines on the island. He didn't have to worry about them escaping from the island, but he still sent Thomas, a first-class knight, to guard them. Since there was no need to sell the valuable Boormen, Achilles decided not to go to Grey Fortress himself. Instead, he dispatched Clay and Park's 1st Infantry Company to Grey Fortress to exchange their merits for resources. With this, plus the 0.69th ranks merits he had saved previously, Achilles now had a total of 3 6th ranks merits, 4 7th ranks merits, 4 7th ranks merits, 5 8th ranks merits, 5 8th ranks merits, and 1 9th ranks merit. This included the merits earned by Clay and his team, but Achilles had already exchanged the life essence they needed beforehand, so they actually still owed him some merits. Achilles planned to use these merits to exchange for 21 potions of brilliance, 10 first-class magical crossbows with 5 first-class explosive arrows each, 10 second-class magical crossbows with 5 second-class explosive arrows each, 1 fourth-class magical giant crossbow with 5 fourth-class explosive arrows, 10 third-class enchanted piercing arrows. This time, Achilles was really investing heavily, exchanging all his merits to unleash a barrage of magical arrows upon Storm Territory. Furthermore, with a powerful 4th-tier siege crossbow like that, even if a 5th-tier orc horde of 2 battalions attacked Storm Territory, they would be utterly defeated. Additionally, Achilles gave Clay 22 vials of Wolf Fire Potion, which he could sell to Archibald for 4,000 gold coins, essentially a buy 10 get 1 free deal. and Archibald would definitely agree. There were also 1,000 gold coins from the Mage Alvar, plus the money earned from selling 156 captured pighead soldiers, totaling over 5,000 gold coins. Achilles instructed Clay to use this money to purchase around 500 young and strong serfs, and he also prepared 100 common-grade contract scrolls, ready to expand the army again. After a day of rest with Clay and Parker, Achilles led the troops out. Next, Achilles continued processing individual combat achievements from the two Pighead Wars. Several company commanders, after discussing with their team members, decided to use their collective combat achievements to redeem Ethereal Elixir, with the elixir being given to all team members as compensation. Therefore, Owen, the deputy commander of the 1st Infantry Company, Cyril, the commander of the 2nd Infantry Company, Ives, the deputy commander of the 1st Spear Company, and Russell, the commander of the 2nd Spear Company, Laurie, the deputy commander of the Archer Company, Ron, the leader of the 1st Squad, and Yuri, the leader of the 2nd Squad, with Laurie using his own combat achievements, and Kip, the leader of the 1st Squad in the Elite Guard Company. A total of 8 people redeemed Ethereal Elixir. Achilles happened to have exactly 8 of these elixirs left. After handling all this, Achilles rested for a night. The next morning, Achilles began upgrading his mage level. After adding 71 attribute points to the magma meditation technique, Achilles felt like his head was about to explode. At that moment, Achilles' mental strength began to rapidly increase, and his spiritual realm also started to expand. Simultaneously, a seed of materialized spirit gradually appeared within his spiritual realm. This is the foundation of a mage, the spirit seed, or what could be called the mana nucleus. Once the spirit seed stabilized, Achilles successfully advanced to become a full-fledged mage. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: Flame Breath Technique, 2nd Tier Knight, 21,10,000, Magma Meditation, 1st Tier Apprentice Mage, 0,1000, Triple Flame Slash, 3rd Tier, Maximum Sinkhole Spell, 0 Ring Spell, Beginner, Maximum Projal, Sinkhole Spell, 0 Ring Spell, Beginner, Maximum, Riding Skill, Level 2, 0/50, Wind Arrow Technique, Level 4, 1/10, Level 3, Maximum. Attribute Points: 2 Innate Talents, Super Precognition, Advanced Precognition, passively predict danger 5 times per day within a 5-kilometer radius, with an effect lasting 5 days. Also, you can sense malicious intent directed towards you from within a 1-kilometer range. Extreme Speed, Advanced Speed, increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by a factor of 4. Absolute Defense, Advanced Defense, increases current physical defense, key defense, and magical mental defense by a factor of 4. Energy Essence, 866, requires increasing base level to awaken further. I've reached level 1 as a mage. Things are about to get busy. I need to consume the Nymphia Potion, learn spells, study alchemy, learn enchanting techniques, and also master sword skills. After being promoted to a formal mage, Achilles prepared to focus on developing his magical abilities. Whether it's crafting potions or enchanting equipment, these are good ways to earn money, and they can also quickly strengthen the territory. After the promotion was complete, Achilles didn't rush to learn spells. He still needed to read through the books on basic magic knowledge that Archibald had recommended. Otherwise, he would truly be illiterate in the world of magic. However, before that, he needed to plan out the next steps for his territory. Autumn harvest is coming in September, and after that, the workload for the serfs will gradually decrease. Also, the serfs from the mining island have been reassigned. Therefore, Achilles plans to use the extra manpower to build a castle. The current storm territory is too small and cannot accommodate Achilles' future plans. Even just the population growth requires expanding storm territory. However, if storm territory is to be expanded now, it can only be done by building an outer wall. But this would involve a huge amount of work, take a long time, and the terrain on the south and east sides of storm territory is not suitable for expansion. Therefore, Achilles carefully studied the situation and decided to build 1 castle each on the west and north sides of storm territory, forming a triangular fortress complex. Once the population and strength are sufficient in the future, he can connect the 3 castles with high walls to form a huge fortress. This year, he plans to build a castle on the north side of storm territory first, as the construction will be less demanding. As for the specific location of the castle, It needs to be inspected on site. Just as Achilles was continuing to study the construction of the castle, Horus suddenly came to report something. "Sir, the half-elf girl has regained consciousness." Achilles was startled. "Oh, I almost forgot there was a half-elf here." In a guest room at the Viscount's mansion, a half-elf girl was huddled in a corner, sobbing pitifully. When Achilles entered the room, the half-elf girl was startled and trembled with fear. She had heard from the elders of her tribe that if she fell into the hands of human nobles, she would suffer terribly and have a miserable life. She had only gone out to find some good food, but ended up being captured. Now, sniffle. After Achilles entered the room and saw the half-elf girl crying and huddled in fear, he realized that she was scared. So, to avoid frightening the adorable half-elf girl further, he sat down in a nearby chair and spoke softly. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. You may not know this, but I rescued you on the road. Otherwise, you might already be in the hands of bad people." Hearing Achilles say this, the half-elf girl cried even harder. "Am I that scary?" Achilles asked Mia with a smile. "Sir," Mia said seriously, "she was just lying on your bed." "That's not my bed." Achilles immediately defended himself. Mia didn't comment on this. However, Achilles quickly smiled. He hadn't realized that Mia could be so amusing. Since following Achilles, Mia had always been very serious and never joked around. Although Mia was under the control of the enslavement ring, its effect was only to make her close to Achilles and obey him. Her other personality traits were still her own. Next, he looked at the half-elf girl again and tried to comfort her for a while, but it was no use. So, his expression turned stern and he said, "Come sit on the bed and talk to me, or I won't be polite." This startled the half-elf girl even more, but she obediently stood up. As she stood up, her figure was fully revealed, which completely stunned Achilles. "Wow," he thought, "she's so tall. What did she eat to grow like that? And too much." Before, the half-elf girl had always been curled up in a fur bag, so Achilles had only noticed that she was very cute, but he hadn't realized that her figure was so impressive. Next, the half-elf girl prepared to walk towards the bed, but perhaps because she was wearing magical shackles on her feet and hands, she almost fell as soon as she stood up. Fortunately, she managed to grab onto the wall in time and slowly walked back to the bedside. However, these sudden movements made her sway unsteadily. Achilles' eyes widened. Cough. Mia coughed at the opportune moment. Achilles immediately suppressed his curiosity and said awkwardly, "Mia, if your throat is uncomfortable, drink some water." Then he turned to look at the half-elf girl who was already sitting on the edge of the bed. "Young. What's your name? How old are you this year?" The half-elf girl sniffled and said, My name is Wendy. I am 36 years old." 36 years old? A young woman? Achilles was surprised and sat up straight. This startled the half-elf girl. "Sir," Mia explained, "elves typically reach adulthood at 72 years old, while half-elves are considered adults at 36. So, this half-elf is actually just reaching adulthood." "Oh, I see," Achilles said, leaning back. Wendy, what I told you earlier is true. I did rescue you from someone else. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I had intended to let you go, but it seems that's not possible now, so—" "Sir, I believe you. Please let me go," Wendy interrupted. Achilles was taken aback for a moment, then said sternly, "Wendy, don't interrupt others when they are speaking. It's impolite and can lead to punishment." Wendy immediately lowered her head in fright. Seeing this, Achilles softened his tone and said, "Tell me about yourself. How were you captured?" "Sir," Wendy replied softly, "I am just an ordinary half-elf from our tribe. I am a second-tier life mage. I was caught while sneaking out to find food." "A life mage? That's a powerful healer. Life mages are incredibly skilled in healing and support magic." Just as Achilles was about to ask more questions, a sudden sound of cooing filled the air. It was coming from Wendy, the half-elf girl's stomach. Little Wendy immediately blushed and ducked her head into her chest, which Achilles found unbearable. He immediately called out, "Horus, bring me a loaf of bread, 2 salted duck eggs, half a roasted duck eggs, half a roasted duck, and a glass of milk. And hurry." Achilles listed the items one by one, and Wendy's eyes grew brighter with each mention. Achilles noticed this. She must be quite the foodie, Achilles thought to himself. Then he said, "We'll get to the food later. Tell me more about your second-level life mage abilities. A second-level life mage is just like a second-level human magic user, except I only know healing spells, Wendy explained innocently. Achilles sighed and rubbed his forehead. What kind of healing spells do you know? Oh, I know the Zero Circle spells, Floral Purification, and Minor Healing. I also know the first circle spells, Wind of Life and Song of Life, and the second circle spells, Emerald Blessing, and the second circle spells, Emerald Blessing and Starlight Sacred Tree. That's all. Oh, and I can also create life spring water, but only at the first level, Wendy said sweetly, then looked towards the door. Life spring water, that's a great thing, Achilles exclaimed happily, completely oblivious to Wendy's gaze directed towards the door. The healing effect of a first-level life spring water is much better than that of a human first-level healing potion. Moreover, life spring water has another important function. It can repair fatigue and damage, relieve mental stress, and extend the training time for knights and warriors, effectively accelerating their progress. And unlike training potions, life spring water has no usage limit. Therefore, although it's not a training potion, it is even more popular than one. This made Achilles even less inclined to let this half-elf go. Achilles then turned his attention to Mia and confirmed something with her. Mia nodded. She's wearing third-level magic shackles, so her magical level won't exceed the third level. She probably isn't lying. Achilles nodded in satisfaction. That was all that mattered. Just then, Horace entered carrying a large tray of food. Wendy's eyes followed the food in Horace's hands without wavering. She really is quite the foodie, Achilles said with a wry smile. But his smile quickly faded as he watched Wendy eat at a speed that even surpassed his own. In less than 15 minutes, she had devoured everything on the tray. Then, she looked at Achilles with a lingering expression. Achilles glanced down at little Wendy's stomach. It still appeared the same as before, although it seemed slightly larger around the top. Achilles subsequently provided little Wendy with 3 more meals in succession, each containing 1 gin of crimson flame porcupine meat. Only then was she satisfied as she let out a contented burp. That was third-tier magical beast meat. This girl was only second-tier, wasn't she? Her appetite was just too much. Achilles now truly believed what she had said. With an appetite like that, there was no way the tribes in the wilderness mountains could support her. No wonder she had to come out and find food herself. Are you full now? Burp. Yes, I'm full. Thank you, my lord, little Wendy said gratefully. Perhaps it was because she was full and felt braver. But little Wendy seemed less frightened now. Since you're full, let's discuss your work duties and compensation, Achilles said. Ah, my lord, I don't want to work. Can you let me go back? Little Wendy began pleading pitifully again. Various delicacies provided daily. Fire-tailed ducks, sugar bread, seafood and fish. Endless varieties, meals always filling. Achilles tempted her. Gulp. Little Wendy swallowed hard. Furthermore, I'll pay you 10 gold coins annually. 1 gold coin can buy an entire cartload of grain, you know. And we can sign a magical contract. I guarantee I won't harm you. Achilles continued to entice her. Little Wendy suddenly fell into a dilemma. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, My lord, could I possibly not wear that collar? Can I make requests when signing the contract? Achilles glanced back at Mia's slave collar. Of course, no problem. Once I reach 4th tier, I'll remove Mia's slave collar too. I can't remove it now because I'm afraid she'll cause trouble. Hearing Achilles' agreement, little Wendy immediately relaxed. All right then, I'll work for you, my lord. Excellent. But you'll have to wait for now. I don't have 2nd-tier contract scrolls at the moment. Once I buy some, I'll remove your magical shackles. Just rest well these few days. Don't worry, food will be provided in plenty. Just tell the people outside what you want to eat. With that, Achilles stood up and left. Thank you, my lord. Little Wendy hastily stood to express her gratitude. After successfully recruiting a little wet nurse, Achilles returned in high spirits. He then summoned the craftsmen from the rammed earth factory and brick kiln, as well as numerous blacksmiths from the smithy to discuss building the new castle. Since both Archibald and he had no time to develop cement, Achilles decided to simply use rammed earth for the castle construction. After all, this adhesive was quite effective. Moreover, he now possessed the stone spell. Once he advanced to intermediate second-tier mage and mastered the stone spell, he could use it to connect blue bricks and stones block by block into an integrated whole. That should work. As for the smithy, because Achilles had improved the furnace, after multiple experiments by the blacksmiths, they had successfully forged steel. So Achilles planned to have them forge long steel bars or steel rods. If the craftsmanship wasn't sufficient, they could forge shorter ones for now. Once these steel bars were incorporated into the city wall construction, its durability would absolutely surpass that of the current storm territory. Finally, Achilles spent 6 days surveying the west and north sides of storm territory before ultimately determining the location of the new castles. The northern castle was positioned 1.1 kilometers north of storm territory. It was already quite close to the storm territory river, so the river could be diverted into the northern castle to excavate a moat later. The western castle was located 900 meters west of storm territory in a highland area that was very advantageous for defense. Subsequently, Achilles added designs for bastions, watchtowers, and gatehouses to the new castle plans, further enhancing its defensive capabilities. After planning everything, Achilles had the smithy, rammed earth factory, and brick kiln begin producing materials immediately, including having stonemasons carve stone. The castle couldn't be built entirely from blue bricks. Stone materials were indispensable. Once materials were stockpiled, construction would begin after the autumn harvest ended. During the 6 days Achilles was busy with the new castle construction, the 8 people who had exchanged for the Huihui potion had gradually finished using the potion to advance. Unfortunately, 2 failed this time, the first and second squad leaders of the archery unit, Ron and Yuri. Lori, on the other hand, succeeded. Ron and Yuri were originally surf recruits whose cultivation hadn't reached the peak of elite soldiers. Because they had decent archery talent, and with Will and Lori both having some leg disabilities, the 2 were highly valued in the archery unit. Will and Lori had them exchange for the Huihui potion because they worried there wouldn't be enough, wanting them to save it for later use. Unexpectedly, the 2 couldn't resist temptation and rashly used the potion, causing waste. After lecturing and encouraging them, Achilles let the matter drop. He then issued new instructions. No one could exchange for potions in advance without reaching peak realm. He also told everyone that as long as they had battle merits, the Huihui potion and life source liquid would never run out. However, 6 succeeded this time, including Little Windy. The territory now had 18 professionals, and there were still those flame horses that hadn't been tamed. On the second day after Achilles finished planning the castle, Klaus and Park successfully returned to the castle. When Achilles saw a 4th-tier magical giant crossbow being dragged on a large wooden cart, he was stunned. This couldn't even be called a giant crossbow, it should be called a magical ballista. The bowstring was over 2 meters long, and the bolts were more than 5 meters long. No wonder even 5th-tier experts didn't dare take a direct hit. Never mind that this was magically enhanced. Even an ordinary ballista probably would make 4th-tier warriors take a detour. An ordinary ballista? I can make that. And the Huihui cannon, that's the real killing weapon. Achilles suddenly thought. The Huihui cannon was an improved catapult based on ancient Blue Star siege weapons, incorporating lever and counterweight principles. It could launch boulders weighing over 150 kilograms with a range of 300 to 400 meters. Guo Jing had used them in the defense of Xiangyang in the legends. He immediately called over several of his best craftsmen to the Baron's residence. Fulson, do you know how to make catapults? The lead carpenter Fulson nodded upon hearing this. My lord, yes, we do. Excellent. Achilles then explained about the Huihui cannon. Launching stones weighing 200 to 300 pounds? My lord, that's impossible. We can only manage 20 to 30 pounds at most. Fulson said in shock. That's because you're making ordinary catapults. My Huihui cannon is different. Achilles drew a simple diagram and then explained the working principles in detail. The craftsmen listened with growing astonishment. Finally, they still expressed doubt. My lord, will this really work? We'll find out once we build it, won't we? First, construct a Huihui cannon according to my design with your own improvements. Then we'll test it together later. Why bother explaining lever principles to these guys anyway? Tell the carpenter to build one first. Then we can experiment and improve based on the actual product, said Fis. Talking about it here seems like we're not even speaking the same language. In the following days, while the carpenters were busy building the cannons, Achilles was practicing the molten meditation technique using the Narcissus potion, learning basic magic principles and a first-level fire spell, the Fireball. At the same time, he sent Clay on another trip to Grey Fortress to purchase 3 second-tier contract scrolls. While everyone in Storm Territory was busy, in the capital of Frostmoon Province, Frostmoon City, inside a luxurious mansion, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose was furious. "You're all useless. A bunch of failures," he roared. "One of you couldn't handle a simple errand and got himself involved, forcing me to expend so much effort to resolve the situation. Now, not even a single half-elf has been caught, and one of you is missing. What good are you useless people?" The group being berated lowered their heads, unable to speak. Among them was Bennett, the former deputy commander of the 8th Legion, who had been tricked by Achilles and forced to return to Frostmoon City. Bennett was deeply humiliated. Since being sent back to Frostmoon City, he had been ridiculed and ostracized, and now he was being publicly shamed by Fis. Suddenly, an elderly man entered the room and smiled at the hook-nosed Fis. "Fis, don't get so worked up. The situation in the Barrens is unpredictable. Perhaps your brother and his companions are chasing after that half-elf." This hook-nosed Fis was the eldest son of Lord Lanch and thus the uncle of the current Crown Prince. However, the Crown Prince's mother, Fis's sister, had passed away many years ago. The current king of Erelor had already married a new queen and had also given birth to a second prince. Therefore, although the Crown Prince was nominally the first in line for the throne, his situation was precarious. For many years, he hadn't been officially designated as heir apparent. He had only recently begun to gather strength and try every possible way to win Anella, hoping to gain the power of the Tulip Marquis family. The mage Alvar, who went to the Barrens, was the illegitimate son of the current Lord Lanch, making him Fis's half-brother. At that moment, the elderly man who entered was the personal steward of the Crown Prince. "Robert, I'm just frustrated," said Fis helplessly. "None of these people are capable, and they're simply wasting the prince's resources." "You can't say that," Robert replied with a smile. "At least that pretty boy is already in Storm Territory. There will be plenty of opportunities to get rid of him later. Don't rush things. As for the half-elf, it doesn't matter much. If you don't catch him, the prince won't blame you." Fee smiled faintly but said nothing. Then, Robert suddenly turned to Bennett and said, "Bennett, besides sending a third-tier warrior thief, who else did you bring?" Upon hearing this, Bennett immediately became flustered, his face turning slightly pale. "No one else, Lord Robert." Seeing Bennett's response, Robert's expression remained unchanged, and he simply said, "The others can go back. Bennett, stay here." "Yes, Lord Robert." A group of people who had just been scolded severely quickly left the place where trouble was brewing. Bennett, who was left behind, was already drenched in cold sweat. Feast watched him with a puzzled expression. Bennett, are you still going to lie?" Seeing that everyone else had left, Robert immediately became angry. "Lord Robert, I'm telling the truth," Bennett said through gritted teeth. Robert stared intently at Bennett for a long moment, making him sweat profusely. Finally, Robert nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. If you had admitted it earlier, I would have killed you on the spot." Bang. The sound of something hitting the floor echoed. Bennett was so startled by Robert's words that he collapsed to the ground. "Robert, what's going on?" Feast couldn't help but ask. Feast, you don't know how audacious this guy is. He actually dared to hire assassins from the Eye of God Guild to assassinate that pretty boy." Robert said with a cold smile. "What?" Feast was shocked and stood up abruptly. He then looked around nervously before relaxing slightly. He kicked Bennett angrily. "You idiot, are you trying to get us killed?" Neil was terrified. The Eye of God Guild assassins were a taboo in the Kingdom of Alpha and an existence that the royal family could not tolerate. If it became known that Bennett was colluding with the Eye of God Guild organization, the eldest prince would be finished. None of the royal ancestors would support a prince who had any connection to the Eye of God Guild. "All right, Neil, this matter is over now, and I have a plan for what comes next." Robert, the butler, comforted Neil. He then turned his attention to Bennett. "Bennett, we will be removing you from the eldest prince's camp. Robert, please spare me." Bennett immediately pleaded. "Don't worry, just listen to what I have to say. The prince hasn't said he wants to kill you. You still need to maintain contact with the Eye of God Guild organization, so you understand, right? As long as you are careful enough, when the eldest prince ascends to the throne, you will naturally be rewarded for your contributions. Do you understand? Bennett lowered his head and said nothing. He understood perfectly what this meant. He would simply become a pawn that could be sacrificed if necessary. What? Are you unwilling? Robert said displeasedly. I am willing, Robert, Bennett replied, the assassin having no other choice but to accept his fate. Very good, rest assured your resources will double and we will provide you with the gold coins you need when you contact the Eye of God Guild organization. All right, you can leave now. Bennett immediately stood up and left dejectedly. Is this really okay? Neil was still worried as he watched Bennett leave. Don't worry, the prince will handle things properly. As for you, Neil, the prince is actually quite unhappy with you lately. Focus on the tasks assigned to you, especially dealing with the half-elves. You don't need to concern yourself with that pretty boy. After speaking, Robert patted Neil on the shoulder and then left. Once everyone had left, Neil's expression turned grim again. Just a butler and servant in the future. And what is that useless Alvar up to? Subsequently, Neil could only send another group of people out to search for Alvar in the wild forest. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of Storm Territory, Achilles and several carpenters were testing a massive catapult. The carpenters had spent 6 days building it according to Achilles' specifications. After Achilles made some adjustments, the first stone, weighing 50 jin, approximately 110 pounds, was loaded into the catapult. Then, with a single command from Achilles, fire. Boom! With a loud crash, the stone, weighing over 50 jin, approximately 110 pounds, flew out. Everyone nearby was stunned. It actually worked. Military reorganization. Achilles used a newly constructed hui cannon to launch a stone projectile weighing 50 jin, approximately 25 pounds, about 100 meters. This astonished the surrounding guards, Mia and little Wendy, leaving them speechless with amazement. The carpenters who had personally participated in building the hui cannon were initially shocked, but quickly became excited. Sir, it actually works. This is incredible. Achilles smiled. Not enough. We need to continue experimenting. We must be able to launch a 200 jin boulder at least 300 meters. Yes, sir. This time, the carpenters didn't hesitate or doubt the possibility of success. The hui cannon operates on a simple lever principle. It simply requires loading a suitable weight on one end and pulling down the other end, securing it in place. This causes the weighted end to rise, and then a stone projectile is loaded onto the pulled-down end. Finally, releasing the tension causes the weighted end to fall rapidly, launching the stone projectile. The size of the launched projectile and the distance it travels depend on the length of the lever and the weight being used. Although operating the hui cannon is time-consuming and laborious, Achilles plans to install winches and pulleys to significantly improve its efficiency. He also intends to use draft animals to lift the weights, with human labor only needed for securing and loading the stone projectiles. Achilles' goal is to have 30-50 support personnel and ideally around 10 operators per hui cannon. After clearly outlining his requirements and leaving behind 30 guards, Achilles departed with Mia and little Wendy. Little Wendy, a half-elf, had signed a 20-year contract with Achilles just a few days ago. The terms of the contract were largely as Achilles described. Little Wendy's only 2 requests were, first, that her food supply be adequate to prevent her from going hungry, otherwise she would refuse to work, and second, that her job not involve sleeping with anyone, as she wanted her own private space for sleep. After considering it, Achilles ultimately agreed, reasoning that there were other things she could do even if she wasn't sleeping. Meanwhile, Clay, who had previously visited Grey Fortress, has been assigned by Achilles to train using the Dolu gunpowder. Clay has already been a junior knight for over 4 years. Even without the Dolu gunpowder, he would likely have broken through to the 2nd rank within a year. Using 5 Dolu gunpowder peen consecutively should allow for an immediate promotion. Regarding the patrol of the northwestern Wilderness Mountains, Achilles arranged for Eric to rotate with Roger. On the way back, little Wendy kept asking questions. Since signing the contract, this little girl had become incredibly familiar and outgoing, a stark contrast to her previous shy and timid self. Master, that machine without magical enhancements, can it really shoot a 200-pound boulder 300 meters? It can. Wow, that's amazing. A 200-pound boulder would flatten even a 6th-tier warrior. 6th-tier warriors aren't made of wood. They can stand there and take it, Achilles said impatiently. True, but still impressive. Master, what are we having for lunch? Whatever you want. Then let's have fire-tailed duck. It's so delicious. No, we don't have many fire-tailed ducks left. We need to keep some for egg-laying. Then, could that machine stop? Achilles couldn't take it anymore. Wendy, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you try refining some first-grade life spring water? I want to, but life spring water requires heavenly and earthly essence to refine, and heavenly and earthly essence needs a life formation array to condense. I haven't even finished setting up my first-grade life formation array yet, Wendy replied dejectedly. Then go ahead and set up the array. Achilles was exasperated. He took a deep breath, reminding himself of, all right, I'll assign you another task. Oh, more work? The contract didn't mention that. This will cost extra, Wendy said reluctantly. If you don't want to, then I'll give the sugar-making job to someone else. Achilles shrugged. During the last hunt for the crimson boar, the soldiers ate a very sweet wild vegetable. Achilles had already instructed someone to collect some and personally tried making sugar from it. He found that it had a very high sugar content. Therefore, Achilles planned to build a sugar factory. Sugar is considered a luxury item for nobles in the Alpha Kingdom, and currently the only available sweetener is honey. If Achilles could mass-produce brown sugar or even white sugar, he would definitely earn a fortune. Sugar, is it that dark stuff I ate yesterday? Hearing about sugar, Wendy's eyes widened as she eagerly asked. Yesterday, Wendy saw Achilles eating candy, and he gave her one. After tasting it, Wendy begged Achilles to give her all the candies he had. Yes, Achilles explained, but this is red sugar, not black sugar. It can be further refined into white sugar and raw candy. While Achilles was explaining, Wendy's mouth seemed to water with anticipation. She immediately exclaimed, "Make some for me. I'll do the work, no charge." "All right," Achilles said with a smug smile. "Come with me. I'll do the work, no charge." "All right," Achilles said with a smug smile. "Come with me." He was finally able to silence her incessant chatter. Achilles then asked old Justin to help Wendy set up a sugar factory. After getting rid of Wendy's constant talking, Achilles gathered the captains and deputy captains of the infantry and spear squads. He decided to reorganize the army by mixing the infantry and spear squads together. Previously, they were separated because there were too many new recruits, making it simpler to organize them separately. Now that the soldiers have gained a more combat experience, a mixed formation is better suited for individual squad operations. If there's a large-scale battle, they can be reorganized later. Currently, Parker's and Jenkins' squads will be merged into the Storm Legion's 1st and 2nd Infantry squads. Keir's and Russell's squads will be merged into the 3rd and 4th Infantry squads. 2 new infantry squads, the 5th and 6th, will be added, with Owen and Ives, the deputy captains of the 1st and 2nd Infantry squads, being transferred to lead the 2 new squads. Additionally, 20 people from each of the 1st and 2nd Infantry squads and 10 people from each of the 3rd and 4th Infantry squads will be transferred to the newly formed 5th and 6th Infantry squads, Infantry squads. This approach minimizes the impact on the existing veteran squads while allowing the new squads to quickly develop combat capabilities. Regarding the Knight squads, Achilles plans to expand by 2 more, led by Eric and Thomas. However, both are currently not in the territory, so Achilles intends to assign them after the autumn harvest. As for the Archer squad, since there aren't many new young adults joining the territory, Achilles asked Will and his team to find suitable candidates with an aptitude for archery. Finally, Achilles decided to establish a system of auxiliary troops, organizing all the young adult serfs in the territory and providing them with basic training during their free time. This is much better than relying on serf armies. It lays the foundation for expanding the army and provides manpower for the upcoming Huai cannons. It's a win-win situation. For the operation of the Huai cannons, Achilles plans to select soldiers directly from the personal guard once the cannons are built. They are already participating in experiments, so he will simply choose some of the best and assign George to lead them. After the military reorganization tasks were assigned, Achilles prepared to focus on honing his magical abilities and swordsmanship until the autumn harvest season approached. The Demon Beast Knight Squad. A month has passed. It's September 1st, and the autumn harvest is just around the corner. Achilles has been in this world for almost half a year. Achilles decided to end his training and opened his character panel to check his progress. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: Magma Meditation, Tier 1 Novice Mage, 214 1000. Alchemy, Tier 2, Maximum, Triple Flame Slash. Tier 3, Maximum, can be fused Holy Light Cross Slash. Tier 3, Maximum, can be fused Tolly Light Cross Slash. Tier 3, Maximum, can be fused Fireball, Tier 1 Spell. Tier 1 Maximum, can be fused Fireball, Tier 1 Spell. Tier 1 Maximum. Attribute points, 173. All 3 sword skills have reached their maximum level. 10 Tier 2 arrow techniques could help a Tier 3 arrow technique advance. The 3 Tier 3 sword skills should be able to be fused into 1 Tier 4 sword skill. Achilles saw that all 3 sword skills had reached the maximum Tier 3 and prepared to fuse them. During this month of training, Achilles also consumed 10 vials of Nymph's Elixir, which increased his Magma Meditation attribute points by over 200. He also learned 2 new skills: Fireball, a Tier 1 spell, and Alchemy, and used his attribute points to bring them both to their maximum levels. Finally, he began learning the sword skills, Holy Light Cross Slash and Dawn's Edge. Among all these skills, Achilles found Alchemy the most challenging. He spent almost half of his time on it because mastering alchemy requires a vast amount of foundational magical knowledge, which was overwhelming for him. Fortunately, Achilles only needed to learn the basics. He could then use attribute points to improve them further. Achilles then fused the 3 Tier 3 sword skills, Triple Flame Slash, Holy Light Cross Slash, and Dawn's Edge. Immediately, a new sword skill appeared in his mind, along with the memory of how to use it. It took nearly 15 minutes for the memories of the new sword skill to fully integrate with Achilles' own memories. Achilles quickly opened the panel to check. Extreme Flame 4 Direction Slash, Tier 3, 0/500. Attribute points, 173. Achilles looked at the newly acquired sword skill and its level. Extreme Flame 4 Direction Slash. It can indeed be cultivated to Tier 4. But it's already at Tier 3? No wonder it took so long for the memories to merge. Next, Achilles experimented with the power of Extreme Flame 4 Direction Slash based on his memory. He discovered that although the 4 Direction Slash was only at Tier 3, its power was significantly greater than even the strongest of the previous 3 sword skills. Triple Flaming Slash. It seems that the higher the tier of a secret technique, the greater its power. I need to be more cautious when dealing with direct descendants of powerful nobles in the future. Those noble families all possess top-tier secret techniques. After testing Extreme Flame 4 Direction Slash, Achilles ended his month-long period of intense training and then slept soundly. The next day, Achilles summoned Old Justin. Old Justin, is everything prepared for the harvest? How many days until we can begin? Young master, everything is ready. It will probably take about 2 or 3 more days before we can start harvesting. This year, we only have 2,000 acres of farmland to harvest. But we have over 1,600 young men and over 1,100 young women available for the work. If everyone participates in the harvest, it might be completed in just a few days. Old Justin reported. All right, let everyone participate in the harvest. Let's try to get all the grain stored inside the castle before the orcs arrive, Achilles instructed. Yes, young master. Okay, you can go and make the arrangements now. After understanding the situation, Achilles dismissed Old Justin. Next, Achilles needed to arrange for defenses during the harvest season, because during the harvest season there is bound to be conflict. Perhaps in the first few days, everyone will be busy with the harvest. But after that, things become less safe. Some people have very little food, and they finish harvesting quickly. Then they might start trying to steal from others, especially those orcs. Some of them are unproductive, and this is their favorite time to raid. Based on the situation in Storm territory over the past few years, the orcs would first raid bandit camps in the Grey Mountains. After all, the strength of the bandits is much weaker than that of the noble territories. Once they've looted most of the Grey Mountains, The orcs would then return to storm territory to steal food supplies. Therefore, Achilles immediately planned to check on the progress of the repeating cannon experiment. It had been a month, and it should be close to completion. If this powerful weapon were deployed, it could ensure that even if a large number of orcs attacked, they would be decisively defeated. However, when Achilles arrived at the western edge of storm territory, he suddenly saw Clay and his squad of knights galloping past him with impressive speed. Achilles was stunned. "Mia, how did you tame the fire horses so quickly?" "Storm territory doesn't have dedicated beast tamers. In theory, these knights should be the ones to subdue the fire horses themselves. But Clay's squad consists of apprentice knights. How could they possibly tame a first-level fire horse, let alone properly train it afterward?" "Yes, sir. It's all thanks to Windy. Elven blood is naturally more attuned to magical beasts, and since Windy is also a life mage, she was able to communicate effectively with the fire horses. That's how she managed to tame them in just a few days," Mia replied. "There's such a thing." This good fortune came so unexpectedly. A little later, Clay returned with his squad of knights, clearly having seen Achilles. "Sir, have you finished your training?" At this moment, Achilles noticed that the aura emanating from Clay was that of a second-level knight. "Yes, I just finished." "And you? Congratulations on reaching the second level." Achilles congratulated Clay. "Ha ha ha, I only broke through a few days ago. I have to thank your wolf fire potion for that," Clay said happily. He then pointed at the second-level Fire Horse King and said, "Sir, would you like to try out your new mount? Riding a magical beast is an amazing experience." Achilles looked at the Fire Horse King. With it included, there were now 10 adult fire horses, just enough for Clay's squad. "No need," Achilles said. "You can keep the second-level Fire Horse King. Your squad will officially become a magical beast knight squad from now on. Currently, we only have this many Warcraft mounts. Instead of spreading them out individually, it would be better to form a dedicated unit of Warcraft riders. This way, we can fully utilize the power of the Flame Stallions." Hearing that Lord Achilles was giving them all 10 of the adult flame horses, Clay and the members of his knight squad were initially stunned, then immediately straightened up and bowed. "Thank you, my lord. There's no need to thank me. In the future, your monster knight squad will be undertaking the most challenging combat missions. I hope you are well prepared." "Don't worry, my lord. We aren't afraid of charging into battle. A knight dies with honor on the battlefield," Clay said dismissively. "I don't want you to die for glory. I need you to win battles for me, understand?" Achilles suddenly said sternly. "Understood, my lord." Clay nodded humbly. Achilles then instructed Clay and his team to continue familiarizing themselves with the Flame Horse's combat capabilities. He himself continued on to the repeating crossbow manufacturing facility. Bang! Boom! As soon as Achilles arrived at the facility, he saw a repeating crossbow launch a massive stone weighing approximately 100 kilograms, sending it flying over 200 meters. Then, 2 more loud bangs echoed, and 2 more repeating crossbows fired, each launching stones of different weights. Furthermore, the size of the projectiles carried by these 3 repeating crossbows was also different. However, Achilles noticed that these 3 repeating crossbows seemed much larger than the others. Such massive structures wouldn't fit on the walls of storm territory. "George, Fuson, come here." Achilles immediately called over the 2 men in charge of the facility. After George recovered from his injuries, Achilles assigned him to oversee the repeating crossbows, and he would eventually lead the entire unit. "My lord." The 2 men quickly ran over. "Fuson, why are these 3 repeating crossbows so large? They won't fit on the walls." "Yes, my lord, I know that. But we have experimented many times and found that to launch stones weighing more than 100 kilograms a distance of 200–300 meters, the repeating crossbows must be this size. The smaller ones can only fire projectiles weighing up to 80 kilograms. However, we've also tested it, and these 3 giant repeating crossbows can be placed 30–50 meters behind the city walls and still launch stones weighing over 100 kilograms a distance of 200 meters outside the walls." Fuson explained immediately. "I see." Achilles looked at the 3 massive repeating crossbows, thinking that the design of Newcastle might need to be adjusted. Then he asked, "Have you found a solution? Are the repeating crossbows currently being manufactured up to standard?" "My lord, they are all qualified. We have tested these 3 giant repeating crossbows and 6 large repeating crossbows many times here, and there are no problems. Also, as you instructed, I have created a detailed range chart showing the distances that different weights of projectiles and payloads can be fired. This time, George was the one who answered, as he was responsible for all these tasks. Very well, Achilles said finally. Over the next 2 days, you will go to storm territory and select suitable locations. Once you have set up the cannons, conduct a few test runs, and then report the number of personnel required for support. Achilles then went on to inspect other areas and ordered all factories outside the castle walls, including the brick factory, adobe factory, salt production site by the sea, and shipyard, to cease operations. This was in preparation for the upcoming autumn harvest, and also to ensure that the workers and serfs could return to the castle to avoid any potential orc attacks. The next day, Achilles issued a combat readiness alert to all units. This time, Achilles didn't plan to have his troops lie in ambush outside the city walls because there might be more than one orc army coming. If another orc unit appeared during an ambush, it would create problems. Therefore, the operational tasks were very simple, assigning defensive positions along the city walls and arranging reserve forces. Achilles didn't even hold a war council. He simply assigned tasks to each unit directly. At the same time, Achilles dispatched Clay's squad of beast riders to patrol the area. With their flame horses, they could cover more ground in less time, allowing Achilles to adjust his strategy based on the number of orcs approaching. With Storm Territory's current troop strength and defenses, it was unlikely that the orc tribes in the Barren Mountains would pose a significant threat worthy of an early warning. On September 4th, the autumn harvest at Storm Territory officially began, with all serfs participating, along with the soldiers. In reality, the yield from these over 2,000 acres of farmland was only around 210 tons, which is not nearly enough to sustain the current population of Storm Territory. Currently, Achilles obtains food for the territory through exchanges of salt and goods with Clay. It would likely take several years for the territory to achieve self-sufficiency in terms of food production. However, these fields and the small amount of grain they produce represent hope for everyone in Storm Territory. Achilles must prioritize this and not neglect food production simply because there are other economic resources available. Achilles understands that agricultural culture and commercial culture generate very different levels of cohesion and loyalty. To maintain strong rule, agricultural culture must be prioritized over commercial culture, especially in the early stages. Therefore, even seemingly minor tasks, Achilles must ensure they are done properly. As a result of the efforts of all the people of Storm Territory, the entire harvest was completed in just 2 days, and the grain was brought back to the castle. The remaining work could be carried out within the castle walls, while the final cleanup of the fields would have to wait until after the Orc War ended. As if on cue, the orcs arrived precisely when Achilles had transported the grain back to the castle. The next day, Clay returned to the castle to report that a goblin regiment and a pigmen regiment were simultaneously approaching Storm Territory. 2 battalions? They must have gone lost. With the amount of food I have, it would take 2,000 people to raid this place. Are they crazy? Achilles exclaimed in surprise. He never imagined that 2 battalions of orcs would arrive at the same time. They probably just happened to be together. I saw them coming from different directions, Clay replied helplessly. That's incredibly unlucky. Notify all units and prepare for battle. Achilles immediately ordered. The autumn harvest defense battle. After issuing the battle orders, Storm Territory came alive. The veteran soldiers were incredibly excited. Fighting alongside Lord Achilles always meant victory, and orcs represented opportunities for glory. This enthusiasm even spread to the over 200 new recruits, easing their tension and anxiety. In the days leading up to the battle, each of the newly arrived catapults had been tested several times after being positioned on the city walls and below them, ensuring their placement was optimal. This allowed most of the soldiers to witness firsthand the terrifying power of these siege engines. Therefore, now, whenever the soldiers saw those massive catapults standing in place, they felt a sense of security. Soon, each company reached its designated positions, ready for battle. Parker's 1st Infantry Company and Owen's 5th Infantry Company were stationed on the southern city wall, along with 3 archer squads, the 1st, 2nd, and newly formed 6th squads, all positioned on the south wall. Jenkins' 2nd Infantry Company and Ives's 6th Infantry Company jointly defended the western city wall, alongside the 3rd, 4th, and 5th archer squads. Kyle's 3rd Infantry Company and Russell's 4th Infantry Company and Russell's 4th Infantry Company served as a reserve force, ready to provide support and reinforcements whenever needed. Due to the difficulty of constructing siege ladders on the eastern and northern walls, orcs rarely attacked from those directions. Therefore, Achilles only deployed a few dozen elite guards to patrol these areas, tasked with immediately signaling any enemy activity. In addition, the 11 first-tier magical crossbows and 10 second-tier magical crossbows that Achilles had acquired, along with one fourth-tier magical siege crossbow, were distributed between the eastern and southern walls. The fourth-tier magical siege crossbow was positioned on the eastern wall. Similarly, the large catapults were deployed, 3 on each of the eastern and southern walls, 2 in front of the southern wall, and 1 in front of the eastern wall. All the peasant soldiers were also in place, with over 50 supporting each giant catapult, and over 20 supporting each giant catapult, and over 20 supporting each large catapult. Furthermore, Achilles organized a force of 200 peasant auxiliaries to transport wounded soldiers from the battlefield. Little Wendy and Archibald were responsible for providing medical treatment. When necessary, Little Wendy would also ascend to the city walls to cast first-level spells like Floral Purification and second-level spells like Emerald Blessing, boosting the morale and stamina of the soldiers. The night squads, led by Clay and Roger, were stationed on the southern wall, ready to quickly sortie through the south gate if needed. Eric and Thomas were deployed on the eastern wall, while the duty of guarding the mining island was entrusted to Kip, a newly promoted first-tier warrior from the elite guard company. 3 hours later, through Achilles' telescope, the distant orcish army was becoming increasingly visible. At this time, the goblin and pig tribes had already joined forces and were marching forward with a supply train of food and human slaves following behind. According to Clay's report, these slaves were captured by the goblin tribe from the Grey Mountains, as they originated from that direction. As the 2,000-strong orcish army came into view of the Storm Territory soldiers, it still caused a significant impact, especially among the new recruits, simply because there were so many orcs. Achilles had to stand between the eastern and southern walls, raising his voice to encourage the troops. "Soldiers, if you're afraid, just look at these Storm Territory cannons. You've already seen their power. Do you think an orc's head can withstand a barrage from them?" Achilles had temporarily renamed the cannons Storm Territory cannons to emphasize the might of Storm Territory. No, Clay, Parker, Jenkins, and other officer-level mages immediately responded loudly, inspiring all the soldiers to vent their fear. "No! No! Therefore victory will belong to Storm Territory, to us. Soldiers, fight for our territory, for yourselves. Kill these despicable orcs. Kill these despicable orcs. Kill! Kill!" With the entire army roaring in unison, a palpable aura of killing intent filled Storm Territory. Achilles was very pleased with this display. Meanwhile, within the advancing orcish horde, the goblin leader Gunnar spoke to the pig leader Darcy. "Darcy, how are we going to divide the spoils later?" Naturally, whoever grabs it gets it," said Darcy bluntly. "Darcy, are you sure about that? If you insist on that, perhaps we should settle this ourselves first," Gunnar said coldly. "Then what do you suggest? We've both attacked this Storm Territory before and know that only the eastern and southern walls can be used to set up siege ladders for an assault. So how about this? Let's each choose a side, see who breaches the wall first. The winner gets 2/3 of the spoils, and the loser gets 1/3. What do you say?" Gunnar proposed. After considering for a moment, Darcy, the pig leader, gritted his teeth and said, "Let's compete then. Who's afraid of whom? I'll take the east side. You can have the southern gate." Gunnar knew that while the south was a gate, it would undoubtedly be heavily guarded, making it more difficult to attack. The goblin tribe was inherently stronger than the pigman tribe, so Gunnar didn't care about Darcy's petty schemes and readily agreed. "All right, let's go with that." Both Gunnar, the goblin leader, and Darcy, the pigman leader, were Tier 5 beastfolk warriors. They had previously attacked Storm Territory, although they never managed to breach its defenses. However, they knew of Storm Territory's weaknesses. Moreover, they heard that the current Lord of Storm Territory was a very weak Tier 1 adventurer, significantly weaker than his predecessors. Furthermore, both tribes happened to arrive together this time, and with 2 large beastfolk armies, it would be difficult not to conquer Storm Territory. When the 2 beastfolk armies arrived at Storm Territory, they separated and moved independently. The goblin army began slowly approaching the southern wall of Storm Territory. Like the previous pigman leader, Gunnar was reckless and underestimated Storm Territory. Therefore, he made no reconnaissance or probing attempts, but instead launched a full-scale attack on storm territory. He immediately dispatched 3 squads, led by goblin adventurers, to attack the southern wall. 3 more squads followed closely behind, ready to seize the southern wall at any moment. When the goblin army entered the range of storm territory's cannons, Park didn't immediately use the catapults. Instead, he waited until the goblins were within range of the archers before giving the order. Archers, fire! The 3 squads of archers on the wall were already poised and ready. Upon hearing the command, they simultaneously released their arrows. The first volley of 30 arrows flew swiftly, instantly hitting several goblins. Meanwhile, Achilles, who was also stationed at the southern wall, didn't immediately use his enchanted bow, but prepared to ambush the adventurers at a crucial moment. The archers continued firing, releasing another few volleys before the goblins reached the wall, taking down over 20 goblins. Immediately after, the archers retreated and shield-bearers moved forward to defend against the goblin archers' counterattack. After firing several volleys of arrows, the goblins who were carrying siege ladders rushed to the base of the wall and set up the ladders. Without being prompted by the adventurers, the goblin soldiers began scrambling up the ladders, shouting loudly. However, they had only climbed halfway when a pile of logs was dropped from the wall above, knocking many goblins back down. Several goblin adventurer officers immediately ordered, "Frontline soldiers, raise your shields and prepare to defend. Archers, continue firing." Hearing the order, Achilles immediately used his regular bow to kill 2 Tier 1 goblin officers who were giving commands. This caused the other goblin adventurers to hesitate before issuing any further orders. As the first wave of 3 goblin squads was repelled, a second wave of 3 goblin squads immediately charged forward. Seeing this, Park quickly ordered the storm cannons to be prepared for firing. As soon as the second wave of 3 goblin squads entered the range of the storm cannons, Parker immediately ordered the soldiers operating the cannons. Large storm cannon, load 4 20-stone projectiles, effective range 300 meters. Giant storm cannon, load 200 stone projectiles, effective range 250 meters. Ready, fire, boom, 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 boom. Almost simultaneously, 5 massive explosions echoed out. 12 20-stone projectiles and 4 100-stone projectiles roared through the air, arcing across the battlefield before slamming precisely into the goblin formations. The goblin formation was instantly thrown into chaos. Goblins hit by the 100-stone projectiles were immediately crushed to pieces. Those struck by the 20-stone projectiles lost limbs or had their heads explode like watermelons. Moreover, after hitting a goblin, these stone projectiles continued rolling on the ground, inflicting further injuries to another 10 to 20 goblins. One of the 100 stone projectiles even directly killed a level 1 goblin and injured a level 3 goblin. This terrifying scene stunned the entire goblin army. The 4 massive stones in particular filled the goblin mages with dread. Then another volley of stone projectiles arrived, causing even more casualties. At this point, the goblin leader finally snapped out of his stupor and roared, "Gorok, what are you doing? Charge!" Gorok, the leader of the second wave of goblin troops, a level 4 goblin, was startled by the order. He rallied his 3 squads and desperately charged forward. After enduring another 2 volleys of stone projectiles, they finally reached the base of the city walls. At this point, 1/5 of Gorok's 3 goblin squads had already been lost, and a significant portion of those casualties were not instantly killed. Instead, they lay on the ground, covered in blood and screaming in agony, which severely demoralized the goblins. Meanwhile, as these 3 goblin squads desperately charged forward, Achilles' enchanted arrows once again proved their effectiveness, killing 1 level 1 goblin and 1 level 2 goblin. Even the 4th-tier goblin named Grow, while trying to dodge the stone projectiles, was seized upon by Achilles, who fired a piercing arrow that struck him in the chest, causing severe injury. A follow-up arrow quickly ended his life. The death of the 4th-tier goblin captain threw the attacking goblin army into disarray. Seeing this, their leader, Gunnar, reluctantly ordered a retreat. During the goblin army's withdrawal, they were once again subjected to 2 volleys of stone projectiles. This time, all the stones were 20 jin, approximately 40 pounds each. A total of 64 such heavy stones were fired, inflicting further casualties on the retreating goblins. The 2 barrages from the storm cannons likely killed or severely injured around 150 goblins. Among those killed were one first-tier and one second-tier goblin craftsman, while one second-tier and one third-tier craftsman were wounded. After witnessing the goblins' chaotic retreat, the defenders of Storm Territory erupted in cheers, celebrating another resounding victory. Just before the goblins retreated from the south wall, the Picken attacking the east wall were also repelled. While the east wall lacked an archer like Achilles, it did have a fourth-tier magical crossbow, along with Mia, a fourth-tier subhuman warrior, and the storm cannons. The Picken's initial assault was similarly met with heavy losses. The surprise attack by the storm cannons inflicted casualties of around 180 Picken, including 2 first-tier and 1 third-tier Picken who were killed outright. Under Achilles' operation, the magical crossbow, in coordination with Mia, successfully eliminated 1 fourth-tier Picken. After Achilles observed that the fighting on the east wall had also ended, he immediately dispatched a company of infantry led by Kier to exit the city and clear the battlefield, bringing back the heads of the goblins and Pigkin as proof of their accomplishments. This was considered meritorious service. He also ordered the bodies to be burned, given the current hot weather. However, Achilles also realized a drawback of the storm cannons. They were prone to crushing the brains of the orcs. Since the Alpha Kingdom typically determines an orc's rank based on the aura emanating from their brain, those with crushed brains could not have their kills counted towards meritorious service. As Achilles lamented the lost potential for earning merit, "Sir," Clay said, "cleaning up the battlefield now might be dangerous and it could provoke the orcs." "Don't worry, it's all right. The orcs are already terrified by the storm cannons. They definitely won't attack the city for now. Besides, provoking them is exactly what I want. How else can we make them lose their minds? Go tell Clear to bring me the heads of all the orcish warriors and display them on the city walls, so that these orcs can take a good look," Achilles said confidently. As Clay had predicted, when the Goblin and Pigman forces saw Storm Territory soldiers collecting the heads of their kin, they were filled with rage, but dared not attack again. "Gunnar, what should we do now?" Pigman leader Darcy arrived at the Goblin camp and directly asked about the next course of action. "How would I know what to do?" Gunnar roared angrily before adding helplessly, "When did Storm Territory acquire such terrifying magical catapults? I've never seen anything like it in Grey Fortress. Now that they have these powerful magical catapults, any attempt to conquer Storm Territory will result in heavy losses. It's simply not worth it. Are you suggesting we retreat?" Darcy frowned. "What else can we do? Do you want to continue?" Gunnar glared at Darcy. "What if I told you those weren't magical catapults?" Darcy suddenly asked. "Huh, what do you mean?" "My scouts reached the city walls and saw that the catapults didn't have any magical aura. You should be able to sense it too." Darcy said seriously. "Really? I thought it was just my imagination," Gunnar exclaimed in surprise. "It's not your imagination. Those are ordinary catapults, but for some reason they're incredibly powerful and accurate," Darcy affirmed. After receiving Darcy's confirmation, Gunnar fell silent, his expression fluctuating as he pondered something. After a long silence, he stood up resolutely and said, "I understand what you mean. I'll take care of it. Once we obtain the secrets of those catapults, we can present them to the Empire together. Then, this is the Gunnar I know. How could we miss such a great opportunity?" Following that, the two began to discuss their plans, aiming to conquer Storm Territory and seize the catapults. While the Goblin leader and the Pigman leader were discussing their plans, the massive Goblin and Pigman armies outside began setting up camp. Achilles observed this and realized that the orcs weren't going to give up. He wasn't sure if they were truly angered by his actions, or if they were simply overconfident. Regardless, Achilles welcomed it. After all, every enemy killed contributed to his war merits. Achilles then descended from the city walls and headed to the temporary command center. At this point, the battle results and casualty figures should have been compiled. "Let's start with the casualties," he said. Parker stood up to report. The 1st Infantry Squad on the south wall suffered 2 fatalities and 8 injuries. The 5th Infantry Squad had 4 fatalities and 12 injuries. No other units sustained any losses. After Parker finished, Jenkins immediately followed up. On the east wall, the 2nd Infantry Squad had 3 fatalities and 11 injuries. The 6th Infantry Squad suffered 6 fatalities and 13 injuries. The Archer unit had 2 injuries. In total, there were 15 casualties. It wasn't a large number, and so far, none of the 21 level 1 or 2 magical crossbows had been used. After all, it wouldn't be wise to reveal all your cards in the first battle. Achilles then asked, How many enemies were captured? Krill, who was responsible for clearing the battlefield after the fighting, stood up to report. Sir, on the south wall we captured a total of 213 goblins. Among them, there was 1 level 4 mage, 2 level 2 mages, and 6 level 1 mages. However, the heads of 1 level 1 goblin and 41 ordinary goblins were crushed, making them ineligible for war merits. On the east wall, we captured 241 pigmen. Among them, there was 1 level 4 mage, 1 level 3 mage, 1 level 3 mage, and 4 level 1 mages. Additionally, 1 level 3 mage and 46 ordinary goblins were unable to be counted towards war merits. Therefore, the total war merits earned from both sides amount to 26.6 points of 9th grade merit, 3 points of 8th grade merit, and 2 points of 6th grade merit. Achilles nodded approvingly. The war merits were quite good, although some were wasted. Still, it wasn't a significant issue. Next, Achilles prepared to adjust the troop deployment. He anticipated that the fighting would be even more intense tomorrow or tonight. And since the 5th and 6th infantry squads had suffered slightly heavier losses, he decided to switch their assignments with the 3rd and 4th infantry squads. Just as Achilles was about to issue the order for the troop rotation, he suddenly received a dangerous warning from his innate ability of precognition. Danger in storm territory. Tonight, at midnight, an orc night raid is imminent. Level 5 goblins and level 5 pigmen will stealthily climb over the north wall to attack the rear lines. Danger! A night raid? The orcs aren't completely stupid, Achilles thought. He had anticipated that the orcs might attempt a night raid, as it could help them avoid being precisely targeted by the storm cannons. However, what surprised Achilles was that 2 level 5 orc leaders were actually risking themselves to infiltrate the city. If they had been caught off guard by such an attack, it would have been quite dangerous. But now that Achilles' innate ability of precognition had foreseen this, it was clear that those 2 level 5 orc leaders were in for some trouble. Following this, Achilles immediately arranged for a nighttime defense. The troop deployment remained the same, but preparations were made for nighttime weaponry. First, all the whale oil was collected and used to ignite some stone projectiles, which could also be used to set fire to logs. Then, all the dry grass within the city walls was moved outside. After nightfall, people would quietly spread the dry grass along both sides of the 2 sections of the wall, approximately 300 meters away. This would help prevent the orcs from detecting it, and a small amount of whale oil would be mixed in. When the orcs launched their nighttime attack, the ignited stone projectiles and arrows would set the dry grass ablaze, creating chaos within the orc formation, while also providing illumination for archers and storm cannons to achieve accurate shots. Achilles also instructed Parker and Jenkins that they could freely use the magical crossbows tonight. These were the deployments for the main battlefield. Next was the plan for dealing with the 5th level orcs at the north wall. Achilles planned to deploy Mia, operating a 4th level magical giant crossbow, along with Clay's Beast Rider squad and the 1st archery unit, equipped with 5 1st level and 5 2nd level magical crossbows, to ambush the 5th level orcs near the north wall. After arranging these deployments, Achilles and Clay went to the north wall to select suitable ambush positions. As night fell, after the 3rd and 4th infantry companies finished laying down the dry grass, they began to wait quietly for the orcs to walk into their trap. At midnight, as fighting broke out on the east and south sides, a large amount of light erupted. This made Gunnar, the goblin leader lurking outside the north wall, uneasy. Darcy, what's with all that light coming from the east? Is storm territory prepared? Don't worry, Darcy reassured him. It was expected. We knew those catapults would be a problem for nighttime combat, and humans likely anticipated this as well. It's normal for them to have countermeasures, as long as we succeed on our end. Darcy then led the way towards the wall, each of them carrying 1 3rd level, 2 2nd level, and 2 1st level orcs. Seeing this, Gunnar could only follow him up. When all 12 orcs reached the top of the wall, they discovered that there was indeed no one on this side, so they quietly entered storm territory. At that moment, Achilles, who was lying in wait beneath the wall, sensed the approaching enemy presence. He then saw the figures of the enemies in the faint light and immediately signaled everyone to prepare. He aimed at the 5th level goblin and brought his chasing wind archery technique to its peak. Then came a rapid whistling sound as it broke through the air. In an instant, the 3rd level piercing arrow reached the chest of the 5th level goblin. Thud! The 3rd level piercing arrow pierced directly through the unarmored 5th level goblin. Damn it, there's an ambush. Retreat. Seeing Gunnar get hit by the arrow, Darcy didn't hesitate and turned to run. Darcy, help me. Gunnar, severely wounded, cried out for help from Darcy. However, Darcy, who had already sensed the fluctuations of the magical giant crossbow, completely ignored Gunnar and ran away without looking back. Darcy, you bastard! Gunnar shouted in anger and despair. After blocking Achilles' second arrow, he was instantly killed by a fourth-tier magical crossbow. Subsequently, all the remaining orcish workers were also killed, either by the archer squad's magical crossbows or trampled underfoot by the Beast Knight squadron. Only one orc, a fifth-level pigman who decisively fled at the beginning, managed to escape the ambush. The ambush at the north city wall ended quickly. With so many magical crossbows, the orcs didn't even have a chance to charge. After dealing with all the orcs, Achilles immediately ordered Clay to return to the south city wall and Will's fourth-tier magic crossbow team to reinforce the east city wall. Then, he led the archer squad up to the north city wall to pursue the fifth-tier pigman leader. Sir, Mia reported as soon as Achilles arrived, that fifth-tier pigman escaped very decisively. Even though I'm only fourth tier, he didn't even stop to fight me. He's a clever pigman indeed. I wish I had known earlier and killed him then, Achilles said regretfully. The fact that the fifth-tier pigman had escaped was still disappointing for Achilles. The last goblin in the previous encounter had been shot down by a magic crossbow, so Achilles hadn't obtained any energy essence from a fifth-tier orc. He'd hoped to get it from the pigman, but now it seems he will have to wait until next time. After carefully sensing the lingering presence of the pigman and confirming that he was fleeing rapidly in the distance, Achilles gathered a squad of elite guards to continue guarding the area. Then he led Mia and the archer squad back to reinforce the battlefield of the south city wall. At this point, Achilles' nighttime tactics were proving very effective on the main front lines. First, dozens of rockets and firebombs ignited the dry grass laid out in front of the wall, instantly illuminating everything within 300 meters below the city walls. This caused some confusion among the orcs who were trying to sneak through. Next, countless stones weighing between 20 and 100 kilograms were precisely aimed at the orc formations, plunging them back into the terror of being dominated by artillery fire. Although a fourth-tier orc captain led his troops quickly through the death zone of the artillery, the morale of the orc army had already plummeted, making it unsuitable for continuing the assault. However, under the orders of the fifth-tier orc leader, the fourth-tier captain was forced to continue the attack, trying to create an opportunity for the higher-ranking leaders. But instead of receiving reinforcements from the fifth-tier leader, the struggling orc army only received Achilles' relentless attacks. Furthermore, when Achilles arrived at the south city wall, the pigmen on the east side were already retreating, clearly following a withdrawal order issued by the escaped fifth-tier pigmen. This was within Achilles' expectations. He instructed Will to reposition the fourth-tier magical crossbows on the east wall, while everyone else focused their support on the south wall. As more archers and professionals joined the defense on the south wall, the losses among the goblin horde increased significantly. Gradually, a fourth-tier goblin captain noticed something amiss. He observed that activity on the eastern side seemed to have diminished considerably, and it didn't appear as though the walls had been breached there. He immediately dispatched a second-tier goblin scout to investigate. The scout quickly reported back that the pikemen were retreating. The fourth-tier goblin captain realized that their leader and others likely failed, and that their leader might have met with an unfortunate fate. He then decisively ordered a retreat. Seeing this, Achilles immediately gave the order for the pre-prepared Clay Beast Rider squad and the Roger Knight squad to attack. They were instructed to pursue the orcs out of range of the artillery fire before returning. Using the Knight squads to hunt down the demoralized goblins was far more effective than using the cannons, and it would also conserve ammunition. After the Knight squads completed their pursuit, Achilles sent people out of the city to clean up the battlefield, while he himself went to rest. He had a lot of post-battle matters to deal with the next day. As for the orcs, who were now thoroughly frightened, Achilles estimated that they would likely leave storm territory during the night. The following morning, Achilles first inspected the city walls to confirm that the orcs had indeed retreated. He then went to the temporary command center to assess the situation, which was still in place. From Parkin Jenkins, he learned that during last night's battle, Storm Territory only suffered 7 casualties and 11 injuries. However, they managed to kill 398 goblins and 162 pikemen. excluding those whose contributions couldn't be converted into merit points. Storm Territory earned a total of 30.4 9th-tier merit points, 6 8th-tier merit points, 3 7th-tier merit points, and 1 5th-tier merit point. Adding the merits from the daytime battle, the total was 57 9th-tier merit points, 9 8th-tier merit points, 3 7th-tier merit points, 2 6th-tier merit points, 2 6th-tier merit points, and 1 5th-tier merit point. Among them, Clay and his team could receive 4 of the 8th-tier merit points, bringing them just 5 8th-tier merit points away from their goal. Have the individual combat merits for the soldiers been tallied? Achilles continued to ask. Not yet, Park replied. This requires each company and squad to report their results, which we will then verify. The squads that were on duty last night haven't reported yet. Okay, please expedite that. Achilles nodded, then realized that Clay wasn't present. Shouldn't he be heading out on a patrol to the northwest? Creel immediately explained. Sir, when we went to check on the goblin camp at dawn, we discovered something else. There were tracks leading both northwest and west from the goblin camp. The northwestern track likely indicates where the goblins fled. Captain Clay went to investigate the western track. West? Towards the coastline? Achilles asked. Yes, sir. There's a clear trail along the coast indicating a large group passed through, Creel confirmed. Achilles pondered for a moment and muttered to himself. It seems someone is taking advantage of the situation. Could it be those bandits? The goblin horde from yesterday had come from the Grey Mountains and was carrying their loot, including stolen food and human slaves. Logically, goblins fleeing in the middle of the night wouldn't carry items that would slow down the group. Therefore, the tracks leading west likely indicate someone stole those items. With this realization, Achilles immediately ordered, Parker, assemble your 1st Infantry Company and come with me to support Clay and his team. Yes, sir, Parker replied and quickly went to gather his troops. Just then, a novice knight rushed in. It was Hill, the most talented slave knight under Roger. Sir, when Captain Roger led us on our patrol to the northwest, we discovered that the pigkin had just crossed the Cane River. We also found many orc corpses on this side of the Cane River, mostly goblins, with only a few pigkin. Among them was that escaped 4th-tier goblin. Hill's words stunned those present, including Jenkins and Creel. Could it be that the orcs were attacked? However, Achilles immediately understood what had happened. It was likely the escaped 5th-tier pigkin who had ambushed the goblin horde. Knowing that the 5th-tier goblins were dead, he probably attacked the goblin group along the way to weaken the goblin tribes in the wilderness, making it easier for him to conquer them and recover from his losses. Unexpected gains. This is a free opportunity for merit, Achilles thought. He immediately ordered, Creel, immediately lead your 3rd Infantry Company to retrieve the heads of those orcs. They are all meritorious deeds. However, what Achilles didn't know was that the 5th-tier pigkin ambushed the goblin horde not only to conquer the goblin tribes but also for another reason. His primary goal was to prevent the goblins from revealing the existence of the storm cannons within Storm Territory, as he wanted to claim all the credit for himself. Achilles didn't know that the storm cannon in his possession had already caught someone's attention. After sending Captain Kirill and his 3rd Infantry Squad, Achilles, along with Mia and the 1st Infantry Squad, followed the coastline to pursue the bandits who dared to steal his spoils. Less than 5 kilometers from where Achilles led the 1st Infantry Squad, they encountered Ingmar, who had returned to report. As Achilles suspected, a group of bandits had indeed raided the goblin camp at night, stealing food and slaves. This band of thieves consisted of 150 individuals, including 1 Tier 2 mid-level warrior and 2 Tier 1 low-level warriors. Captain Kirill's Monster Knight Squad had already caught up to them, but by the time they did, the bandits were already near the Cane River. Upon realizing that a group of monster knights was pursuing them, the bandits decisively abandoned the stolen food and slaves. They quickly ran towards makeshift rafts on the Cane River. Kirill's squad managed to capture only a handful of bandits who didn't have time to board the rafts. After the bandits crossed the Cane River using the rafts, Kirill's Monster Knight Squad was unable to continue the pursuit and immediately sent Ingmar back to report. Did you capture any alive? Achilles asked immediately. Yes, Ingmar replied. We captured a total of 5 bandits. Good, Achilles said coldly. Let's go. Those bandits won't be able to escape. The bandits in the Grey Mountains weren't particularly strong. Their continued existence was mainly due to the vastness of the mountains and their ability to hide effectively. It was generally difficult to find their hidden bases. However, now that Achilles had captured some alive, he could quickly pursue them and, before they moved their base, eliminate them completely. Next, Achilles arrived at the Cane River and, with 20 soldiers, escorted over 200 slaves and more than 80 tons of food back to Storm territory. The task of pursuing and eliminating the bandits was left to Kirill and Park. Achilles also assigned Mia to them, confident that they would be able to handle the bandits without much difficulty. Currently, Achilles had no shortage of energy essence, so there was absolutely no need to waste time on those few Tier 1 and Tier 2 bandits. It would be more worthwhile for him to return and study magic. That afternoon, Kirill also returned to Storm territory, bringing with him the heads of 426 goblins and 114 pigmen. Among the fallen, there was 1 level 4 goblin, 1 level 3 goblin, 2 level 2 goblins, 2 level 2 hobgoblins, 5 level 1 goblins, and 3 level 1 hobgoblins. Seeing a severed head of a hobgoblin among the corpses, Achilles guessed that the hobgoblins must have just finished fighting when Roger and his group arrived. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left even the bodies of the hobgoblin soldiers behind. However, this meant that Achilles had essentially acquired 35 level 9 achievements, 4 level 8 achievements, 4 level 7 achievement, 1 level 7 achievement, and 1 level 6 achievement for free. Adding to what he already had, Achilles now possessed 1 level 5 achievement, 3 level 6 achievements, 4 level 7 achievements, 13 level 8 achievements, and 92 level 9 achievements. Achilles needed to carefully consider whether to continue exchanging these achievements for magical crossbows and potions, or if there were other more valuable uses for them. On the third day, Clay and Parker returned to Storm territory, bringing with them over 300 serfs, over 50 captured bandits, and about 60 units of food, along with some mismatched weapons and equipment. During this time, the individual combat achievements of the soldiers were also tallied. While many had accumulated a level 9 achievement due to the previous lessons learned from Ron and Yuri, Achilles implemented a policy that only those at the peak of their cultivation could exchange for breakthrough potions. Therefore, among those who met the requirements this time, only the deputy commanders of the 3rd and 4th Infantry Squads, Judd and Sean, were eligible. Additionally, Ingmar from the Beast Knight Squad reached the Apprentice Knight peak and received a vial of life essence. Achilles then sent Clay to Grey Fortress, instructing him to inform Captain Archibald of the 8th Battalion that he wanted to make a deal involving combat achievements. If Archibald was willing, he should come to the mouth of the Cane River. After considering for 2 days, Achilles decided not to use his achievements to exchange for magical crossbows and potions. Now that they had the storm cannons, they could also manufacture ballistae. The need for those powerful magical weapons in Storm territory wasn't as urgent anymore. Therefore, Achilles planned to ask Archibald if he was willing to make a private deal involving combat achievements, which would essentially involve trading with the Lincoln Duke family behind him. As for why Clay had to go personally and why Archibald himself had to come, it was because the kingdom strictly cracked down on any private transactions involving combat achievements. Those caught were immediately stripped of their achievements. Therefore, Achilles thought it was better to be cautious. 2 days later, Clay, riding his beastly mount, returned from Grey Fortress. He reported that Archibald had agreed to the deal, and they were already on their way, expected to arrive tomorrow. Immediately, Achilles ordered Parker's 1st Infantry Company to set out with all the orc heads for a trade at the mouth of the Cane River. He also brought along some brown sugar and distilled spirits. Since Achilles didn't have his own trading caravan, he planned to find an agent to help him sell them, simply sharing a portion of the profits. The next day at noon, Achilles finally met Captain Archibald after waiting all morning. Achilles, it seems you've had quite a successful haul this time, Archibald said, noticing the large carts behind Achilles. He clearly knew what was inside. Captain Archibald, I did indeed stumble upon a great opportunity, Achilles replied, spinning another tall tale. He didn't care whether anyone believed him or not. All right, let's hear it. How much merit have you earned? And why are we doing this privately? Archibald winced at the mention of great opportunities. Every time he sent someone to Grey Fortress to redeem merits, they came back with similar stories, either good luck or a bargain. Archibald no longer believed a word of it. However, his family had instructed him not to question Achilles too much and not to tell Achilles anything about the capital city. He was only supposed to conduct business with him and ignore everything else. Well, there's quite a bit. Achilles said slowly. I have 1 5th-grade merit, 3 6th-grade merits, 4 7th-grade merits, 13 8th-grade merits, and 92 9th-grade merits. Archibald gasped. This was more than the total merit earned from his last major victory at the fortress. That had been the result of an entire company's efforts. Achilles' situation in storm territory was a mystery to him, especially considering that Achilles had only arrived 6 months ago. Could this be someone from the Tulip family? Archibald thought to himself. However, after glancing at the elderly man beside him, he didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he went straight to the point. What exactly are you looking to trade? I need 1 formula for a level 1 warrior training potion, 1 formula for a level 2 knight training potion, and 1 formula for a level 2 mage training potion. And there must be no additional conditions attached, Achilles said slowly. The reason Wendy Achilles went to such lengths to find Archibald and engage in this clandestine transaction involving military achievements was because the kingdom's system for redeeming merits only allowed for the exchange of potions, not potion recipes. Even when exchanging for potions, there were numerous strict conditions attached. Furthermore, Wendy needed a large quantity of potions, and both she and Archibald, being second-tier alchemists, required them for their territory. Therefore, obtaining unconditional potion recipes was the most cost-effective solution. However, when Archibald and the elderly man beside him heard Wendy's request, they frowned. Archibald then shook his head. I'm sorry, Achilles, I can't agree to that. Really not? Wendy murmured to herself. Wendy had suspected this. These nobles and members of the royal family wanted to keep these potion recipes within their own control so they could continuously profit from selling potions. Indeed, it's not possible, Archibald added. However, if you want to exchange for potions, we can offer double the kingdom's price. But Wendy shook her head and continued. What about an exchange? I have a first-tier mage potion recipe, a first-tier knight potion recipe, and a second-tier warrior potion recipe. If I combine those with my military achievements, would that work? This was Wendy's compromise. However, it still felt like a significant loss. She was essentially trading a large amount of military achievements and a first-tier water lily potion recipe for a single second-tier alchemist potion recipe. A terrible deal. So, she added another condition. Also, I need 3 5th-tier magical crossbow bolts, 5 4th-tier magical crossbow bolts, 5 4th-tier magical crossbow bolts, 5 4th-tier magical crossbow bolts. Before Archibald could respond, the elderly man spoke up. Do you have the seeds for the main ingredient in your first-tier mage potion recipe? Just as Wendy looked confused, Archibald quickly introduced, This is Caldor Lincoln, my uncle. You can be assured, Achilles. Wendy didn't dwell on it. Archibald wouldn't risk her life for such a small amount of military achievements, and she had the backing of the Tulip family. So, she nodded. Yes, I do. After some consideration, Caldor agreed to Wendy's proposed transaction. He also presented the magical contract for Achilles and Archibald to sign. The Lincoln family's magical formulas would be sent to Grey Fortress. Achilles could retrieve them himself, or have Archibald deliver them to Storm Territory. The same applied to the enchanted arrows. Achilles had no objections and immediately handed over all 3 potion recipes, the Narcissus flower seeds, and the orc head to Archibald. After completing the transaction for military achievements, Achilles quickly brought out the distilled liquor and brown sugar. Captain Archibald, Lord Caldor, to celebrate our successful deal, please try a specialty of Storm Territory, storm liquor. Oh, liquor? I didn't know Achilles could brew liquor. I'll give it a try. Archibald immediately took a sip of the liquor, clearly someone who appreciated good drinks. However, as soon as Archibald gulped down a large mouthful of the storm liquor, his eyes widened and he involuntarily spat it out, followed by a fit of coughing. Cough. Cough. This caused confusion among those around him. Was it that bad? Achilles chuckled. Captain Archibald, this liquor is quite strong. It's best to drink it slowly. Cough. Achilles, what kind of liquor is this? It's incredibly potent. Lord Caldor, hearing the conversation, was also curious and took a small bowl for a taste. Immediately his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Excellent liquor! Achilles Baron, did you brew this in your territory? Yes, and I'm selling it for 1 silver coin per gin, Achilles said with a meaningful look. When Kaldor heard the price, he understood what Achilles was implying. Baron Achilles wants to trade this liquor with us. Yes, not just storm liquor, but also this brown sugar. Saying this, Achilles took out several pieces of brown sugar. Sugar? Is that sugar? Looking at the unfamiliar brown sugar, both men immediately tasted it. Then they were speechless. After a long silence, Kaldor asked seriously, Achilles, Baron, how much sugar do you produce, and what's your price? Sugar is a luxury item for nobles, so its price has always been high and the profit margin is considerable. 1 gold coin per gen with an approximate monthly production of 800 gen. If the Lincoln family wants, I can provide you with 500 gen, approximately 1,100 pounds of brown sugar and 30 tons of strong liquor every month, Achilles said. However, the Lincoln family needs to sell me grain, which I need for brewing. Kaldor was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't believe that they were only asking for 1 gold coin per gin of brown sugar. He thought that if he took this brown sugar to the capital, he could definitely sell it for 5 gold coins per gin. So, he immediately agreed. Yes, we want it. But I hope that when Baron Achilles expands production in the future, he will prioritize selling to our Lincoln family. Achilles shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't promise you that because I don't have that authority yet. However, I can guarantee one thing, as long as we remain friends, the current supply will not decrease. Kaldor thought for a moment and reluctantly agreed. All right, let's do it like this for now. Afterward, both parties finalized some details of the transaction, and the deal was done. From then on, Achilles would simply need to deliver the strong liquor and brown sugar to Grey Fortress. When they parted ways, Achilles gave Archibald and Kaldor all the brown sugar and strong liquor he had brought with him, which made them very happy. The day after Achilles returned to Storm territory, he presided over the groundbreaking ceremony for North Castle. The construction of North Castle officially began. With this, all the labor in the entire Storm territory was concentrated on the construction of North Castle. However, now that the deal for brown sugar and strong liquor had been reached, these two places also needed a lot of manpower, especially for the brown sugar, even though there were still many wild beets available. Maintaining production would require manual cultivation. Therefore, Achilles urgently needed people to cultivate some dry land to plant beets, while also not delaying the construction of North Castle. So, Achilles went to Wendy's sugar factory to check on things. Wendy, how much brown sugar do you have in the factory right now? Why are you asking that? Wendy asked cautiously. Achilles was so focused on observing the sugar-making process that he didn't notice Wendy's expression. Oh, our territory is short on people. I need to sell the sugar and buy some serfs. Sell all of it? Wendy exclaimed. Yes, otherwise what's the point? Are we going to eat it ourselves? Achilles said impatiently. Then I'll go check how much brown sugar we have right now. Please wait for me here. Wendy said this and quickly rushed towards the warehouse where the sugar was stored. Seeing Wendy's hasty departure, Achilles finally realized something. I wonder if this girl is reluctant to sell the candies and is planning to hide them away. Mia and old Justin, who were following behind, remained silent, clearly thinking the same thing. Just as Achilles suspected, Wendy, that little glutton, had indeed gone to hide her stash of molasses. When Achilles arrived at the warehouse, he saw Wendy loading boxes of molasses onto a wagon, one by one. The strenuous activity made her sweat profusely, soaking her clothes and accentuating her already impressive figure, making it even more striking. Old Justin had already left, and Mia hadn't followed. So, Achilles remained silent, quietly admiring the scene. Only when the wagon was completely full did Wendy stop. She immediately called out, "Grandpa Walker, we can go now. We'll leave through the back door." "Oh, all right, Miss Wendy," replied Grandpa Walker. It was only then that Achilles noticed someone else on the wagon. Walker himself, the coachman who had followed him from Tulip Manor. As Walker prepared to drive away, Achilles finally spoke up. "Walker, stop." Hearing the voice, Walker immediately stopped the wagon and bowed to Achilles. "Sir, Walker, are you still working as a coachman?" "Yes, sir," Walker replied respectfully. "You should find another job. I've heard that driving a carriage can be dangerous." Seeing the elderly Walker, Achilles felt it was time for him to find something less strenuous. "Oh, but sir, old Walker only knows how to drive a carriage," said Walker, almost choked with emotion at the prospect of being dismissed. Hearing that old Walker might lose his job, Wendy, who had been hiding, immediately stepped forward. "Sir, it's not Grandpa Walker's fault. He doesn't know I was stealing molasses. If you want to punish someone, punish me." Wendy thought Achilles was punishing old Walker, so she bravely stepped up to take the blame. Achilles was amused by Wendy's heroic and self-sacrificing demeanor. He decided to tease her a little. "Is that so? You said it yourself. Well, let me think about how I should punish you." He began to look up and down at Wendy, paying particular attention to her assets. This startled Wendy, who immediately crossed her arms and said indignantly, "That's not okay." Ha ha ha. Achilles looked at the part of Wendy that she was trying to cover, and he couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Old Walker is getting older, and it's true that driving isn't suitable for him anymore. I'm planning to give him a less demanding job so he can retire." "Really?" Wendy was surprised. "Of course," Achilles affirmed, then turned to old Walker and said, "Walker, from now on, you'll be in charge of guarding the entrance to the molasses warehouse. Your pay will double, but if any molasses is lost, I'll throw you into a sugar vat to extract sugar from you, understand?" Old Walker was overjoyed to hear that he was only getting a different job with double the pay. He immediately bowed his head to Achilles. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Old Walker will definitely guard this gate with all his might." "All right, go outside and call in a squad of soldiers. Have them load the sugar onto carts and take it away," Achilles instructed. "No, please, this is sugar that I painstakingly refined." At this moment, Wendy protested again, leaning against the wagon and trying to protect the sugar. "Wendy, I told you that this sugar needs to be used to exchange for slaves so we can plant those sugar beets. Otherwise, there will be no sugar beets next year, and your sugar factory will have to close," Achilles explained. "Really?" Wendy asked incredulously. "Really. All the serfs in the territory are currently working on building the North Keep. Haven't you noticed that your sugar factory is short-staffed?" Wendy finally reluctantly let go of her arms. "Okay, I suppose it's true that we're a bit short-handed. But after you get those slaves back, make sure to assign more people to the sugar factory. There are about 10,000 jin, approximately 22,000 pounds of sugar left here, aside from what needs to be given as rewards to the soldiers. 10,000 jin? That should be enough. Add in some strong liquor, refined salt, and seafood, and it should be enough to exchange for about 1,000 young male serfs and 500 young female serfs. It's just barely enough," Achilles estimated in his mind. "And I'm preparing to send Parker's 1st Infantry Company tomorrow, along with the goods, to Fort Gray. They will exchange some of our people for slaves there. We'll also be waiting for the Lincoln family's potion recipes and magical crossbow bolts. By the way, Wendy, how is your life-giving array coming along?" Achilles suddenly remembered that he hadn't received the life spring water from her yet. "Oh, it's ready," Wendy replied absent-mindedly. "I can now produce 10 vials of life spring water per month." 10 vials. Not bad. Just as Achilles was about to reward Wendy, the magic core suddenly sensed something. He immediately pulled Wendy towards the exit. "Come on, let's go to the seaside. We'll check on Odran and I'll pick out some large plump abalone for you to eat." As expected, Wendy's mood instantly improved at the mention of food. Achilles' magic core had sensed that Odran was undergoing some kind of change, so he took Wendy with him to investigate. Wendy had a good relationship with the little unicorn whale and also understood life sciences. When they arrived in the middle of the bay by boat, they could clearly feel that the unicorn whale's spiritual power seemed to have increased. "Has Odran advanced? It just recently hatched, didn't it?" Wendy called out a few times, and the little unicorn whale happily swam up from the bottom of the sea. It then swam around Wendy's small boat. "Sir, I think Odran has advanced to the next level, and I feel something strange." "What's strange?" Achilles asked curiously. Wendy didn't answer immediately. Instead, she summoned the little unicorn whale closer and gently stroked its horn, carefully sensing something. After a while, Wendy opened her eyes and said in disbelief, "I sense that Odran has draconic energy within it. Could Odran be a descendant of a dragon?" Achilles was stunned. "Draconic energy? A dragon descendant? I don't know," he replied. Wendy rolled her eyes at Achilles and then began communicating with the little unicorn whale. After waiting for a long time, Wendy finally allowed the little unicorn whale to leave. She then slowly said, A Dran is not a dragonborn, but it does have draconic energy within it. It says that this might be something its Whale King father gave it. A Whale King? A 7th level Whale King with draconic energy? Could it be an 8th level sea serpent dragon? That's quite a coincidence. Achilles thought to himself, now I'm wondering if the treasure that was fought over during that battle with the whale shark might have been hidden inside the young coonfish. And that treasure is probably related to the 8th level sea serpent that Archibald encountered. Achilles thought about how this young unicorn whale was connected to both the 7th rank Whale King and the 8th rank sea serpent. He couldn't help but worry. The 7th rank Whale King was relatively easy to deal with. After all, he had saved the young unicorn whale and hadn't mistreated it. If the Whale King came looking for him, he could simply remove the mental imprint. Even if the 7th rank Whale King was unreasonable and deliberately caused trouble, he would just hand it over to the black and lime and giant bears to deal with. After all, the Whale King couldn't go ashore or fly. He could then temporarily abandon the benefits of the bay. Currently, his territory had the arrow tree forest, sugarcane, and strong liquor, enough income to cover its expenses each year. What truly worried Achilles was the sea serpent energy within the young unicorn whale. If it was indeed connected to the 8th rank sea serpent that Archibald had encountered, things would be very difficult. The current black and lime giant bears wouldn't be able to stop an 8th rank sea serpent. He immediately turned to Mia and said, Mia, go find Archibald. If he doesn't come willingly, bring him here. Achilles knew that Archibald was busy with experiments and worried that the man might not want to come, so he had to send Mia to get him. Yes, sir. Mia immediately boarded a fishing boat and headed towards the shore. Wendy, what's going on with the sea serpent energy inside the little whale? Can you explain it in more detail? Achilles asked Wendy seriously. Oh, is it that serious? I'll take a closer look, Wendy said, surprised. Immediately, Wendy began calling out to the young unicorn whale. At this time, Achilles recounted everything about the battle with the whale shark and the 8th rank sea serpent to Wendy, hoping to give her some clues. An 8th rank sea serpent. Oh my goodness. If it finds the little whale, it will be in big trouble. It wasn't just about whether the little whale would suffer. The entire territory could be in danger. At this point, Achilles had already considered releasing the young unicorn whale back into the ocean. After all, the area was less than 10 kilometers from the whale shark battle zone. If the sea serpent energy within the little whale was truly connected to that 8th rank sea serpent, it would be a huge risk. When the 8th level sea serpent dragon returns, there's a high chance we'll sense the dragon power within the young coon. At that point, both the young coon and everyone in Storm territory could end up inside the 8th level sea serpent dragon's belly. Meanwhile, as Wendy repeatedly examined the dragon power within the young unicorn whale, Mia dragged Archibald to the seaside, forced him onto a boat, and rowed towards Achilles and the others. Archibald was shouting and yelling throughout the entire ordeal. As they got closer, Achilles finally heard what Archibald was shouting about. Let me go, Mia. Please let me go. Mia, please let me go. My enchantment technique is almost complete. Ever since Archibald obtained the enchanted pen from the Lanchi Earl's family, a book on enchanting techniques, he had been diligently studying it, aside from occasionally brewing potions in the last autumn harvest defense battle. He hadn't expected to make such progress so quickly. Is this guy about to perfect his enchantment technique? That's actually good news, Achilles thought to himself. But right now, the matter of the dragon power within the young unicorn whale is more important. As Archibald approached, Achilles didn't even have time to speak. Archibald had already jumped onto Achilles' boat and shouted loudly, My lord Achilles, what on earth is going on? Do you know that I was just about to complete a first-level enchanted longsword? My enchantment technique was almost finished. This was the first time Achilles had seen Archibald in such a state. Although Archibald wasn't nobility, he was a mage and always maintained the formal etiquette of Southern Continent, speaking respectfully at all times. It seemed that he had indeed interrupted a very important experiment this time. Achilles felt somewhat embarrassed by Archibald's outburst. He used his hand to block Archibald's mouth, preventing him from spitting on his face. After Archibald had finished venting, Achilles comforted him. Archibald, we can talk about the enchantment later. There's a very important matter that needs to be addressed right now. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. Upon hearing this, Archibald was about to explode again. What do you mean, we can talk about it later? Enchanting is important. To avoid being sprayed with saliva again, Achilles quickly said, Wendy discovered that Odrin possesses the power of a dragon. I suspect it's related to the 8th rank dragon you encountered. You should take a look. Enchanted. Archibald, who was about to get angry, immediately froze upon hearing the mention of an 8th ranked dragon. What did you say? Just go and examine Odrin yourself. Achilles didn't want to explain further and simply pointed at Odrin, urging Archibald to take a look. Archibald immediately realized the urgency and rushed over to Wendy's side to examine Odrin. He then discovered that Odrin had already advanced to the 1st rank. It was only a short time ago. Could it really be related to the 8th rank dragon? He then used his mental powers to carefully sense Odrin. There really is dragon power within it. Archibald was instantly shocked. He still couldn't forget the terrifying nature of that 8th rank dragon. After comforting Odrin, Wendy allowed it to leave. The little creature seemed to have sensed the tense atmosphere and was too frightened to make a sound. Then it turned to Archibald and asked, Uncle Archibald, can you tell me about the 8th rank dragon you saw? Well, I only caught a glimpse of it from afar. Before that, I was hiding inside the ship's cabin. That terrifying aura almost knocked me unconscious. Archibald recalled, when you looked at it from a distance, did you notice any signs of damage to its wings or body? Or perhaps scorch marks for being struck by lightning? Wendy continued to ask. After hearing this, Archibald began to carefully recall the events. He had been too frightened at the time to pay close attention to those details. Wendy, have you discovered something? Achilles asked seriously. Wendy nodded. Yes, I suspect that Uncle Archibald didn't see an 8th rank sea dragon. Not an 8th rank? Then, Wendy, it seems like there were signs of what you described. Before Achilles could finish his question, Archibald remembered something and immediately said. Wendy became serious. That makes sense. What makes sense? Wendy, just tell us directly. Achilles said sternly. I believe Uncle Archibald encountered a 9th rank holy dragon, and it was a peak 9th rank holy dragon. It probably failed during its tribulation transcendence, and its realm dropped to the 8th rank. Wendy asserted confidently. 9th rank? A legendary being? Archibald was astonished. Wendy, are you sure you saw that correctly? At that moment, I'm certain. There's a Dragon Ball inside Odrin, and Dragon Balls are only found in beings who have achieved the rank of Saint Dragon. The sickly Great Prince heard Wendy say that Odrin contained a Dragon Pearl. Archibald and Achilles had no doubts whatsoever. Dragon Pearls only appear in dragons that have reached the 9th rank of Saint Dragons. Even 8th rank dragons are unlikely to produce one. Furthermore, based on Archibald's experience, it was clear that this Dragon Pearl belonged to the sea serpent he had encountered. It must have been their ship that drifted into the territory of the sea serpent that failed its tribulation. This triggered a massive battle. Alternatively, perhaps the 7th rank Earth Knight and 6th rank Archmage on Archibald's ship deliberately provoked the conflict. They likely recognized that it was a 9th rank Saint Dragon that had failed its tribulation. That's why the sea serpent, despite being a peak 9th rank Saint Dragon, relentlessly pursued them. It would be unthinkable for such a powerful creature to be challenged by a group of humans only in the 6th or 7th rank. However, the reason they never returned remains unknown. Now that the severity of the situation is confirmed, it's even more dangerous than an 8th rank sea serpent. Achilles must determine two things. Wendy, can the Dragon Pearl inside Odrin be removed? If it can be removed, Achilles will find a way to dispose of it. Holding on to it would only cause trouble. Wendy shook her head and said, No, or rather, we cannot do it. The Dragon Pearl inside Odrin is protected by a powerful seal placed by its Whale King father. Only mages above the 7th rank might be able to break it. Moreover, if you want to forcibly remove the seal or kill Odrin and then extract the Dragon Pearl, you must be prepared to withstand a full-power attack from the 7th rank's Whale King. As expected, Achilles had suspected that the 7th rank Whale King had left some kind of contingency plan. However, the Whale King only placed a seal within the Dragon Pearl, not any tricks in the spirit realm. That's why Achilles was able to unexpectedly form a contract with Odrin. Can the sea serpent energy inside its body be suppressed? Can it be hidden to the point that even a fallen Saint Dragon wouldn't detect it? If this is also impossible, Achilles will have no choice but to release Odrin. Sir, Wendy emphasized, Uncle Archibald and I are only 2nd rank mages. Achilles understood what Wendy meant after hearing her words. He then prepared to remove the spirit mark from Odrin and allow it to return to the ocean. where it could find its father. However, Wendy suddenly added, Audrin has a restriction placed on him by his father that should be able to conceal his dragon pearl aura. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deceive those two Tier 7 Great Lyman sharks back then. It was only because Audrin used the power of the dragon pearl to break through this time, causing some of his Leviathan energy to leak out, which is why we discovered it. The restriction should quickly resuppress all of Audrin's Leviathan energy. Just be careful during future breakthroughs. Achilles, who was about to remove the mental imprint, almost choked when he heard Wendy's words. He immediately scolded her. Wendy, you need to finish your sentences in one breath. Don't gas so much. And are you absolutely sure about that? Wendy pouted and didn't want to say anything more. She found it annoying to be interrupted constantly, whether it was by someone talking too fast or too slow. It was just too difficult to please her. Wendy, this is a very important matter, Achilles said sternly, seeing Wendy still acting up. Seeing that Achilles was about to get angry, Wendy obediently replied, I'm certain. Audrin's Leviathan energy will dissipate completely, probably tonight or at most tomorrow. Since Wendy was so sure, Achilles decided to wait another day. He didn't want to let go of Audrin. After all, this unicorn whale, having consumed a Tier 9 dragon pearl and being a descendant of the Whale King, would likely achieve at least Tier 8 in the future, possibly even reaching Tier 9. At that point, it could become a powerful force within his territory, and Achilles might even be able to enjoy the scenery of the vast ocean. So, Achilles went directly to the mining island to inspect things. He found that the pigheads there were being managed well. Perhaps because they had never experienced food shortages, or because they couldn't escape from the island, these pigheads, including the elderly, women and children, had never caused any trouble. When Achilles returned in the evening, he confirmed that Audrin's Leviathan energy had completely disappeared, as if it had never been there at all. It seemed that the Tier 7 Whale King's restriction was indeed very powerful. This reassured Achilles, and he went back to continue studying magic. He still had a few Zero Ring spells and a Tier 1 Earth magic spell that he hadn't learned yet. Dowdy. Meanwhile, far away in Tanglan City, the capital of the central region of the Alpha Kingdom, Prince Caleb of the Alpha Kingdom strode into the luxurious mansion of Countess Haley, a woman known for her love of tulips. Haley, good day, Prince Caleb said, performing the formal etiquette expected of nobles. Haley possessed a stunning beauty with a tall and curvaceous figure. Her crimson robes accentuated the allure of a mature woman, especially her pale violet eyes, which could captivate anyone who met their gaze. Even Grand Prince Caleb, known for his extensive knowledge and experience, was captivated by her. Your Highness, please call me Lady or Marquise, thank you. I apologize, Lady, I was remiss, Grand Prince Caleb said apologetically, maintaining the dignified manners of a nobleman throughout the conversation. May I ask what brings your highness to see me? Haley asked, her tone neither subservient nor arrogant. Lady, I heard that since you arrived in the capital, I prepared a grand banquet and ball specifically to welcome you, Grand Prince Caleb invited. Oh, really? Then I'm very sorry, but tonight I have to attend a dinner hosted by Her Majesty. Are you not aware of this? Haley asked, her tone slightly odd. Grand Prince Caleb paused for a moment before calmly replying. Yes, I am aware. That's why I invited you to the banquet tomorrow. I can't guarantee anything about tomorrow, Haley said regretfully. It depends on what arrangements Her Majesty has planned for us southern nobles tonight. Perhaps your highness could visit me tomorrow. Haha, that's true. Lady, you were invited by my father to discuss matters of importance. I was presumptuous. Let's talk about it after you've finished your business. I'll take my leave now. Grand Prince Caleb immediately stood up and said goodbye. Then I won't see you off, your highness. I still need to get ready so that I don't offend Her Majesty with my appearance, Haley said apologetically. Of course, lady, please excuse me. Grand Prince Caleb left with his usual composure. After leaving Marquise Haley's estate, Grand Prince Caleb left with his usual composure. After leaving Marquise Haley's estate, Grand Prince Caleb's expression turned grim. As soon as he sat down in the luxurious carriage, he slapped a beautiful maid who was waiting inside, causing her to cry out in pain. You incompetent fool! Why didn't I know about the banquet at the palace tonight? The maid, trembling with fear, could barely breathe. Your Highness, I didn't know there was a banquet at the palace tonight. It was clear that someone responsible for informing Grand Prince Caleb about the banquet had deliberately withheld the information, which only fueled his anger. His face turned red with fury. He then beckoned to another maid. "Come here." When the maid knelt before him, Grand Prince Caleb forced her head down. She then took a deep breath and said to Robert, the butler standing nearby, "Go and inform Mr. Bennett that he should prepare himself." Prince Caleb, after being rejected by Haley and seemingly mocked by her, was furious. He instructed Robert, his butler, to contact Bennett and hire the assassins from the Eye of God Guild to kill Haley's effeminate husband. However, Robert tried to dissuade him. "Your Highness, Bennett is a valuable asset. It would be wasteful to use him on someone so insignificant." Prince Caleb, who was enjoying his service, retorted sarcastically after hearing Robert's words. "Are you saying I am less important than even that nobody?" "Your Highness, please forgive me," Robert quickly said, trying to explain. "That is not what I meant." "Enough. That's the decision. Just carry it out. Also, keep pressuring that useless Fest to send my half-elf servant over soon, or he will lose his claim to the title of Viscount." After Prince Caleb finished speaking, a sound of tearing fabric suddenly echoed from inside the carriage. Robert, hearing this outside, could only sigh and then urged the horses to return to Prince Caleb's residence. At the Tulips Marquise's estate, after Prince Caleb left, an elderly and dignified woman approached Haley, her voice filled with concern. "Miss, are you sure that your behavior towards Prince Caleb won't cause trouble?" Haley smiled faintly. "Don't worry, Aunt Anna. Prince Caleb is nothing to be concerned about. He will eventually meet a tragic end." Anna was Haley's personal housekeeper and a third-tier high-level mage. She had been the personal maid of Haley's mother, so Haley had essentially been raised by Anna from a young age. Anna was one of the people Haley trusted most. "But miss, it's hard to predict what might happen," Anna said, still worried. "This Prince Caleb is the one who sent little Achilles to that storm territory." Hearing about Achilles, Haley's expression immediately turned cold. "I will eventually make Prince Caleb pay for what he did." Seeing that Haley still remembered what happened to Achilles, Anna felt relieved. Because Anna had a good impression of the original owner, Achilles, and she didn't want anything bad to happen to him. "So, should we send some people to help Achilles?" she asked. "I'm worried that the eldest prince might cause trouble for him again." Haley shook her head. "No, Aunt Anna. If we send anyone into storm territory, everyone in the family, young and old, as well as those who want to bring down the Tulip family, will likely target Achilles. By staying out of it now, Achilles is actually safer. Only someone as short-sighted as that eldest prince would think about targeting someone as insignificant as Achilles." Haley chuckled again. "Besides, he's doing a pretty good job there, isn't he? I heard he not only made connections with the Lincoln family, but also kicked Caleb's people out of Grey Fortress. It's amazing how much he's improved since being exiled to the frontier." Anna smiled. Achilles has indeed become quite impressive. The Flower Shadow agents reported that he was already promoted to a full knight while passing through Grey Fortress, and he's also become an elite archer. And recently, Storm Territory has been steadily accumulating merits. It seems Clay has also been promoted to a second-tier intermediate knight. Perhaps Storm Territory is even more powerful than we imagined. "Ha ha ha, really? Then we should hurry up with our own plans," Haley said playfully. "Otherwise, we might end up being surpassed by Achilles." Anna smiled and shook her head, not taking up Haley's teasing. Instead, she said, "I will inform Flower Shadow to take action soon." Meanwhile, far away in Storm Territory, Achilles was unaware that he might once again be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, Achilles had been studying magic for 11 days and finally managed to grasp the basics of the first-tier Earth magic spell, Earth Spike. He also learned the zero-level spell, Minor Healing. Achilles then opened his character panel to check his stats. Name, Achilles Louis Basic Skills, Flame Breathing Technique, Second-Tier Intermediate Knight, 133 to 10,000. Magma Meditation, First-Tier Novice Mage, 284/1000. Extreme 4 Direction / Tier 3, 23/500. Minor Healing Spell, Zero Ring Magic, Beginner, Mastered. Earth Spike Technique, 1 Ring Magic, Beginner, 0/10. Attribute Points, 393 Innate Talents, Super Precognition, Advanced Precognition, Passively predict danger 5 times per day within a 5-kilometer radius, with an effect lasting 5 days. Also able to sense malicious intent directed towards you from within a 1 kilometer radius, with an effect lasting 5 days. Also able to sense malicious intent directed towards you from within a 1 kilometer radius. Extreme speed, advanced speed, increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by a factor of 4. Absolute defense, advanced defense, increases current physical defense, key defense, and magical mental defense by a factor of 4. Energy Essence 1989 requires increasing base level for the next awakening. After confirming that he had mastered the Earth Spike technique, Achilles immediately spent 11 attribute points to bring it up to its maximum level at Tier 1. Earth Spike Technique 1 Ring Magic Tier 1 Mastered Attribute Points 382. He then looked at his Energy Essence. During the Autumn Harvest Defense Battle, Achilles had obtained over 1,000 points of Energy Essence in one go. The amount of Energy Essence is increasing rapidly. I need to quickly upgrade my basic skills. Fortunately, I exchanged potion recipes with the Lincoln family, and now I can put them to good use. Previously, Parker, whom Achilles sent to Grey Fortress to exchange for slaves, waited there for 5 days before finally obtaining 3 potion recipes from the Lincoln family. Therefore, Parker only recently returned to Storm Territory with the slaves, magical crossbow bolts, potion recipes, and auxiliary materials needed for the potions. The 3 potion recipes that the Lincoln family gave Achilles were Tier 1 Warrior Training Potion Recipe, Bee Queen Elixir. This is a common training potion for Tier 1 warriors. The main ingredient is honey from a Tier 1 magical beast queen bee. Achilles plans to send someone to search for it in the forests north of Storm Peninsula. He will also clear out the monsters there to prevent them from causing trouble when food becomes scarce during winter. Tier 2 Mage Training Potion Recipe, Wind Thistle Flower Elixir. The main ingredient of this potion is a mutated Tier 2 Wind Thistle Flower. The Lincoln family also provided some seeds, but this type of wind thistle has a growth cycle of 1 year, so Archibald and Wendy cannot use it yet. Finally, there was the Tier 2 Night Training Potion, Cannibal Ogre Elixir, which Achilles desperately needed. I wonder if the Lincoln family knew that they had killed a group of cannibals, and yet they gave us this kind of medicine. The main ingredient is the brain of a second-level cannibal. Archibald, how is it? Can we use a brain from a level 3 or level 1 ogre to replace the main ingredient in this ogre potion? Achilles only had 3 level 2 ogre brains, along with 5 level 1 brains, 2 level 3 brains, and 1 level 4 brain. Since 1 ogre brain can only be used to create 5 doses of the ogre potion, Achilles wanted to see if he could substitute other level ogre brains. Sir, I tried it, but it doesn't seem to work. Unlike the wolf fire potion, which requires bone marrow and can be diluted, ogre brains cannot be diluted. So, you might need to find a way to obtain more level 2 ogre brains. Archibald replied. Alright, I'll figure something out. By the way, how is your enchanting technique coming along? Achilles asked. Archibald sighed and said, Don't even mention it. Last time I was so close to success, but now I've tried several times and nothing has worked. I just can't seem to replicate that feeling from before. Archibald had long since stopped blaming Achilles for interrupting his enchanting experiment last time. After all, the Dragon Ball matter was indeed more important. Moreover, Archibald had already started experimenting with making beast potions, hoping to help the young unicorn whale grow quickly. If he could, perhaps in his lifetime, he could use the unicorn whale to return to southern continent. If it worked once, it can work again. Just relax, Achilles reassured him. Yes, sir, I won't give up. I will succeed, Archibald said with renewed determination. Seeing this, Achilles didn't say anything more and returned to his Baron's Manor magic laboratory. He was preparing to make the ogre potion himself. Previously, when he made the wolf fire potion, he discovered that his interface could precisely record every successful and failed attempt at making potions. This meant that Achilles wouldn't repeat the same mistake twice when making the same type of potion, so his success rate would only increase over time. His current success rate for making the wolf fire potion had already surpassed Archibald's, reaching 50%. Next, Achilles spent 6 consecutive days refining the cannibal potion. He refined all 2 of the second-grade cannibal brains he had, while the other one was being used for experiments by Archibald. Finally, out of the 10 sets of materials, he successfully created 3 cannibal potions, which was a decent result. Looking at the 3 cannibal potions in his hand, Achilles wondered, I wonder how long this potion, which increases attributes by 20%, will last, and by how much does it increase the attribute values. After refining the potions, Achilles immediately prepared to use them for training, because he needed to know how many cannibal potions were required to advance to the 3rd rank, so he could figure out how to obtain more cannibal brains. After taking the cannibal potion, Achilles trained continuously for almost 10 hours under its effects. He practiced the blazing breath technique while simultaneously practicing the extreme flame 4-way slash. After finishing his training, Achilles immediately opened his character panel to check the changes in his stats. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: blazing breath, 2nd rank intermediate knight, 286 10,000, magma meditation, 1st rank novice mage, 284/1000, alchemy, 2nd rank maximum extreme flame 4-way slash, 3rd rank 33/500, ground collapse technique, 0 ren, G spell, beginner maximum minor healing spell, 0 ring spell, beginner maximum fireball, 1st ring spell, 1st rank maximum, earth spike technique, 1st ring spell, 1st rank maximum, riding, 3rd rank maximum, wind arrow technique, 4th rank 1/10, 3rd rank maximum, wind arrow technique, 4th rank maximum. Attribute points: 442 innate talents, enhanced precognition, advanced prevision, passively predicts danger 5 times per day within a range of 5 kilometers with an effect lasting 5 days. Also allows you to sense malice directed towards you from within a 1-kilometer radius. Extreme speed, advanced speed, increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by 4 times. Absolute defense, advanced defense, increases current physical defense, key defense, and magical spirit defense by 4 times. Energy, essence, 1989, requires increasing base level for the next awakening. Only an additional 100 or so attribute points? That would require over 60 doses of the cannibal potion. It seems cultivation really becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. Once you reach the 5th level, I doubt relying solely on cultivation potions will be enough to advance. At that point, you'll have to compete for those rare treasures found in nature. Achilles thought to himself, even advancing to the 3rd level requires so many potions. Just obtaining the main ingredient, the 2nd-grade cannibal brain, is already a headache for Achilles. Currently, all cultivation potions only provide an improvement of up to 40%. Therefore, the number of potions required for Achilles to advance to the 4th and 5th levels will continue to increase. And by the 6th and 7th levels, it's likely that relying solely on potions won't be enough. At that point, he would have to compete with powerful individuals from noble families and influential organizations for those rare treasures. These treasures of nature are naturally formed items found in specific environments. Some can be refined into magical wands, magic circles, sky-grade weapons, holy artifacts, or even legendary weapons. Others can be used to create potions like the Alice potion needed to break through to the 7th level as a mage, the Dragon Blood potion required for an 8th level Sky Warrior, or the Deep Blue potion necessary for a 9th level Holy Knight. Still others can be directly consumed and instantly increase one's cultivation. However, these treasures are rare and difficult to obtain unless you're extremely lucky. Even if you find them, they are usually guarded by powerful beasts or influential organizations. For now, all Achilles can do is think about it. His primary goal remains obtaining enough 2nd-grade cannibal brains to advance to the 3rd level as a senior knight. To that end, Achilles prepared 2 plans simultaneously. One was to purchase from Archibald, but Achilles would need to buy in large quantities, and Archibald might not have enough. The other plan was to hunt cannibals himself, which would require intelligence. Achilles planned to inquire with the slave traders. They regularly send raiding parties into the Savage Mountains and likely possess information about cannibal tribes. Meanwhile, far away in Frostmoon City, Bennett was staring intently at a letter he held, his expression grave. Using a 5th-level Eye of God Guild assassin to assassinate that pretty boy? The Crown Prince is really willing to spend money. He's usually so stingy with us subordinates. Now that I've managed to gain some advantages from this situation, I need to prepare alternative plans. He wants to treat me as a pawn? Sooner or later I'll get it back, Bennett thought angrily. Bennett knew that after he hired the assassins from the Eye of God Guild to target Achilles, If the Tulip Countess didn't let go of this matter, or if things escalated and reached the capital, the eldest prince would definitely kill him to silence him. He was already considered an outcast from the eldest prince's camp, so even if he died, it wouldn't implicate the eldest prince. Therefore, Bennett planned to ask the eldest prince for some favors before hiring the Eye of God assassins. However, Bennett wouldn't ask for too much, as the eldest prince was likely connected to the Eye of God guild himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about Bennett's plans to hire them. After successfully securing the services of a fifth-tier assassin from the Eye of God guild, Bennett began putting his plan into action. He had already prepared to flee to the Blackstone Duchy, which was adjacent to the Kingdom of Alpha. Given his current strength and status, and considering he had angered the eldest prince, no one would want to take him in or give him a position of importance. He might even become a pawn used to bring down the eldest prince again. Therefore, Bennett decided to leave the Kingdom of Alpha altogether. The Blackstone Duchy was an enemy of Alpha, making it the best option. However, just as Bennett was about to escape, two groups were secretly watching him. At the same time, within the private estate of the Tulip Countess, in the capital city of the Tulip Countess, in the capital city of Kanglan, Anna rushed to find Haley. "Miss, something terrible has happened." Just now, Flower Shadow reported that they discovered that the deputy captain, Bennett, who was deliberately driven out of Grey Fortress by Achilles, secretly met with a mysterious person yesterday. They suspect it was someone from the Eye of God guild. "The Eye of God," Haley muttered coldly. "Bennett? That Bennett who was kicked out of the eldest prince's camp some time ago?" "Yes, that's him. If he is indeed connected to the Eye of God guild, then it's likely that the eldest prince deliberately drove him away." Anna affirmed. "That Caleb is truly insane," Haley said dismissively. "As a member of the royal family, he dares to collude with the Eye of God guild. He's asking for trouble." "But miss, what about little Achilles? Could the eldest prince be targeting him?" Anna said worriedly. "It's possible, but we want to help, and there isn't enough time. Grey Fortress is a military stronghold, and Flower Shadow only has intelligence personnel stationed there, no combat troops. Sending someone now would definitely be too late." "Okay, Aunt Anna, immediately contact the Flower Shadow agents at Grey Fortress and tell them to go to Storm Territory to warn little Achilles. At least he needs to be prepared. Also, have someone from Frostmoon Hold bring that Captain Bennett back here," Haley said, her voice laced with anger. "Yes, miss. I'll take care of it right away." In Storm Territory, inside the Baron's mansion, Achilles was studying an earthquake spell when he suddenly received a danger warning. "Danger in Storm Territory. A 5th-level mage assassin will infiltrate Storm Territory in 5 days to carry out an assassination." "This is extremely dangerous." An assassination? Is it that guy again? And this time it's a 5th-level mage assassin. It seems I need to plan carefully. A 5th-level mage should have some valuable information, Achilles thought. After seeing the danger warning indicating a 5th-level mage, Achilles wasn't overly worried. Although 5th-level mages are powerful, he now knows about it in advance, and with proper preparation, it's hard to say who will be able to assassinate whom. 3 days later, while Achilles was setting traps for the mage assassin, Kale suddenly arrived, carrying an urgent letter from the Turin family. This surprised Achilles. He couldn't understand why his Baroness wife would suddenly contact him. He opened the letter and read it. "The eldest prince, Bennett, the Eye of God guild." After reading the letter, Achilles finally understood who had been targeting him. It was Caleb, the eldest prince of the Kingdom of Alpha. And this time, the assassin was from the Eye of God Guild organization. This immediately put Achilles on high alert, as members of the Eye of God Guild are known to be quite sinister. After burning the letter, Achilles couldn't help but think, it seems Haley has people stationed at Grey Fortress too. Are they specifically there to monitor me? However, Achilles quickly dismissed this thought. At least for now, he and Haley weren't having any conflicts. The most important thing right now was dealing with that 5th-tier mage from the Eye of God organization. Then he would have to figure out a way to deal with that great prince who kept causing trouble. He clearly thought Achilles was an easy target. A prince might be impressive, but Achilles learned in his 10 years of compulsory education that while one could endure, one shouldn't be cowardly. If given the opportunity, he would definitely make that great prince pay. Next, Achilles reinforced the traps designed to catch the 5th-tier mage, deploying almost all available forces within his territory. 2 days later, after putting on every piece of protective armor he could find, Achilles secretly went to the southern gate and set up an ambush. Since capturing the pighead people, Achilles had implemented a disinfection policy out of concern for potential outbreaks. This was now being used to deal with the Eye of God's mage assassin. As time passed, approaching noon, a group of serfs transporting iron ore slowly approached the city gate. Achilles, quietly waiting on the watchtower, immediately sensed a faint sense of malice. If Achilles hadn't known about the assassin in advance, he might have overlooked it. After all, not everyone within the castle would support or respect him. Some people would inevitably be dissatisfied with him. So normally, Achilles would simply ignore these negative feelings. But today, knowing that someone had specifically come to kill him, Achilles immediately noticed a different kind of subtle malice. He then signaled his men to prepare. As the transport team's serfs entered the castle, soldiers immediately stepped forward to intercept them. "Stop! Everyone, go over there and take off your clothes for disinfection with lime. Line up single file, don't crowd each other. We have to disinfect every time. Lord Achilles doesn't mind the trouble. I heard that the pighead people are prone to certain infectious diseases, and Lord Achilles is doing this for our safety. Besides, he's not charging us anything." Yeah. Hearing about the disinfection, the serfs from the transport team went to line up for disinfection, chatting among themselves. It was clear they had been through this before. This allowed the disguised Eye of God Guild assassin, a 5th-tier mage, to relax. He had been worried that someone from Storm territory had discovered his presence and come specifically to find him. Achilles watched the slaves below, each taking turns to undress and prepare for disinfection. His gaze then fixed on a seemingly ordinary slave. It was him. Achilles sensed a malicious intent emanating from this particular slave, different from the others. Although faint, it was incredibly pure. After only a brief glance, Achilles quickly averted his eyes. Mages possess powerful mental fortitude. Being too focused on a 5th-tier mage at such close range could easily alert them. Therefore, the other hidden personnel, as instructed by Achilles beforehand, were simply observing the disinfection area. The disinfection area consisted of small wooden huts. The slaves had to enter, remove their clothes, and discard them outside. As time passed, groups of 5 or 10 slaves entered the disinfection huts on either side. The 5th-tier mage assassin from the Eye of God Guild organization also entered one of the disinfection huts. The moment he threw his clothes out, Achilles swiftly drew back his bow and fired 2 arrows in rapid succession. From the moment he focused on the hut where the Eye of God Guild's 5th-tier mage assassin was located, to drawing back the bowstring and aiming before releasing the 2 arrows, Achilles maximized his reaction speed and agility. He was worried that excessive focus would alert the assassin. Whoosh, whoosh, thud, thud. The 2 third-tier piercing arrows struck the small wooden hut directly. Ah! A scream followed immediately, then a loud explosion as the hut shattered. A middle-aged man, completely naked, emerged from the wreckage. His right arm was missing, clearly severed by Achilles' 3rd-tier piercing arrows. Another arrow was lodged in his right shoulder. However, what surprised Achilles greatly was that the 3rd-tier piercing arrows had not penetrated his body. Was this the mage's magical force field? It was incredibly powerful. The Eye of God Guild's 5th-tier mage assassin, who had just emerged from the hut, hadn't even had time to find a place to avoid the archer's attack when he was stunned by what he saw outside. He saw over a dozen soldiers holding magical crossbows aimed directly at him. Then, in his astonished gaze, 2 3rd-tier magical crossbow bolts and 9 2nd-tier magical crossbow bolts were fired simultaneously towards him. This made it impossible for the 5th-tier mage assassin from the Eye of God to escape. Finally, the assassin gritted his teeth, and a surge of magical energy appeared instantly. He then rapidly retreated, narrowly avoiding most of the magic crossbow bolts, but was still hit by 3 arrows, causing several explosions in quick succession. The 5th-tier mage assassin was blown back towards the city wall. At this moment, Achilles' 2 3rd-tier piercing arrows were aimed at the Eye of God assassin again. However, the 2 arrows that should have struck his chest and face missed their targets. One arrow only hit his shoulder, failing to penetrate deeply, while the other arrow aimed at his face was dodged. How is it possible for him to cast magic so quickly? Is it instant cast magic? Achilles exclaimed. That's right. The reason the Eye of God assassin was able to dodge Achilles' arrows again was because he had once again manifested a surge of magical energy, clearly casting another spell. In other words, both times the Eye of God assassin dodged the arrow attacks, he used an instant cast wind magic spell and then subtly avoided the projectiles. At this moment, Wendy, the healer who was responsible for casting the second-level healing spell Emerald Blessing for Achilles, suddenly spoke up. It's a talent spell. Talent spells don't require time to draw the spell model when used. They only require channeling mental energy and can be activated with just a thought. A talent spell? The magic knowledge book that Archibald didn't mention anything about talent spells. However, there was no time to delve into this now. Regardless of what it was called, the attacks must continue relentlessly. They absolutely could not give the Eye of God assassin another opportunity to cast other offensive spells. And as Achilles' third-tier piercing arrow struck the Eye of God assassin's shoulder again, 10 more soldiers carrying magic crossbows appeared on the city wall and fired 10 second and third-level magic crossbow bolts at him. Again, a series of violent explosions erupted. The 5th-tier mage assassin was blown against the corner of the wall. Then, he was met with Achilles' 5th and 6th arrows, along with a 5th-tier magic crossbow bolt. The Eye of God assassin, who had already cast talent spells 3 times in a row, now appeared visibly tired. Under the attack of the 5th-tier magical crossbow bolts, the 5th-tier mage assassin from the Eye of God Guild organization immediately felt the sense of impending doom. The 5th-tier mage assassin from the Eye of God Guild organization let out a roar and desperately tried to channel more magic to evade the 5th-tier magical crossbow bolt. Boom! This explosion was on an entirely different level compared to the previous ones. Debris flew everywhere, thick smoke billowed, and the shockwave even caused the city walls to tremble. Immediately after, the 40 archers stationed on the city wall began firing continuously towards the area of the explosion, while the magical crossbow soldiers below switched to using 1st and 2nd-tier magical bolts, aiming them into the smoky region. Although the smoke obscured everyone's vision, it also hindered the view of the 5th-tier mage assassin from the Eye of God Guild organization. With this indiscriminate barrage of arrows, it was inevitable that some would hit the target. Sure enough, as ordinary arrows and 1st and 2nd-tier magical bolts continued to explode within the smoke, a disheveled, naked figure emerged from the haze. He was covered in blood and riddled with arrow wounds, even in sensitive areas, which made Achilles shudder. At this point, the 5th-tier mage assassin from the Eye of God Guild organization felt like he was at the end of his rope, but Achilles remained vigilant. Just as the weakened mage assassin struggled to regain his strength and charged towards the gate again, flames erupted from the entrance, accompanied by the sound of horses' hooves. It was Clay's Beast Rider squad, under the command of Archibald on the city wall, forcing the Eye of God Guild 5th-tier mage assassin back into the castle grounds. Immediately after, Mia jumped off her horse and swung her sword towards the mage assassin. The weakened 5th-tier mage assassin from the Eye of God Guild organization could only rely on his innate magical abilities to try to escape from Mia, who was a 4th-tier warrior. However, the magical crossbow was once again aimed at him, and the feeling of facing death up close returned. This fear caused a momentary lapse in concentration, giving Mia an opportunity. Her 3rd-tier enchanted short sword pierced directly into the mage assassin's chest. At this point, realizing that he could not escape, the 5th-tier mage assassin from the Eye of God Guild organization was shocked to see the enchanted short sword protruding from his chest and exclaimed, "So even Nelson was killed by you?" Mia didn't respond. Instead, Achilles fired a 3rd-tier piercing arrow at him. It pierced his head directly, and then a sphere of white light rose up, floating towards Achilles. Achilles watched the white light approach him and finally let out a sigh of relief. He had finally killed this 5th-tier demonic mage assassin from the Eye of God organization. Fortunately, Angelia provided information about the Eye of God, Achilles thought to himself. Otherwise, I might not have been able to kill this guy this time. It seems that in the future, I need to be fully prepared when dealing with anyone. Initially, when Achilles realized a 5th-tier demonic mage was sent to assassinate him, he only prepared himself, Mia, and some magical crossbows for an ambush. He thought it would be relatively easy to ambush a fragile mage. Being a mage himself, he believed that even skilled mages needed time to cast spells. However, this time, he encountered a 5th-tier demonic mage who possessed innate magic abilities. After confirming that there were no other immediate threats, Achilles descended from the city wall and asked Lori, "Lori, what's the situation with casualties here?" Although the soldiers hadn't engaged in close combat and therefore wouldn't have suffered any direct injuries, the serfs who were working on disinfection would be different. Even the residual blast from a single magical crossbow bolt could kill them. However, there was nothing he could do about it. If he had tried to move those serfs beforehand, it would have been impossible to assassinate the 5th-tier demonic mage assassin from the Eye of God organization, and he himself might have been in danger. Therefore, Achilles didn't go out of his way to devise risky plans for the sake of those serfs. He simply instructed all the serfs that if a fierce battle broke out nearby, they should immediately lie down on the ground. Since no one would pay attention to them anyway, their chances of survival would be much higher by staying put than by running around randomly. Lori was the commander of the 2 magical crossbow squads involved in this ambush. After several practice sessions, Lori's command skills had become quite proficient, and each attack from the magical crossbow squads was perfectly timed. "Sir," Lori replied respectfully, the serfs were very obedient. As soon as the battle began, they all lay down on the ground. Only a few were injured by falling debris, but none died. That's good. In the future, use this incident as an example to educate all the serfs. If they follow my orders diligently, I can guarantee their safety." "Yes, sir." Just as Achilles was about to speak and reassure the surrounding serfs, he suddenly saw Wendy running towards the body of the level 5 mage assassin from the Eye of God guild. She seemed to be examining something. Achilles' face darkened. He waved his hand, instructing Lori to clean up the scene, then quickly walked over to Wendy and teased her. "Interesting, isn't it?" "Huh. What's interesting?" Wendy turned around, looking at Achilles with a puzzled expression. "He's naked. Aren't you looking at this guy's nudity? Maybe I should show it to you tonight," Achilles said with a mischievous grin. Wendy was taken aback for a moment, then retorted angrily, "Disgusting. Who wants to see that? I thought he might have some innate magical abilities and valuable items on him. He's completely naked. What are you looking for? If you want something, it's probably in his clothes, which are over there," Achilles said with a smile, pointing towards the decontamination area. "Oh!" Wendy's face flushed red instantly, and she quickly buried her head in her chest before running towards the decontamination area. Achilles shook his head in amusement. "Why does this girl always bury her head in her chest? She's not an ostrich." Then he turned to Archibald and asked, "Archibald, do you know about innate magical abilities?" "Yes," Archibald replied matter-of-factly. "Well, never mind. Just make sure you preserve the body of this guy so it doesn't rot." Achilles didn't bother to argue with Archibald about why he hadn't told him about innate magical abilities, as he didn't want to be accused of not reading enough again. Finally, Achilles went down to the base of the city wall. A large hole had been blasted there by a level 5 magic arrow. Achilles needed to check if this hole had caused any damage to the entire city wall. He couldn't afford to be careless about this. At that moment, Wendy suddenly shouted excitedly, "Sir! Sir! Look what I found!" She ran towards Achilles quickly, and her vigorous movements caught the attention of everyone who had just arrived, including Clay. Achilles coughed lightly. "Ahem, Clay, please carefully inspect the city wall and have the craftsman quickly repair this large hole." "Oh, yes, sir, I'll go right away," Clay said awkwardly, then turned and led his men to examine the city wall. As soon as Clay left, Wendy ran to Achilles' side, holding up a jeweled ring. "Sir, look what I found," she exclaimed, showing off the ring. Achilles glanced at the ring, but didn't pay much attention to it. He wasn't short on money anyway, so he casually said, "Here, you can have it." "Really? Sir, are you giving it to me?" Wendy asked, her eyes wide with surprise and disbelief. "Yes, I am," Achilles confirmed. Then, pointing at Wendy's chest, he added, "But Wendy, could you please try not to move around so much in public?" Wendy looked down at her chest and then frowned. "But don't you like watching?" she said suspiciously. "I think I've seen you look many times." "That's nonsense," Achilles exclaimed loudly, then quickly lowered his voice. "What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't." "Really? Okay, I won't move around so much anymore," Wendy replied obediently. Achilles almost added something. He just didn't want her to be too revealing in front of others, but it was still okay for him to see. However, he thought it might not be the right time to say that, so he asked Wendy what she had found inside the assassin's clothes from the God Eye Guild. "Nothing," Wendy said cheerfully, looking at the gemstone ring in her hand. "There's nothing else in his clothes." Nothing? That's impossible. He's a 5th-tier mage. He must have something on him. Achilles exclaimed in surprise. Oh, he did have things. Lots of them. They were all inside this magic ring. Wendy pointed to the gemstone ring on her finger. Achilles stared at Wendy with a puzzled expression for a moment before finally understanding. You mean everything was inside that ring? Yes, I've already checked it. It's a magic space ring called the Awakening Ring. It has a storage space of 2 cubic meters, and it also contains a first-level spell, the Awakening spell, which can be activated by channeling magical energy. Wendy said excitedly, I can't believe you gave me something so valuable, she continued. I'm so happy. I promise to work hard and repay your kindness. Achilles was completely taken aback after hearing that. A space ring. That's the kind of item every teenage boy dreams of having. Achilles looked at the magic ring in Wendy's hand. He hesitated for a long time, but couldn't bring himself to say the words, I want it back. Finally, he thought, it's not like I can't borrow it from her later. She probably wouldn't be that stingy. He sighed and said, Look, Wendy, I didn't say these things were a gift to you. You have to give them back to me. I understand, Master, Wendy replied sweetly. This awakening magic ring is already very valuable. Should I take everything out for you to see now? I've taken a look and there are quite a few good items inside. She was genuinely happy. Achilles' eyes lit up at the mention of good items. His mood improved slightly and he said, No need. We can look at them later when we get back. Achilles refused. He then turned to Clay and Archibald and called out, Clay, I'm leaving this matter in your hands. Yes, Master, Clay replied. Archibald, come with me back to the Baron's estate. Ah, Master, but the bodies haven't been dealt with yet. Archibald said, puzzled. Tell Laurie to take them back to your laboratory. We'll deal with it later. Come with me now. With that, Achilles walked away towards the Baron's estate, Wendy in tow. Seeing this, Archibald reluctantly put down his work. After giving Laurie some instructions, he hurried after Achilles. Master, what's going on? Archibald asked breathlessly as he caught up to Achilles. Nothing. We'll talk about it later. By the way, Archibald, do you have a magic ring? Achilles casually inquired. Ah, how could I possibly afford one? Even a simple single-ring magic item costs tens of thousands of gold coins in our kingdom of Sicily, Archibald exclaimed. So, you know about magic rings? Achilles asked, trying to control his anger. Isn't it mentioned in the introductory materials on basic magical items? Of course I know. Haven't you seen them before, Master? Archibald said, confused. Achilles twitched his lips after hearing this. He had been outsmarted again because of his lack of knowledge. This time, he absolutely had to finish reading those damn books when he got back. Oh, I see. I was just asking if you had one. I just gave Wendy a ring of awakening. Achilles pointed at Wendy, who was walking behind them and constantly examining the ring of awakening. Achilles pointed at Wendy, who was walking behind them and constantly examining the ring of awakening. Archibald was taken aback when he heard this, then looked enviously at the ring of awakening in Wendy's hand and said hesitantly, Sir? We don't have any more. Achilles said bluntly. Archibald pursed his lips after hearing this, then gave Achilles and Wendy a sour look, muttering something under his breath. After walking for a while, the three of them arrived at Baron Achilles' study. Wendy, please take everything out, Achilles instructed. Okay, sir. Wendy immediately waved her hand towards the table and a pile of items appeared on the desk. Achilles and Archibald both looked at the items with envy. However, they were quickly drawn to something else on the table. A magic wand. There's actually a magic wand. Archibald immediately picked up a magic wand that was about a meter long and examined it carefully. After examining it, Archibald said admiringly, Sir, this is probably a 4th-tier magic wand, and it has a 4th-tier wind elemental core embedded in it. It's clear that there's also a fixed 4th-tier wind spell on it. I'm glad you implemented that policy of mandatory undressing and disinfection. Otherwise, mages would be very difficult to deal with. 4th tier? That's quite expensive. Do you know what spell is fixed on it? I don't know. This magic wand probably requires at least a 3rd-tier advanced mage to use properly, Archibald replied. All right, Let's check the other items, Achilles instructed. The table was mostly filled with books. Achilles was picking them up one by one and examining them. He found that most of them were books about geography and geology, as well as some unknown ancient texts. "Sir, I think this is a magic crystal," Wendy said, holding up a white crystal the size of her fist from among several elemental cores and crystals. Achilles, who was browsing through the ancient texts, and Archibald, who was examining spell scrolls, both stopped what they were doing when they heard about the magic crystal. A magic crystal? A testing crystal? Archibald immediately grabbed the white crystal and examined it. After squeezing it tightly, the white crystal emitted a bright red light, along with very faint shades of blue and earthy yellow. "Sir, this is indeed a testing crystal, also known as a magic crystal. It's specifically used to test elemental affinity. If someone with an elemental affinity squeezes it, the crystal will emit different colors and intensities of light. The color represents the element, and the intensity of the light indicates the degree of affinity. Sir, you should try it." However, before Achilles could take the testing crystal, Wendy suddenly whispered, "How can someone have such a weak elemental affinity?" Wendy's words caused an abrupt silence. After she finished speaking, she continued to rummage through things. Archibald immediately looked displeased. "Wendy, you try it." "Ah, okay," Wendy replied and then took the testing crystal. Suddenly, a blinding green light flashed, almost making Achilles and Archibald squint. After a while, Archibald handed the testing crystal back to Achilles. "Sir, why don't you give it a try?" Seeing Archibald's frustrated expression, Achilles suppressed a smile and took the testing crystal. He had always been curious about his own magical abilities, especially which elements he was attuned to. He hoped for as many affinities as possible. After taking the testing crystal, Achilles squeezed it tightly. Then, something astonishing happened. The magic crystal emitted a dazzling array of colors, more vibrant than a rainbow, although none of them were particularly strong, similar to Archibald's red light. Wendy stared with wide eyes, counting each color one by one. Earthy yellow, blue, red, cyan, purple, white, greenish, blue, green, black, gold. "Oh my goodness, sir, you have affinity for 10 elements. I've never heard of anyone having an affinity for so many elements. I've never heard of anyone having an affinity for so many elements." Archibald exclaimed after Wendy finished counting. "Yes, sir, I've never seen someone with so many elemental affinities before. Earth, water, fire, wind, lightning, ice, metal, life, darkness, and light, a total of 10. Although they are all quite weak," Wendy added. After listening to what Wendy said, Achilles completely disregarded the rest of her words. He didn't need exceptional talent. All he needed was the ability to cultivate his skills. Achilles looked at his 10 elemental attributes, his heart filled with excitement. If he could use the interface to master all the spells associated with these 10 attributes, he would essentially have a complete compendium of magic. And if he could also solve the problems related to magical power and mental strength, Achilles would be equivalent to an entire mage guild. Of course, mastering elemental magic for 10 different attributes wouldn't be easy. Even just gathering spells for each attribute would be a huge challenge, let alone finding meditation techniques for all 10. At that moment, Archibald spoke up. "Sir, don't let this affinity for elements mislead you. The more types of spells you learn, the better. It isn't always true. Everyone has limited magical power and mental strength. So even with a single attribute, people usually only master a few spells. Mastering too many can be a waste of time if your magical power can't keep up." "Yes, sir," Wendy added. "Mastering all the spells for one attribute isn't much different from mastering several, but it saves a lot of time." Achilles smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I have a plan. Let's continue inventorying the items from the God-Eye Guild's 5th-tier mage assassins." After finishing the inventorying the items from the God-Eye Guild's 5th-tier mage assassins, after finishing the inventory, the results were 12,000 gold coins. Wind attribute monster cores, 3 of rank 1, 2 of rank 2, 5 of rank 3, 2 of rank 4. Magic crystals, 2 of rank 1, 4 of rank 2, 1 of rank 3, 1 of rank 3, 1 of rank 4, 1 magic crystal, 1 4th-tier enchanted robe, 1 4th-tier magic crystal, 1 4th-tier magic wandsword, 4 vials of 4th-tier mental recovery potions, 5 vials of 4th-tier magical power recovery potions, and 13 other types of potions. Below rank 4. 16 books on geography. 11 unidentified ancient texts. Magic spells. First circle spells. Wind wall, swiftness. Second circle spells. Wind wall, swiftness. Second circle spells. Wind arrow, detect air. Third circle spells. Gale step, wind blade. Fourth circle spells. Whirlwind blades, wind shield. Fifth circle spell. Wind arrow, barrage. Finally, there was a map and a book titled The 13 Formations of Frodo, Volume 1. Seeing the book, The 13 Formations of Frodo, Volume 1, Achilles couldn't help but ask, "Is this 5th level mage also an array master? Can we set up magic arrays in our territory based on the upper scroll of the 13th array? He is likely an array master." Most mages learn 1 or 2 magical disciplines to improve their strength and earn money, accumulating resources. After all, magical experiments cost money. As for setting up magic arrays, it might not be possible right now. None of us are array masters. While the basics of array mastery are simple, advancing is very difficult, requiring a great deal of focus and time. I don't plan to study array mastery, but Wendy could. Doesn't she know how to create life arrays? Archibald replied, No, I don't want to learn about magic arrays. It's too difficult. When I was learning just a first-level life array, it took me 2 years, Wendy protested vehemently, sounding like a student being forced to attend extra classes. Achilles didn't pay much attention. He knew he could quickly learn the basics and then use attribute points to enhance his skills. Achilles had already read the upper scroll of the 13th array, which contained 2 first-level arrays, 2 second-level arrays, and 1 third-level array. Learning them would be another good way to fight enemies. Finally, Achilles held up the map and asked, "Wendy, can you tell me if this location on the map is in the Barren Mountains?" Wendy took the map and examined it. It looks like it. The mountain range depicted here should be the easternmost part of the Barren Mountains. However, I don't know the exact location. I haven't been there myself. I've only seen it on maps in our tribe. The easternmost part of the Barren Mountains? Mia, come and take a look. Hearing that the map showed the easternmost part of the Barren Mountains, Achilles immediately handed it to Mia for her review. After carefully examining the map, Mia confirmed, yes, it is indeed the easternmost part of the Barren Mountains. And this marking. It looks like the area with the mist near our Lyman Wolf tribe's new settlement. The exact location will need to be found once we get there. That area is constantly shrouded in mist, and I haven't seen many parts of it. What a coincidence. It's actually located near Mia's tribe. I wonder why an assassin from the Eye of God Guild would have marked this map. Is there something valuable there? Achilles thought to himself. Then he said, "All right, knowing the exact location is enough. Once we are stronger, we will go and take a look. Maybe there will be some treasures there. And while we're at it, we can also deal with that pack of hyena men from the Lyman Wolf tribe." Mia was surprised and then gratefully said, "Thank you, Master." Even though Mia was under the control of the Law Ring, she always thought about her tribe. Later, Achilles pointed to the magic crystals on the table and said, "All right, that's all for today. You two can go back and rest. Take 1 first grade and 1 second grade magic crystal each to help you with your training. Magic crystals are magical materials that can help mages train quickly. Like minerals, they are usually found deep underground. The better the quality of a magic crystal, the more effective it is for training, and there are no restrictions on its level or usage." "Thank you, sir." Archibald then picked up 2 magic crystals and put them in his pocket. Wendy directly placed hers into her awakening ring and left with a cheerful expression. This made Archibald envious, and he looked at Achilles resentfully. However, he saw that Achilles was also looking enviously at the awakening ring on Wendy's hand. Archibald was confused. If you don't want to give it away, why did you give it to Wendy? Is it because she has a bigger bust? After they left, Achilles carefully stored all the spoils of war. How much easier things would be with more magic rings. Thinking about magic rings, Achilles immediately pulled out 2 books, Introduction to Magical Items and Introduction to Magical Spells, both basic guides for mages. He began to read them. For the next 2 days, Achilles was engrossed in reading the books. He couldn't help but complain about the authors of these books, wondering why they didn't include an index, forcing him to flip through each page to find what he needed. Finally, he found the sections on magic rings and innate spells. Originally, a magic ring was simply a magical item for mages. It had one or more spell models solidified within it, allowing the user to activate them directly, saving time and mental energy. Later, to make things more convenient, space stones were added inside, creating an additional storage space. There is also a special type of storage ring that can be used by knights, warriors, and other professions. Innate spells are only available to mages who have reached the 4th level Grand Mage rank. They must find a suitable elemental artifact and then fuse a spell model into it when using it. This allows them to cast that specific spell at will. Furthermore, some artifacts can even help mages create their own unique innate spells. For example, the 5th level Mage Assassin from the Eye of God Guild likely has an innate spell that is a unique 4-ring speed-based technique. Innate spells can only be learned by mages at the 4th level Grand Mage, 5th level Archmage, and 6th level Grand Archmage levels. Each level allows learning of only 3 innate spells. At the same time, while Achilles was examining the magic books, Archibald in Grey Fortress received a report from his subordinates. They had located the whereabouts of an ogre tribe. Achilles obtained the cannibal potion formula and discovered that it could only be crafted using the brains of second-tier cannibals. He then took the 5 first-tier cannibal brains, 2 third-tier cannibal brains, and 1 fourth-tier cannibal brains, and 1 fourth-tier cannibal brain he had, and went to Grey Fortress to exchange them. However, Archibald didn't have any. It was understandable. The Lincoln family also needed second-tier cannibal brains, and wouldn't have extras to trade with Achilles. Later, Archibald introduced a merchant guild to Achilles, the Fairmont Earl Family's Guild located in western Frostmoon Province. But the exchange rate for cannibal brains was only 1-3, and that was for exchanging lower-tier brains for higher-tier ones. Exchanging higher-tier brains for lower-tier ones was 5-1. As a result, Achilles only managed to obtain 16 second-tier cannibal brains, enough to create 90 doses of the cannibal potion. He ultimately crafted only 47 vials of the potion. This wasn't even enough for Achilles himself to advance to a 3rd-tier advanced knight, let alone give some to Archibald. This made Achilles curse the Feral Legion as unscrupulous merchants. He then had to inquire about information regarding cannibal tribes within Grey Fortress. Unfortunately, none of the known cannibal tribes were ones that Achilles could afford to deal with. So, he asked Archibald to keep an eye out for any news about cannibal tribes. After his subordinates reported back, Archibald immediately asked, "How large is this cannibal tribe? Where exactly is it located?" The soldier replied, "My lord, this cannibal tribe isn't very large and should meet Baron Achilles' requirements. There are a total of 28 cannibals in the tribe, 15 first tier, 7 second tier, 4 third tier, and 2 fourth tier. They are located in a valley about 25 kilometers northeast of the Pighead tribe. They probably haven't migrated yet." That's it. Inform the people of Storm Territory about this, Archibald said with satisfaction. "Yes, my lord. But there is one more thing I need to report. The Pighead tribe has been wiped out. It seems some force eliminated them. Now, it's occupied by scattered orcs." The soldier continued his report. "Oh, the Pighead tribe was destroyed." Archibald was somewhat surprised by this news. Was it an internal conflict among the orcs, or something else? All right, I understand. 2 days later, Achilles received information about a cannibal tribe. After last time, when he annihilated the Lancy Viscount's forces, Achilles had arranged for some disabled soldiers and a squad of personal guards to stay at Grey Fortress and run an inn. Because they lacked support from skilled workers, the inn was registered under Archibald's name to avoid trouble from those who didn't know better. The main purpose of this outpost was to provide Achilles with timely information about important events happening within Grey Fortress and to facilitate communication with Archibald. "Horace, go and tell Clay and Parker to meet me at the castle gates tomorrow morning. We're going on a trip to the Savage Mountains. Also, inform Will that the 1st Archery Squad should accompany us. They need to bring 5 Tier 1 magical crossbows, 5 Tier 2 magical crossbows, and half a quiver of magical arrows." "Yes, sir." After Horace left, Achilles immediately opened his character panel to check his stats. Name: Achilles Basic Skills, Flame Breath, Tier 2 Intermediate Knight, 623 10,000. Magma Meditation, Tier 1 Beginner Mage, 302 1000. Extreme Flame 4-Way Slash, Tier 3, 56/500. Attribute Points, 511 Innate Talent. Energy, Essence 11,989. Requires increasing base level for next awakening. I gained 10,000 energy essence by killing that tier 5 mage assassin last time. I'm accumulating too much of it. I need to find a way to use it. After this trip to the Savage Mountains and defeating the cannibal tribe, I can trade with the Pharaoh Legion, those unscrupulous merchants, for 40 tier 2 cannibal brains, which is enough for 200 doses of cannibal potion. That should be enough for me to advance to a tier 3 advanced knight. And there will still be some left over for Clay and the others. Also, my Extreme Flame 4-way slash can reach its maximum potential at tier 4. I should upgrade it now. It'll be perfect for dealing with the cannibal tribe, Achilles thought as he reviewed his stats. He then directly used his attribute points to upgrade Extreme Flame 4-way slash to tier 4. Extreme Flame 4-way slash, tier 4, maximum. Attribute points, 60. The next morning at the Baron's residence in Storm Territory. Oh, am I going too? But my sugar factory is so busy right now, Wendy exclaimed loudly. You don't have to go if you don't want to. Just lend me your awakening ring for a while. I'll return it when I get back. Achilles had originally wanted Archibald to accompany him on this trip to the Savage Mountains, as his knowledge of magic was limited. However, Archibald refused to go, claiming he had found inspiration for a new enchanting technique. He suggested that Achilles ask Wendy instead, arguing that she was more suited for the journey since she lived in the Savage Mountains and was a life mage. Achilles knew that Wendy would be a better fit, but that little girl always tried to charge extra for everything. Moreover, Wendy was completely absorbed in her sugar factory, making it difficult to persuade her. So, Achilles came up with the idea of borrowing her awakening ring. Knowing Wendy's personality, she wouldn't let go of the ring so easily. Sure enough, when she heard that Achilles wanted to borrow her awakening ring, her attitude immediately changed. I guess I'll go with you then. It shouldn't take too long, right? Achilles smiled. Don't worry, it won't interfere with your sugar production. Following this, Achilles led a small contingent of elite guards consisting of Mia, Wendy, and Horace, along with Clay's squad of beast riders, Ron's 1st archery unit, and Parker's 1st infantry company. They set out for the Savage Mountains. The journey was remarkably smooth. Thanks to their rapid pace, they reached the outskirts of the cannibal tribe's territory in less than 2 days. 2 kilometers away from the cannibal demon tribe, Achilles and his group were hidden in a dense forest, waiting for the latest intelligence. Sir, reported Clay, who had gone to gather information, we've confirmed that there are only 28 cannibal demons. The 2 strongest ones are 4th-tier cannibal demons. The information is accurate. Very good. We will launch our attack first thing tomorrow morning. Everyone, get some rest. Yes, sir. Achilles knew the exact number of cannibal demons and had no plans for a night raid. Cannibal demons have excellent night vision and are extremely alert at night. A nighttime battle would be disadvantageous to his side. The next day, as Achilles prepared to lead everyone in an attack on the cannibal demon tribe, Wendy suddenly asked, Sir, are you planning to just charge straight into the cannibal demon tribe? What else would we do? Achilles looked at Wendy with suspicion. Had this young girl started using her brain and come up with a plan? The cannibal demon tribe is different from other orc tribes. They don't have permanent settlements. Their camps are temporary, so they can be easily abandoned. Regardless of the strength of this cannibal demon tribe, if they detect an attack, their first instinct will always be to retreat. Then, they will assess the enemy's strength and decide whether to counterattack. This is the nature of cannibal demons. If we just charge in like that, they will simply run away, making it very difficult to eliminate them all. Wendy explained. Achilles was surprised to hear this. He then turned to Mia. Is that true? Sir, Mia replied, shaking her head. The Lyman Wolf tribe never initiates attacks on cannibal demons, so I'm not familiar with their behavior. Wendy continued. However, cannibal demons have a fatal weakness. They are extremely greedy and especially fond of eating humanoid creatures. In tribes without 2-headed cannibal demons, you only need to send a few people to lure them into preset traps, and it will be very easy to eliminate them. Our tribe used to eliminate those disgusting cannibal tribes. It was that straightforward. Achilles hadn't expected bringing Wendy along to be so effective. This young girl wasn't just about eating after all. That's right, Wendy. I'll reward you with 2 salted duck eggs from the Firetail region when we return. After finding a suitable location, Achilles scattered numerous purification potions and then dispatched a squad of soldiers to lure out the cannibal tribe. Surprisingly, it worked perfectly. However, The cannibals were fast, but thankfully, Achilles' soldiers had been rigorously trained in running. In the end, they managed to successfully lure the cannibals into a trap by the narrowest of margins. Because Achilles' forces were much stronger this time, dealing with these cannibals was even easier than before. Achilles and Mia each took down one 4th level cannibal, while the remaining cannibals were easily dealt with by Clay's Beast Knight squad, the Magic Crossbow team, and Parker's 1st Infantry Company. They didn't need any help from Achilles or Mia, and only a few soldiers sustained minor injuries. No one was killed. Achilles hadn't expected that the attack on the cannibal tribe would be so easy. He was about to reward Wendy with a kiss as a sign of appreciation, but she coldly rejected him. After cleaning up the battlefield, Achilles didn't linger and immediately returned. He was eager to return and break through to become a 3rd-level advanced knight, so he had no intention of taking any risks or searching for resources in the Savage Mountains. However, just as Achilles and his group were about to reach the valley where the pig-headed people lived, Clay, who was scouting ahead, suddenly ran back to report. "Sir, there's a battle at the pig-headed people's settlement. A squad of human cavalry is slaughtering scattered orcs in the valley. It's from the Ranch Earl family. They are very powerful, led by one 5th-level silver knight, with one 4th-level warrior, 2 3rd-level knights, 2 3rd-level warriors, 4 2nd-level warriors, and 4 1st-level warriors, and here's command." The Ranch Earl family. How's it them again? It seems we're destined to cross paths. Hearing that he had encountered the Ranch family again, Achilles felt like they were incredibly unlucky. "It's quite a coincidence, and I suspect they're here looking for the team we wiped out last time," Clay analyzed. "Is that so? Then it's perfect timing. I was just wondering how to cause some trouble for that worthless prince, so let's start by collecting some interest from the Ranch family," Achilles thought to himself. Ever since learning that the eldest prince had ordered an assassination attempt on him, Achilles had been constantly thinking about how to deal with that prince. Now that he's encountered the prince's lackeys, Achilles certainly doesn't intend to let them go. Achilles then turned to Wendy. "Wendy, the people who captured you last time are here." "Oh, sir, what should we do?" When Wendy heard that the people who had captured her were back, she immediately panicked. Last time, they had chased her relentlessly, and she was eventually captured alive. If it weren't for Achilles saving her, she would have been in a terrible situation. "What else can we do? We don't need to be afraid of them. Now is the perfect opportunity to kill them and let you vent your anger. How about that?" Achilles said with a smile. "Okay, I want to kill those despicable people," Wendy replied fiercely, her expression turning menacing, which didn't scare Achilles at all. Achilles immediately gave orders. "Clay, have your Beast Knight squad stay around the main force. After the battle begins, look for opportunities to strike. Park, make sure the soldiers are ready. We're going to war against a human cavalry unit. Don't underestimate them. Ron, don't hold back on the magic arrows." "Yes, sir," all three responded firmly. An hour later, Achilles' squad was spotted by a cavalry unit from the Ranch family. The leader, a 5th-level silver knight named Clement, looked puzzled. "A company of human soldiers and their elite troops? I haven't heard that anyone from the 8th Legion has been sent into the Wasteland Mountains." "Let's go take a look," he said. Silver Knight Clement wasn't afraid of this small group of human soldiers. He had his own professional cavalry unit, and with his status, even the commander of the 8th Legion, Klain, wouldn't deliberately provoke him. However, when Clement arrived, he saw that the soldiers were already in a battle formation. And then, Clement spotted Wendy, the half-elf, at the back of the group, and his expression immediately turned fierce. That was his goal for this trip. How could it have ended up in their hands? Could it be? The Silver Knight Clement, a level 5 warrior from the Lancey family, immediately recognized Wendy based on her appearance and build. He confirmed that this was the half-elf the Lancey family had been tasked with capturing for the Crown Prince. However, her presence in this army suggested that something might have happened to Lord Alvar and his men. He shouted angrily, "What did you do to Lord Alvar?" Achilles was surprised. How quickly had they figured out who he was? "Ah, so you recognized Wendy. Wendy, it seems you've already been targeted by them. Be careful when you go out from now on," Achilles said, trying to scare her. "I won't go out anymore. I'll stay in storm territory," Wendy replied, shaking her head vigorously, genuinely frightened. Because they were far away and their voices weren't loud, Clement didn't understand what they were saying. However, Seeing that the other side was ignoring him and hearing his own identity being spoken about with such a nonchalant attitude infuriated Clement. He immediately ordered his squad to form ranks and prepare to charge. It wasn't that Clement was reckless. He wouldn't attack blindly without knowing the enemy's strength. He had already assessed this army's capabilities. While they were considered elite, their number of mages was too small. They definitely weren't a major noble family or a military force. For example, even the 8th Squad, 4th Platoon, which fought alongside Achilles previously, had 9 mages despite being understaffed. Therefore, Clement believed that this army was likely from some minor baronial family sent to the wasteland mountains to earn merit. At that moment, Achilles saw the Lancy family's cavalry squad charging towards them. He immediately became serious. Park, Horace, prepare yourselves. Ron, don't hold back on the crossbow bolts. Find your opportunity and shoot with all your might. Yes, sir. Achilles then focused his attention on the approaching cavalry squad. Under Wendy's cover of using her 2nd-level spell, Emerald Blessing, he quietly gathered magical energy and constructed a spell model in his mind. 100 meters. 50 meters. Achilles held a 3rd-level enchanted bow. 30 meters. 1st-level spell, Earth Spikes. A 1-meter-long spear suddenly pierced into the ranks of Clement's cavalry unit. A Tier 3 elite warrior couldn't dodge in time, and his warhorse was impaled, causing immediate chaos in Clement's formation and slowing their charge. Ron seized the opportunity. 10 archers wielding magical crossbows suddenly raised them and fired at Clement's cavalry. At this moment, Clement, already furious due to the disarray, saw the 10 crossbows appear unexpectedly and immediately shouted an alarm. Be careful! Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Clement spoke, a series of explosions erupted. 2 Tier 3 explosive arrows and 8 Tier 2 explosive arrows all struck Clement's cavalry unit. The entire unit descended into chaos. The warhorses of Clement and the Tier 3 and Tier 4 professionals in the front ranks were either killed or severely injured by the blasts. Achilles immediately took another shot, piercing the head of a Tier 4 warrior with a Tier 3 piercing arrow. This sent a chill down Clement's spine. Archers equipped with high-level enchanted bows are capable of killing even Tier 5 Silver Knights. However, Achilles, for safety's sake, decided to eliminate the Tier 4 warrior first. This would ensure the enemy's death and also instill a strong sense of fear in the other enemies. For those lacking combat experience, this could be devastating. In reality, Clement was usually just used by Prince Fis or the Crown Prince for dirty work and lacked actual battlefield experience. The unpredictable nature of the situation caught him completely off guard, leaving him helpless. Seeing his Tier 4 Knight's subordinates being killed, Clement didn't immediately order a charge. This gave Ron the opportunity to fire a second volley of explosive arrows. After another series of explosions, the remaining warhorses in Clement's cavalry unit were all incapacitated. Then, the sound of hose echoed as a squad of beast riders suddenly charged out from the nearby forest. At this point, Clement finally realized he had been tricked. The enemy had clearly been waiting for him here. First, the crossbow team disabled his warhorses to give the beast rider unit an advantage, compensating for their lack of professional fighters. Unfortunately, it was too late. They were now without horses, and, with the help of the beast riders and the crossbow team, the enemy could simply overwhelm them by sheer numbers. Clement, with decisive action, led his subordinates towards a different section of the forest, intending to escape once inside. However, a 4th-level female humanoid suddenly emerged from the trees and entangled Clement. The soldiers attempting to assist were shot back by magical crossbows, resulting in the deaths of 2 1st-level soldiers and 2 2nd-level soldiers. Achilles then killed another 3rd-level senior knight with a single arrow before charging towards Clement, a 5th-level silver knight wielding a 3rd-level enchanted longsword. The remaining 6 enemies were left to be dealt with by Clay and Parker, who were catching up. At this point, Clement had already forced Mia into the forest. Knights are inherently stronger than warriors, and Mia was 1 level lower. Without her 3rd-level enchanted armor, Mia likely wouldn't have been able to hold back a 5th-level silver knight for long. Just as Clement seemed about to break free from Mia's grasp, Achilles arrived. However, instead of being worried by Achilles' arrival, Clement became excited. He even abandoned his escape attempt. In Clement's eyes, Achilles was merely a 2nd-level knight with a 1st-level mage. The greatest threat to him came from enchanted bows. Since Achilles, an assassin, wasn't carrying any bows, Clement felt he had a chance to turn the tide of battle. If he could capture this young man, his subordinates would surely surrender. Therefore, Clement turned and charged towards Achilles with excitement. "Ha ha ha, you little brat! You're too arrogant! I am a 5th-level silver knight!" Clement swung his sword at Achilles. He believed that even for a 5th-level knight, a 2nd-level knight wouldn't be able to dodge the attack. So Clement deliberately held back some of his strength, fearing he might kill Achilles with a single blow. However, what followed was an unexpected scene. Achilles suddenly moved with incredible speed, instantly dodging Clement's attack. He then circled around and unleashed a 4th-level sword technique, Extreme Flame 4-Way Slash, executing 4 consecutive slashes while Clement stared in astonishment. The first slash wounded Clement's leg. The second slash struck his arm, sending his longsword flying. The third slash hit his back, leaving a deep, bloody gash. The fourth slash severed Clement's head. A white light then enveloped Achilles. This was the first 5th-level powerhouse that Achilles had faced and defeated in direct combat. However, the main reason for this outcome was that Clement was simply an ordinary silver knight with no battle experience. Furthermore, he had been holding back his strength on the battlefield, intending to capture someone alive. That's why he was so easily killed by Achilles. Next, Achilles immediately led Mia out to support the ongoing battle. There were still a 3rd-level senior knight and a 3rd-level senior knight and a 3rd-level senior warrior there. With Achilles and Mia joining the fight, the battle outside ended in just a few minutes. The Lanchi family's team was once again completely wiped out by Achilles. After the battle with the demonic beasts ended, Achilles didn't hesitate. He immediately instructed Parker and the others to transport the bodies of the enemies and their own soldiers, heading towards the Pighead Tribe's valley while continuously scattering purification potions. Achilles had just received a dangerous warning. Danger! A 6th-tier flame lion is passing through 5 kilometers north of this location. Extremely dangerous. Everyone, hurry up. Clay, immediately go to the Pighead Tribe's valley and investigate. Wendy, give everyone a dose of floral purification to refresh them and alleviate fatigue. Use Starlight Divine Sebastian on those who are seriously injured to stabilize their condition. Achilles urged everyone to speed up while simultaneously issuing various instructions. An hour later, Achilles and his group reached the Pighead Tribe's valley without any major incidents. After leaving a few people behind to care for the wounded, Achilles led the rest of the group to the entrance of the valley. They used everything available to reinforce the defenses at the valley entrance. Clay and the others didn't ask questions. They knew that Achilles must have sensed some danger. For the rest of the night, everyone cautiously guarded the entrance of the valley. Achilles almost constantly used his earthquake technique to scan the area. Finally, nothing happened. Achilles let out a sigh of relief. That was close, he thought to himself. It seems that 6th-tier flame lion just happened to be passing by and wasn't targeting me. With his current strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat a 6th-tier creature. If they'd encountered each other, it would have been trouble. Even if he managed to escape in the end, the team would have suffered heavy losses. It seems I can't be careless within this wilderness mountain range. I should try to avoid coming here as much as possible. In the morning, Achilles sent Clay's Beast Rider squad out to continue scouting. The flame horses are highly sensitive to high-level demonic beasts. If there was any danger, the flame horses would be able to detect it in time. A few hours later, Clay returned and reported that everything was safe. Achilles immediately ordered them to set off. The bodies of the members of the ranch family were thrown into the forest, where they would be safely disposed of by passing demonic beasts. Achilles didn't find much useful information on any of them. Besides 5,000 gold coins and a 4th-tier sword skill called Coiled Serpent Thrust found on one 5th-tier silver knight, and a 2nd-tier archery technique called Piercing Arrow Technique found on one 3rd-tier knight, almost everyone else had nothing on them. The 4th-tier sword skill, Coiled Serpent Thrust, is a thrusting-based sword skill. When mastered to the 4th tier, it allows for continuous thrusts, similar to how a coiled serpent moves. As for the Piercing Arrow Technique, it involves imbuing the archer's energy, or the warrior's blood, into the arrow to enhance its power, achieving an effect similar to that of enchanted piercing arrows. Then there were the losses on Achilles' side. In yesterday's battle, 4 soldiers from the 1st Infantry Company were killed and 8 were injured. 2 members of Clay's Beast Knight squad were also wounded. However, because Wendy, a healer, was present, the injuries were treated well and none resulted in permanent disabilities. That evening, Achilles and his group finally emerged from the Savage Mountains and returned to the main road at the foot of Grey Mountain. Things were much safer here. Solitary beasts rarely venture outside the Savage Mountains. After resting for a night, Achilles arranged for the team to split up. Parker and others accompanied Achilles directly back to Storm Territory. Clay and his night squad went to Grey Fortress to exchange the brains of 2-level ogres. They also planned to use the 5,000 gold coins they had just acquired to purchase 10 sets of first-level enchanted armor, along with some first- and second-level magical crossbow bolts. The enchanted armor was intended for Clay's Beast Knight squad. After yesterday's battle, Achilles realized that he needed to provide the members of the Beast Knight squad with better equipment in order to maximize their effectiveness. After returning to Storm Territory, Achilles began preparing for his promotion to a senior 3rd-level knight. Because this promotion would take a considerable amount of time, even with Wendy's magic and the Fountain of Life, it might still take about 2 months. Therefore, before starting his training, Achilles needed to arrange everything in his territory beforehand. First, he inspected the construction of North Keep. Achilles felt that the progress of the keep's construction was too slow. At the current rate, it would definitely not be completed next year. So, Achilles planned to increase the number of serf laborers and also intended to bring over the pig-headed people from the mining island once they were mostly domesticated next year to help with the construction of the keep. These pig-headed people as forced labor would be much more effective than serfs. Therefore, before Clay returned, Achilles dispatched Cyril's 3rd Infantry Company, along with the 12,000 gold coins they had obtained from the Eye of Aman, to Grey Fortress to purchase another 1,000 young adult laborers and 400 female laborers. However, after this round of serf purchases, the imbalance in the male-to-female ratio among the serfs in the territory would become even more pronounced. This was not conducive to the development of the territory. Without its own new population, it would be difficult for the serfs to feel secure and stable. However, this was a critical stage of development for the territory, requiring a large amount of young adult labor. Therefore, the issue of the female serf population in the territory could only be addressed next year. Next, Achilles inspected the construction of the storm cannon and the experimental torsion bed crossbow that had been modified from a magical crossbow. He found that the construction of the storm cannons was proceeding very smoothly, and the mobile storm cannons he envisioned were also being developed as planned. Achilles' plan was to design a storm cannon specifically for firing massive stones weighing 100 jin, approximately 220 pounds. However, this type of storm cannon would need to be modular, allowing for quick assembly and disassembly. In future battles outside the city, the disassembled storm cannons can be transported using flatbed carts. When combat is required, they can be quickly assembled, making them a reliable field weapon. However, the torsion-powered ballista modified from a magic crossbow seems to be having some issues. Primarily, the massive crossbow bolts without magical assistance have very poor accuracy and cannot pose a significant threat to skilled opponents. After observing this, Achilles suggested either increasing the size of the crossbows or installing multiple crossbows on each cart. This would allow for the simultaneous firing of multiple bolts, eliminating concerns about accuracy. Simply unleash a barrage and ensure a hit. After resolving the issues with the North Castle and the ballista, Achilles inspected other areas, finding no major problems. However, the magical beasts in the northern dense forest were becoming increasingly frequent. Therefore, 3 days after Clay returned to Storm Territory with the 2nd-tier cannibal brain, Achilles prepared for his final task before training, clearing out the magical beasts from the northern dense forest of the Stormhorn Peninsula. He then set off with Mia, a squad of beast knights, a company of infantry, and 2 squads of archers to venture into the northern dense forest and eliminate the creatures within. The northern dense forest on the Stormhorn Peninsula is a narrow, elongated forest along the coastline. It's not very large. Its widest point north-south is only 5 kilometers, while its east-west length is over 30 kilometers. Normally, such a narrow forest wouldn't be home to many magical beasts. However, due to the presence of the swift wolf packs, some 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier magical beasts have been forced to migrate here, like the 3rd-tier crimson boar previously encountered. On the way to the northern dense forest, Clay began briefing Achilles on the basic situation within the forest. "Sir, we have previously scouted this area. The magical beasts that tend to venture out of the forest include second-tier thunderhounds, second-tier nightblades, second-tier bloodfang boars, third-tier water serpent pythons, third-tier iron lions, and third-tier fox bears. These are the common second and third-tier creatures. First-tier creatures like snow monkeys, wind rabbits, and golden bulls have never been seen outside the forest. Additionally, we have located a hive of insectoid magical beasts. First-tier night bees. Oh, you've already found the night bee hive? Then, when you return, bring Wendy with you to capture those bees. This will allow us to begin crafting the Queen Bee Potion, which can significantly increase the training speed of warrior-class individuals, Achilles instructed. Yes, sir. Subsequently, Achilles and his team spent 6 days thoroughly clearing the northern dense forest from east to west. Some of the more intelligent magical beasts, upon detecting human activity, immediately fled westward. These included second-tier thunderhounds, second-tier nightblades, and third-tier fox bears. However, creatures like the second-tier bloodfang boars, third-tier water serpent pythons, and third-tier iron lions, these stubborn individuals were dealt with one by Achilles. After clearing the northern dense forest, Achilles temporarily entrusted the management of his territory to old Justin, Clay, Parker, and Jenkins, among others. He then began simultaneously refining the man-eating potion and using it to cultivate his blazing breath technique. While practicing the blazing breath technique, Achilles also started training in the coiled serpent thrust. Time passed day by day, and Achilles' blazing breath technique continued to improve steadily. More than 2 months have passed, and the date of December 25th is approaching, marking the anniversary of the Artemis. During these 2 months, everything within the territory has been proceeding normally. In the southern bay, no new Naga tribes have migrated in since the previous group left, so the development of the bay has remained positive. Shipbuilding technology is also steadily improving. The current vessels are now capable of fishing operations outside the bay, providing a sufficient supply of meat to the territory. Furthermore, the first batch of firetail ducks has hatched. The supply of firetail ducks is now enough to satisfy Achilles' needs. However, there's still Wendy, the big eater, so the breeding of firetail ducks remains an important task. The North Castle within Storm territory is also under intense construction. Not only is the foundation complete, but the walls have already begun to rise from the ground. After the anniversary of the Artemis, the boremen can be brought in to move stones. The production of field artillery is also progressing steadily, and torsion catapults and repeating crossbows have been manufactured by the craftsmen. The sugar factory and the Storm brewery are also steadily increasing the territory's income. 2 more apprentice knights from the Clay Knight squad have been promoted to full-fledged knights, Tobin and Fletcher. 3 soldiers in the elite infantry have also been promoted to rank 1 warriors. Kip from the personal guard, Regis and Martin from the 1st Infantry Company. Archibald, who was already a peak-level 2nd-tier mage, has used magic crystals to break through to the 3rd tier, surpassing Achilles and becoming a senior 3rd-tier mage. As a result, their dominance contract needs to be renewed using a 3rd-tier contract scroll. This is one of the drawbacks of contract scrolls. They are limited by rank, unlike the Royal Goddess seal held by powerful nobles, which offers much more convenience. At the same time, Archibald's enchantment technique has finally been perfected, and he can now create fire-based enchanted weapons. As for Achilles himself, he had also been cultivating using the cannibalistic potion, and finally managed to bring his flame-breathing technique to its peak at the 2nd level. Immediately after, Achilles directly used attribute points to advance his 2nd-level flame-breathing technique to the 3rd level. Achilles' life seed immediately began to change again. Although it wasn't as intense as when he broke through the 1st level, it was still more noticeable than when he broke through the 2nd level. Clearly, the improvement from the 2nd to the 3rd level was greater. When the transformation of the life seed was complete, Achilles immediately opened his character panel to check. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: flame-breathing technique, 3rd level advanced knight, 0/100,000. Extreme flame 4 direction / 4th level limit, ring-tailed serpent thrust, 4th level limit, ring-tailed serpent thrust, 4th level limit. Attribute points: 425 innate talents, enhanced perficognition, advanced provision, 0/10,000. Extreme speed, advanced speed, 0/10,000. Absolute defense, advanced defense, 0-10,000. Energy essence, 23,089. Click to awaken immediately. I've reached the 3rd level as an advanced knight, and I can now awaken new innate talents. Next, Achilles didn't bother looking at the other data and directly clicked on Awaken New Talent. As the energy essence decreased, a new line of text appeared in the Innate Talents section of the panel. Innate Talents. Dominion Contract, Beginner Contract, 0/100. You can forcibly establish an unequal contract when the other party is unable to resist, and this contract can override any other contract. Then you can control everything about the person bound by the contract. The level of the contract can only be 1 level higher than your own. Currently, the number of people who can be contracted is 1. 0/1. Energy. Essence. 23,079. Next awakening requires increasing the base level. What an incredibly domineering contract talent. Not only can it force contracts, but it can also override all other contracts. This means I can forcibly convert other people's contract servants into my own. After Achilles finished reading the introduction to the new innate talent, Dominion Contract, he couldn't help but marvel at its terrifying power and dominance. It could forcibly establish a contract and control every aspect of the other party, while also suppressing other contracts. Just thinking about it was frightening. Having appreciated the incredible power of his new talent, Achilles began to examine the other data, especially the improvements in the panel's functions. Basic level increased, panel function enhanced, gain 100 attribute points per day. This time, only the number of daily attribute points has increased. Still, it's not bad. Now, mages might be able to catch up to the knight level without using potions. When I advance to level 4, I should gain 1,000 attribute points each day. Then, I can focus on leveling up whichever profession has easier to obtain potions and simply use attribute points for the other. After reviewing the other data on the panel, Achilles began to consider how to utilize the energy essence he had. He currently only had 23,079 energy essence, which was enough to upgrade only 2 of his innate talents to their maximum level. After some consideration, Achilles chose Enhanced Precognition and Extreme Speed. Enhanced Precognition allows one to avoid danger and prepare in advance when facing extremely powerful enemies. The higher the level, the better. Extreme Speed can lead to unexpected victories in battles, often allowing for kills above one's own level. Again, a higher level is always preferable. Absolute Defense and Dominion Contract would have to wait until later for upgrades. After all, defense can be improved by stacking armor, and Achilles doesn't currently need the Dominion Contract. Having made his decision, Achilles first spent over 1,000 energy essence to upgrade Dominion Contract. Having made his decision, Achilles first spent over 1,000 energy essence to upgrade Dominion Contract to its advanced level. Then he used another 20,000 energy essence to upgrade Enhanced Precognition and Extreme Speed. As a result, the data on the panel changed. Innate Talents, Enhanced Precognition, Top-Tier Prediction, passively predict danger 6 times per day, with a range of 10 kilometers and an effect duration of 5 days, also allows you to sense hostility directed towards you within a radius of 2 kilometers. Ultimate Speed, Top-Tier Speed, increases attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by a factor of 5. Dominion Contract, Advanced Contract, 0/10,000, allows you to forcibly establish an unequal contract when the other party is unable to resist, and it can override any existing contract. You then gain complete control over everything related to the contract and individual. The contract level can only be 1 tier higher than your own. Currently, the maximum number of individuals that can be contracted is 30/3. Energy Essence, 1,975, requires increasing base level for next awakening. The ultimate speed is getting faster and faster. With the current top-tier speed boost of 5 times, it already exceeds the standard speed of a Silver Knight of the 5th rank. Furthermore, the range of my enhanced precognition is also increasing, almost reaching the Cane River. When I reach the next level, it should be able to cover the Northwest Wasteland Mountains. At that time, we won't have to constantly send people to patrol that area. However, those packs of swift wolves haven't appeared again. I wonder if that's a good or bad thing. Hopefully, it's not because the 7-rank Swift Wolf King is about to break through. After reviewing the changes in his 2 innate talents, Achilles subconsciously thought of the Swift Wolves. It had been quite some time since they last appeared near Stormhorn Peninsula. He suspected that the 7th-rank Swift Wolf King might be preparing for a breakthrough to the 8th rank. Moreover, as long as the panda remains on Stormhorn Peninsula, the 7th-rank Swift Wolf King will always be a potential threat hanging over Storm territory. Achilles even considered trying to lure the panda away, but that bear was incredibly cunning and difficult to deceive. Forget it. Let's take things one step at a time. With his enhanced precognition, even if the Wolf King breaks through to the 8th rank, Achilles can escape in advance. The Wolf King's primary target is still the panda. Achilles, this little calamari, doesn't even register on its radar. Achilles then ended his training session, which had lasted for over 2 months, and stepped out of the training courtyard. "My lord," Mia, standing at the entrance, immediately bowed to him. After a brief acknowledgement, Achilles was about to leave when he suddenly turned back and glanced at Mia, particularly at the enslavement ring around her neck. "Mia, go and get Wendy. I need to talk to her." "Yes, master." Watching Mia leave, Achilles thought to himself, "My current strength far surpasses Mia's. I should probably remove the enslavement ring from her. It just feels awkward having it on her." Half an hour later, as Achilles was enjoying a roast duck, Mia arrived with Wendy. "Oh, it's roast duck! Master, why are you eating alone?" Even before entering, Wendy was already shouting excitedly. She rushed in and saw that there was still half a roast duck on the table. "Wow, is this for me?" Wendy exclaimed happily and immediately picked up the remaining duck and started to eat it. Achilles could only nod silently. After they finished eating, Achilles turned to Wendy and said, "Wendy, I'm going to remove the enslavement ring from Mia." "Really? That's wonderful. I've never liked that ring," Wendy said with a hint of annoyance. Achilles felt a bit embarrassed. "You could have just told me you didn't like it," he thought. "But I've also told you that the enslavement ring was placed on her by someone else, and she was in a comatose state at the time. If I remove it now, she might think I did it, and she'll definitely try to kill me. That's why I asked you to come here to help explain things to her later." Achilles explained slowly. That makes sense. "Don't worry, I've got this," Wendy said confidently, patting her chest. Achilles nodded and then ordered Mia to remove all of her weapons and armor, and told Horus to stay far away. After everything was prepared, Achilles approached Mia and used the control bracelet to remove the enslavement ring from around her neck. Immediately after, Mia seemed dazed. She stumbled and fell to the ground. After a while, she slowly regained her composure. Mia's eyes changed from being hazy and confused to becoming determined and fierce. "Human, you will pay." After recovering, Mia immediately fixed her gaze on Achilles and then lunged forward with a swift strike. "Wendy, please explain." Achilles dodged Mia's attack and quickly turned to Wendy for help. Achilles, with his enhanced speed and agility, 5 times faster, easily dodged the attacks of Mia, a 4th-tier warrior. At this moment, Wendy didn't falter and immediately stepped in front of Achilles, shouting loudly, "Mia, wait! Please listen to me! Ouch!" Before Wendy could finish her sentence, she was kicked away by an angry Mia. This was something Achilles hadn't expected. He became worried about Wendy's condition. After all, she was only a 2nd-tier mage. Normally, when they worked on missions together, Mia and Wendy seemed to have a good relationship. However, Achilles quickly calmed down, because after being kicked away, Wendy continued to make ouch sounds, which didn't seem like someone seriously injured. Clearly, Mia still had some sense of reason and hadn't used her full strength in the kick. Achilles then tried to explain, "Mia, please listen to us." But Mia showed no sign of stopping and continued attacking Achilles. After more than 10 minutes, the fight was still ongoing. Achilles was starting to get tired of dodging, but no matter what he said, Mia wouldn't stop. Finally, Achilles had no choice but to subdue Mia with incredible speed, pinning her to the ground. Perhaps because she had recently been freed from enslavement, Mia's strength might have been affected, and she couldn't break free from Achilles' hold for a while. Then, Achilles angrily looked at Wendy, the little girl who had eaten half of his roast duck, and promised to handle the situation. At this moment, she was still lying on the ground, seemingly pretending to be unconscious and not taking her job seriously. "Stop acting dead. Get up and explain things to Mia." Even though Achilles was angry, he couldn't wake up the dead Wendy. This made Achilles' forehead veins bulge. "If you continue to play dead, you won't get any food for a month, and I will strip you of your position as factory manager of the sugar factory." Ah, no, Wendy immediately shouted. She then looked at Achilles sheepishly. Sister Mia is too fierce. I'm scared. You should have just explained things from where you were standing. I didn't ask you to come over, Achilles said sternly. Oh, okay. Wendy finally realized her mistake. She then began explaining things to Mia and continued until she finished. Mia's struggling movements finally ceased, and she turned her gaze to Wendy, staring intently. This startled Wendy, who immediately pointed at Achilles and said, "He taught me that." Achilles, who had just caught his breath, almost choked on his words when he heard Wendy. I? However, Mia didn't continue resisting. Instead, she questioned Wendy sternly. Haven't you been enslaved by him? Wendy was taken aback. Oh no. Lord Achilles has never enslaved me. We have a fair work agreement. I work for him, and he provides food and wages. Mia fell silent after hearing this. After a moment, she turned to look at Achilles. Is what that girl said true? Achilles nodded. It's true. Why would I bother removing the enslavement ring if I were lying? After staring at Achilles for a while, Mia said, "Let me go." Achilles hesitated, worried that Mia might cause him more trouble. "Let me go, and I won't cause you any problems." Carefully, Achilles released Mia, immediately creating some distance between them. As Mia got up, she turned and walked towards the door. "Wait," Achilles said quickly, trying to stop her. "You can't leave yet. I know you're worried about your people, but going back now won't help. There are 2 large groups of gnolls and 2 level 5 gnoll leaders there. Even if you go back, it will be useless, but I can help you solve this problem. Just be patient. We need to wait for an opportunity." Mia paused in her steps and then said, "I need some time to think about it." "Of course," Achilles said with a knowing smile. "Wendy, take Mia back to her room." "No thank you," Mia replied. "I know where my room is, and I'd like to be alone." Seeing this, Achilles didn't say anything more. After Mia left, Achilles couldn't help but rub his wrist. That woman is really strong. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "Lord? Archibald? What's up?" Achilles asked. He had just finished meditating and Archibald was already here. He must be very well informed. "Lord, you let Mia." "Let's get straight to the point," Achilles interrupted. "Yes, my lord. I have come to present the enchantment techniques," Archibald reported, holding out a book. "I have successfully completed the first-level fire magic enchantments based on the records in this book. Currently, I can create a first-level fire longsword, a first-level fire spear, and first-level explosive arrows. Can you create enchanted armor?" Achilles asked, taking the book. "I only know the minor fireball spell, and I don't know any defensive fire magic, so I can't create enchanted armor at this time," Archibald replied. "Then I will quickly help you learn a first-level fire defense spell and also teach you some second-level spells. That way you can continue researching higher-level enchantments." "Thank you, my lord." Archibald had come specifically for this. He knew too few spells, and while potion making was fine before, he now needed to learn more spells to create enchantments. "Congratulations on your promotion to a 3rd-level archmage," Achilles congratulated him. He had a connection with Archibald through a contract scroll, so he knew about Archibald's promotion, although only Achilles could sense Archibald's status. Archibald couldn't know anything about Achilles. "Haha, I owe it all to the magic cores and magic crystals you gave me. Otherwise, I might not have broken through," Archibald said happily. Archibald was very happy that he had managed to reach the 3rd-level archmage rank. "That's also thanks to your hard work. Unlike someone else who has magic crystals too, rare life element ones at that." "But what happened?" Achilles said pointedly. Wendy immediately understood that he was referring to her, and she retorted angrily. "I only recently advanced to the 2nd level. How could I possibly advance to the 3rd level so quickly? Besides, I'm not even an adult yet. Being at the 2nd level is already quite impressive. My lord is also just an adult, and he only recently advanced to the 2nd level. But now he's already at the 3rd level," Archibald chimed in. You both," Wendy said, feeling a bit wronged, and then ran back to practice. "Ha ha ha." Seeing Wendy's reaction, they both burst out laughing. They didn't have to worry about her being upset because she would likely forget the incident within 2 days. After Archibald left, old Justin came over and gave Achilles a detailed report on matters concerning the territory. Since there were no urgent issues in the territory, Achilles decided not to go out for inspections immediately. So, starting the next day, Achilles began studying Archibald's enchantment techniques and the book 13 Arrays of Frodo, especially Frodo's 13 formations, which will be a key focus of Achilles' future studies, the New Two Peoples Brigade. It was January 1st, year 6638 of the Dawn Era, which also marked the Artemis Festival in the Kingdom of Alpha. On this day, the entire city of Storm Territory was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The people of the Kingdom of Alpha were still very devout in their worship of the Artemis. Therefore, on this day of the Artemis Festival, Achilles deliberately gave all the citizens a day off and gathered them together. He then delivered a simple speech, thanking the Artemis for her blessings upon Storm Territory, and announced that he would be distributing generous benefits to each citizen on the spot. Each elite soldier received 3 silver coins, half a pound of candy, and 2 pounds of Storm Territory liquor. Each serf soldier received 1 silver coin, half a pound of candy, and 2 pounds of Storm Territory liquor. Each civilian received 3 copper coins, 3 pounds of fish meat, a small piece of candy, and a small cup of Storm Territory liquor. Each serf received 1 copper coin, 2 pounds of fish meat, a small piece of candy, and a small cup of Storm Territory liquor. The benefits for the skilled workers would be distributed separately later. The distribution of these benefits was met with cheers throughout Storm Territory. Praise the goddess, praise Lord Achilles. After the distribution was complete, Achilles, accompanied by the skilled worker officers from the territory, went to the Baron's residence and held a small banquet. Currently, excluding Achilles himself, there are 26 skilled workers in the territory. However, besides Mia, Archibald, Wendy, and Clay, all the others are only at level 1. Furthermore, Achilles had purchased another 3rd-tier contract scroll and re-signed a contract with Archibald, also increasing his benefits accordingly. After all, Archibald is not only a 3rd-level mage, but also a 2nd-level alchemist and a 1st-level enchanting artificer. Such talent deserves higher compensation. The reason for the complicated process of re-signing the contract was to ensure that both parties had no reservations. At this moment, in the banquet hall, Mia was still in her room. Thomas was on duty at the mining island. Roger was patrolling the northwest, and Jenkins was guarding the city walls. George was stationed at the Storm Territory cannon base. These 5 people were not present. Everyone else was there. Achilles raised his glass. Everyone, let's raise this first toast to thank the Artemis for her blessings. Praise the goddess. Everyone drank the first cup of Storm Territory liquor. This second toast is in honor of those brave souls who died fighting for our territory. Praise the heroes. Everyone followed Achilles and poured out the second cup of Storm Territory liquor. This third glass of wine is to thank you all for your valiant efforts this year. Praise the Lord. Everyone drank their glasses dry again. And now here are some rewards. Archibald receives a 2nd-tier magic crystal. Wendy receives a 1st-tier magic crystal. Clay gets a potion of cannibalism, and each 1st-class knight will receive a vial of wolf fire powder, while each 1st-class warrior will receive a vial of Bee King potion. I hope you all continue to strive for excellence in the new year. Thank you, Lord, said someone. We vow to defend Storm Territory with our lives. Everyone immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Achilles, expressing their gratitude. This was a generous reward, something that would be impossible to obtain in other territories. All right, please enjoy yourselves. I have some things to take care of, so I won't stay long. Besides, you wouldn't be able to relax with me here, haha. After setting the festive mood, Achilles stood up and left. Farewell, Lord. Achilles, leaving the banquet hall, went directly to Mia's room and knocked on the door. There was no response from inside. So, Achilles said, Mia, I know you're worried about your tribe, but you need to be strong. Otherwise, even with my power, it might take a long time to deal with those 2 packs of hyena men. But if you can reach the 5th rank, perhaps we can rescue your tribe this year. I promise that if the Lyman Wolf tribe is willing to relocate to Storm Territory, I will grant them legal civilian status, and they will be protected by Storm Territory. If not, you can continue living in the wild mountains. Please consider carefully. Just as Achilles was about to leave, Mia's door suddenly opened. Mia knelt down on the ground, gritting her teeth, and said, Lord, I pledge my loyalty to you. But I need those 2 4th-tier wind attribute magic beast cores that you obtained earlier. What do you need the wind attribute magic beast cores for? Achilles asked, surprised. Lord, Mia explained. Although we of Vari are also warriors, our warrior system is different from that of humans and orcs. We are naturally imbued with a magical affinity, and combined with our strong physique inherited from orcs, we can use magic beast cores to enhance our abilities. My affinity is wind-based, and those 2 4th-tier wind attribute magic beast cores can help me break through to the 5th rank sooner. It's incredible that someone could have such a constitution. Doesn't that mean you're naturally suited for both martial arts and demonic cultivation? Achilles asked curiously. Not necessarily, Mia explained. It depends on the individual's constitution, and it's not advisable to use demonic beast cores for long-term cultivation, as it can lead to bestial transformation and loss of reason. However, I only plan to use 2 tier 4 demonic beast cores, so there shouldn't be any problems. Achilles frowned thoughtfully after hearing her explanation. Then he said, I'll give you one first. If you find that the cultivation is all right, I'll give you the second one later. Mia understood that Achilles was concerned about her, so she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. All right, get up. Come with me to get the demonic beast cores. After helping Mia up, Achilles turned and walked towards his study. A smile unconsciously spread across his lips. He could no longer sense any hostility from Mia, which indicated that she truly no longer considered him an enemy. While Storm territory was immersed in the joyous atmosphere of the Artemis Festival, deep within the northwestern wilderness mountains, in the Pigkin tribe, Pigkin chieftain Darcy, accompanied by a group of Minotaur warriors, entered his village. This group consisted of approximately 1 company's worth of soldiers, and they were all elite troops. Darcy, the conditions here are truly harsh, said the leader of the Minotaur contingent. You know, our orcish empire has countless human slaves who cultivate the land for us. Yes, Lord Lamore, Darcy replied. The Alpha Kingdom's raids on the wilderness mountains have become increasingly frequent. Our tribes, exiled here, are finding it harder and harder to survive. If not for the Empire sending forces south every few years, we might have already been wiped out by humans. Who can you blame for that? Lamar scoffed. It's because your tribe doesn't take combat seriously. The Empire being lenient enough not to send you into a suicide squad is already quite generous. Yes, Lord Lamar is right, Darcy quickly said, bowing his head. Haha, don't be nervous, Darcy. If that catapult you mentioned is real, I can guarantee that your contribution will definitely allow your tribe to return to the Orcish Empire. Lamar assured him. Rest assured, Lord Lamar, the information is absolutely accurate, Darcy affirmed. At that moment, Darcy was already dreaming of a better life for his tribe back in the Orcish Empire. He had spent over 2 months secretly traveling back to the Orcish Empire. To bring this Tier 6 Minotaur chieftain here, all to ensure the successful conquest of Storm territory. Inside the Pig People tribe, Darcy brought out all the best things the tribe had to offer, treating the Minotaur chieftain of rank 6 with great hospitality. Then, he couldn't wait any longer and asked, Lord Lamar, when do you think we should head to Storm territory to seize those catapults? Darcy, don't rush. Remember, we just crossed the Savage Mountains in winter. The soldiers need rest. The catapults in Storm territory are there. They won't run away. Yes, Lord Lamar. I'm just a little worried about that Storm Lord. He might call for reinforcements from the Kingdom of Alpha during this time, Darcy explained. Why would he? It's not the era of the Empire's southward expansion. No one would want to come to this remote region. Besides, I deliberately only brought a small force this time, just to avoid alarming the Kingdom of Alpha. So don't worry, Lamar said dismissively. You're right, I was overthinking it, Darcy agreed with Lamar's assessment. After that, the Minotaur contingent temporarily settled within the Pig People tribe. At this time, Achilles was studying formations and enchantments when he realized his mental strength and magical power were lagging behind. He immediately raised his mage level to the mid-level rank 2. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: Magma Meditation, mid-level rank 2. 10,000. Attribute points: 331. Innate talent. Energy essence: 1,975. Requires increasing base level for next awakening. Sure enough, after my mental strength increased, my cognitive abilities also improved. Now I won't have to suffer when reading books anymore. No wonder those powerful mages can immerse themselves in the world of magic knowledge for years. Their cognitive abilities must be incredibly strong. After feeling the improvement in his mental strength, Achilles began studying the 13 formations of Frodo. This time, Achilles only took 3 days to successfully enter the field of formations, a skill specific to mages. Then, without thinking, he started increasing his attribute points. Formation Studies, Rank 2, Maximum Attribute Points, 599. It's unbelievable that it reaches its limit at the 2nd tier. It seems to require a higher level of mental strength, unlike alchemists who can raise the level cap to 1 level above their own. Previously, when Achilles was a 1st-tier mage, he had already raised his alchemy skills to the 2nd tier. However, he found that his array magic could only advance in sync with his mage level. I'll have to practice with the 1st-tier invisible array, fire spirit array, and the 2nd-tier Galahad cage array for now. The 13 arrays of Frodo, which Achilles held, contained only 4 types of magic arrays: 1st-tier invisible array and fire spirit arrays, 1st-tier invisible array and fire spirit array, 2nd-tier Galahad cage array, 3rd-tier pack wolf frenzy array. Among these, the invisible array is a support array, while the fire spirit array and pack wolf frenzy array and a black wolf frenzy array are offensive arrays. The Galahad cage array is a trapping array. Achilles planned to gather all the materials for these arrays and deploy them around storm territory. While they might not be effective against powerful professionals, they could still be useful against 1st-tier, 2nd-tier, or even 3rd-tier individuals, helping to compensate for the lack of professionals in storm territory. After improving his array magic skills, Achilles began studying enchantment construction. However, he also needed to learn spells, especially the petrification and stone skin spells from the 2nd tier, one to enhance his defense and the other requiring the construction of fortifications. Meanwhile, far away in the Pigman tribe within the Wasteland Mountains, Darcy, the 5th-tier Pigman chieftain, subtly urged Lamar, the 6th-tier Minotaur chief. "All right, let's depart in 3 days. Once we break through storm territory and obtain those catapults and craftsmen, you can return to the Empire with me." Seeing Darcy's urgency, Lamar didn't delay any further and confirmed the departure date directly. At the same time that the 6th-tier Minotaur chief confirmed the departure date, Achilles in storm territory suddenly received a danger warning. Danger in storm territory. In 4 days, a 6th-tier Minotaur chieftain will lead an army to attack storm territory. Extremely dangerous. Achilles, who was still studying spells, was stunned. A 6th-tier Minotaur? Where did this large group of Minotaurs come from? Achilles even suspected that the orcs had moved south prematurely, but the timing was wrong. It was winter now, and the orcish army's supply lines couldn't possibly cross the Wasteland Mountains. Then Achilles noticed that the predicted time was 4 days, not 5. He realized that this attack by the 6th-tier Minotaur chieftain was likely a sudden decision. Achilles' precognitive ability could only accurately predict known events. It was unable to make precise predictions about uncertain things. Just like with the Flame Lion of the Wasteland Mountains and the Alvar squad from the Ranch family last time, they themselves didn't know where they were going next. Therefore, Achilles only received a danger warning after they entered the range. However, it doesn't matter where this Minotaur came from or why it suddenly attacked storm territory. Those things are irrelevant. What's important now is to quickly find a way to deal with this level 6 Minotaur. Storm territory might not be able to withstand an attack by a level 6 Minotaur. The ballistae, storm cannons, and even the combination of level 4 magical crossbows with level 5 magical arrows would struggle to pose a significant threat. Finally, after much thought, Achilles realized that he could only seek help from the panda. So, without delay, Achilles grabbed the cart full of the latest strong liquor and headed towards the panda's lair. This new liquor was brewed by storm territory itself, specifically To Gua, a type of potent rice wine, with an estimated alcohol content of around 70 degrees, truly one of the strongest liquors available. Achilles and Archibald had all it is available. Achilles and Archibald had also added some fire elemental potion ingredients to further increase its potency. "Brother Panda," Achilles said upon seeing the panda, immediately presenting a jar of To Gua liquor. "Shh! It smells so good! Give it to me, give it to me!" The panda eagerly grabbed the jar after smelling the aroma of the To Gua liquor. Then, it tilted its head back and drank deeply. After a few gulps, the panda let out a contented roar, which startled Clay, who was following them, fearing that the giant bear might be angry. Fortunately, they immediately heard the panda's voice in their minds. So refreshing. So amazing. I'll only drink this kind of liquor from now on. Don't bring me any other kinds. Then, the panda started drinking again, voraciously. In a short time, it had consumed several dozen kilograms of two-gual liquor, leaving Achilles, Clay, and the others speechless. They had all tasted this liquor before, and they knew how potent it was. Just as Achilles was about to wait for the panda to finish drinking so he could discuss a plan to deal with the level 6 minotaur, the giant bear suddenly burst out of its lair. Then, in the astonished gaze of Achilles and the others, it began practicing martial arts. That's right, Achilles rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure he was seeing correctly. The panda was indeed practicing martial arts. It looked like a drunk person, flailing its limbs with strange movements while accompanied by peculiar clouds of mist, creating an almost otherworldly scene. Suddenly, the panda spewed flames which ignited the surrounding mist, turning it into a fiery spectacle. The giant panda, now in its monochrome form, stood deep within a world of flames, and those flames seemed to have no effect on it. Is this some kind of magical drunken fist? Watching the black and white giant bear unleash its fiery attacks, performing such graceful martial arts magic, Achilles couldn't help but feel a bit envious. It was incredibly impressive, especially with the rocks around it being shattered by the bear's power. The black-backed giant bear continued its barrage of punches for nearly an hour before finally stopping. At this point, the inebriated state of the black and white bear had completely vanished, replaced by a clear-headedness. After standing silently for a long moment, the black and white bear turned to look at Achilles. "Thank you." Achilles suddenly heard the giant bear's sincere voice in his mind. Achilles, thank you for the strong liquor. It helped me advance in strength, and it also healed some of my injuries. I'm now fully recovered to level 7. Once I am completely healed and regain my full level 8 power, I will be able to break through to the 9th realm. The black and white bear expressed its gratitude again. Achilles was still bewildered. Could drinking liquor actually lead to a breakthrough? Was this bear really practicing drunken boxing? All right, tell me what you need help with. It's been over half a year since I last saw you. You come to me immediately with such good wine. There must be something you need my help with. Considering the favor of this strong liquor that helped you break through, I will help you for free this time. Tell me, who do you need me to fight? The black and white bear said directly. He is expected. Panda is hard to fool. I have indeed encountered a powerful enemy. A level 6 minotaur is coming to attack storm territory, and I can't seem to find a way to deal with him, so I had to ask for your help, Panda. Achilles explained honestly. Attack storm territory? He has the audacity. Doesn't he know that my winery is in storm territory? The black and white bear said angrily. This isn't really helping you, but I still owe you one. Come on, take me to that stupid bull. Because Achilles had previously tried to win over the black and white giant bear, when establishing the Storm Winery, he had mentioned that half of the Storm Winery belonged to the black and white giant bear, making it his personal bear enterprise. Therefore, hearing that a level 6 minotaur was attacking storm territory, the black and white bear naturally wasn't happy. What was the point of its existence if it couldn't enjoy such delicious liquor? Achilles heard this and realized there was an unexpected benefit. It was another opportunity to get the black and white giant bear to help him for free. Not only that, but it also made the black and white giant bear start to value the Storm Winery. That meant storm territory would be under the protection of the black and white giant bear from now on. Previously, I had considered trying to trick the black and white giant bear into leaving, hoping to avoid any risks associated with the Gale Wolf King. But that's definitely not an option now. This is Storm Territory's protector, a powerful ally. How could I possibly try to deceive it? We need to find a way to eliminate the Gale Wolf King. Brother Panda, don't worry, Achilles explained. I have confirmed information that the 6th-level Minotaur won't arrive at Storm Territory until 4 days from now. After hearing this, the black and white giant bear thought for a moment, then shrunk its body and stood on Achilles' shoulder again. It said, "Then I'll go back to Storm Territory with you. I don't want my sleep to cause any trouble, and I can also visit my brewery." Achilles was startled by this. He had almost forgotten about these large creatures. They sometimes slept for days on end. If they missed something important, it would be a disaster. Fortunately, this black and white giant bear seemed quite concerned. "Brother Panda is always so thoughtful," Achilles said. "Let's go back together. I'll leave the remaining wine with you in your cave." There's plenty more in storm territory. The black and white giant bear didn't object, as long as it had something to drink. Soon, the group returned to storm territory, where the black and white giant bear headed straight for the storm territory brewery. Achilles began planning his battle strategy. With the black and white giant bear involved, this battle was guaranteed to be won. Therefore, Achilles didn't intend to deploy all of his troops within storm territory for defense. He planned to station half of his forces outside the city walls. Once the black and white giant bear killed the 6th-level minotaur, the orcish army would undoubtedly collapse and flee. Achilles needed to arrange for his troops to capture them all. 4 days later, after Achilles had made all necessary preparations, the vast orcish army, led by the 6th-level minotaur chieftain, marched towards storm territory. "Brother Panda, don't rush into action," Achilles said to the black and white giant bear on his shoulder. "Let my storm territory cannons and storm territory crossbows weaken the orcish forces first. If you attack directly and kill the 6th-level minotaur right away, the other orcs will definitely flee, making it too difficult for me to pursue them. It might even reveal your presence in Storm Territory Peninsula. It's up to you," the black and white giant bear said nonchalantly. "Just make sure you don't damage my brewery." Seeing that the black and white giant bear agreed, Achilles felt much more relieved. He knew there was also a 5-level minotaur and a 5-level ogre in the orcish army. If they were to escape separately, Achilles might not be able to catch them. As the orcish army drew closer, the 4 large storm territory cannons and 5 storm territory crossbows stationed on the eastern and southern walls of storm territory began to prepare for battle. Behind each section of the city wall, 6 massive catapults were also poised and ready. On the orcish side, the minotaur chieftain didn't immediately order an assault. "Darcy," he said, "are those what you described? Catapults that can launch stones weighing 100 jin without using magic and hit their targets with precision?" "Yes, Lord Lamar," Darcy replied. "Those are smaller catapults on the walls, designed to fire stones weighing a few dozen jin. The larger catapults behind the walls are used for launching those 100 jin projectiles." Lamar nodded and then ordered, "Darcy, send 4 pikemen squads forward, 2 to each section of the wall to scout their defenses." "Yes, Lord Lamar. If we want to return to the Empire, sacrifices must be made. Do you want my elite troops to do the scouting? If they all die, who will capture those catapults, and how will your tribe ever return to the Imperial grasslands?" Lamar interrupted. Darcy gritted his teeth and said, "I understand." He then dispatched the 4 squads forward. However, most of the pikemen knew about the devastating power of the catapults, so they were hesitant in their advance. Only after a few orcish officers killed some of the more cowardly pikemen did the remaining squads begin to charge towards the walls with reckless abandon. Getting smarter now," Achilles chuckled softly. As the pikemen entered the range of the catapults, Jenkins and Owen, who were in charge of the city's defenses, immediately issued the firing command. All the large catapults and half of the giant catapults simultaneously launched their projectiles. In an instant, a barrage of stones ranging from 20 to 100 jin flew through the air. Despite the pikemen being somewhat dispersed, they still suffered significant losses simply because the area was so confined. "Haha, there really are no magical fluctuations," Lamar said excitedly. "Darcy, you've truly earned your merit this time. Just wait until you return to the Empire and enjoy the rewards." He then ordered Darcy to continue sending troops to attack the city walls. Darcy, clearly desperate, didn't argue with Lamar and continued to send pikemen squads forward. When the pikemen had lost half their forces to the catapults, arrows, and rolling logs on the walls, Lamar finally deployed his Minotaur battalion. He also sent his own subordinate, a level 5 Minotaur, along with Darcy to attack the southern wall, while he himself led an assault on the eastern wall. Achilles saw this and immediately ordered all the catapults and crossbows to fire without restraint. The battle was about to end. Just as the level 5 Minotaur and level 5 pikemen, led by Darcy, managed to scale the southern wall, the level 6 Minotaurs on the eastern wall were already excitedly preparing to charge forward, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the catapults. A massive figure immediately enveloped it. The 6th-stage Minotaur looked up and was instantly filled with terror. Black, Lyman, black and white giant bear. After Achilles saw the 6th-stage Minotaur attacking the eastern city wall, he immediately sent the black and Lyman giant bears to deal with them. Therefore, when the 6th-stage Minotaurs just climbed onto the city wall, The black and lineman giant bears instantly reverted to their normal size and stood behind the minotaurs. Their terrifying bodies completely enveloped the six-stage minotaurs in shadow. Then, the panda chuckled and asked, I heard you're trying to steal my brewery?" At that moment, recognizing the black and lineman giant bears, the six-stage minotaur had no time to think about what the bears were saying. He immediately tried to jump off the city wall to escape. However, it seemed the black and lineman giant bears were prepared. As soon as the six-stage minotaur made a move to escape, one of them slapped him with its massive paw. The force sent the six-stage minotaur flying hundreds of meters from the eastern city wall to outside the southern city wall, instantly crippling him. This was Achilles' deliberate plan. He needed to use the black and lineman giant bears' intimidating presence to eliminate the five-stage minotaurs and pigmen. As expected, when the six-stage minotaur was slapped onto the southern city wall and then effortlessly killed by the pursuing black and lineman giant bears, all the orcs on the battlefield were stunned with fear. Darcy, the five-stage pigman, stared blankly at the panda, muttering to himself repeatedly, "How is this possible? Why are the black and lineman giant bears here?" He had risked everything, the fate of his entire tribe, in order to conquer Storm territory, seize the catapults, and return to the Imperial grasslands. However, the appearance of the black and lineman giant bears shattered all his hopes. At that moment, Darcy was completely disheartened. This gave Achilles an opportunity. He fired a three-stage piercing arrow directly into the head of the five-stage pigman, successfully obtaining 10,000 energy essence. Immediately after, he drew his three-stage enchanted longsword and charged towards another five-stage minotaur. Unlike the pigmen, this minotaur didn't have that sense of despair. After seeing the black and lineman giant bears, he was only momentarily stunned before turning to flee. Fortunately, Mia intervened just in time, and then Achilles, quickly catching up, killed him with a four-stage extreme ringtail serpent thrust. The six-stage minotaur, the five-stage pigman, and another five-stage minotaur were all killed one after another. Combined with the terrifying presence of the black and lineman giant bears on the battlefield, the remaining orcs completely collapsed and began desperately fleeing. Storm territory also started hunting down these orcs. Achilles had previously issued orders that this time, no orc was to be allowed to escape. At this moment, Achilles and Mia were targeting the four-stage pigman who had escaped during the autumn harvest defense battle. Under their combined attack, especially considering that Achilles possessed the speed of a silver knight of the 5th rank, he quickly subdued this 4th rank pigman. Immediately afterward, Achilles placed the enslavement ring, which he had previously removed from Mia, onto the pigman, completely controlling and subjugating him. Seeing that the other two 4th rank minotaurs had already run off into the distance, Achilles immediately called out to the panda, "Brother Panda, capture those two 4th rank minotaurs. I'll go after the rest of the orcs." The panda, who hadn't initially intended to get involved, hesitated for a moment upon hearing Achilles' call, but ultimately decided to intervene and knocked out the two 4th rank minotaurs. This was because the panda didn't want to reveal its presence. It had enemies in the Wasteland Mountains besides just the Swift Wolf King. After seeing the panda's assistance, Achilles began focusing on directing everyone to pursue the orcs. As the orcs fled, they were not only pursued by Achilles' large army from behind, but also faced Parker's 1st Infantry Company, Creel's 3rd Infantry Company, and Russell's 4th Infantry Company at Russell's 4th Infantry Company ahead. Furthermore, these companies were equipped with field artillery and crossbows, all of which were concealed within the trees, using a 1st-rank magical formation, the invisibility array, employed by Achilles. Therefore, very few orcs managed to break through so many defensive lines and escape. Most were either killed or captured. Those few orcs who successfully reached the Cane River were ambushed and attacked by Roger's Night Squad, which was lying in wait on the eastern bank of the river. Even those orcs who managed to swim across the river couldn't escape the pursuit of the Claymore Beastrider Squad, which was hidden on the western bank. The orcs that didn't flee towards the Cane River and instead hid in the various forests on Stormhorn Peninsula were systematically searched out and captured by Storm territory over the next few days. However, before this, Achilles had already dispatched Mia and Parker's 1st Infantry Company, led by the 4th rank pigman he had enslaved, to eliminate the pigman tribe. At this point, Achilles had learned from this 4th rank pigman why the 6th rank minotaurs had come to attack Storm territory. It turned out that a 5th-rank pigman had discovered the immense value of the storm cannons and wanted to use them as a means to earn merit, allowing the pigman tribe to return to the Orcish Great Plains. It seems those storm cannons and crossbows need some magical concealment, Achilles thought. Otherwise, even the royal family and nobles of the Alpha Kingdom might become interested in these weapons of war. At this time, Achilles realized that while the storm cannons and crossbows were powerful, they could also bring him significant trouble. 5 days later, when most of the orcs on Stormhorn Peninsula had been cleared out, Mia and Parker's forces successfully eliminated the Pigman tribe and returned to Storm territory with a group of Pigman prisoners, including the elderly, women, and children. Achilles returned to Storm territory at this time and began to assess the results of the battle. Inside the conference room of the Baron's estate in Storm territory. "Let's start by discussing our losses this time," Achilles began, inquiring about the army's casualties. Jenkins immediately stood up and replied, "My lord, we suffered significant casualties this time. A total of 49 soldiers were killed, 58 were injured, and 6 sustained permanent disabilities." "How could the casualties be so high?" Achilles exclaimed in surprise. This operation had gone remarkably smoothly, and it seemed the orcs hadn't even managed to breach the city walls. "My lord, the main reason is that there were too many orcish mages involved," Jenkins explained. "Almost all of our losses occurred while we were pursuing these orcish mages." "How many orcish mages participated this time?" Achilles asked, puzzled. "There were over 70 low-level mages ranked up to level 4. The Minotaur accounted for more than 2/3 of that number. If it weren't for our 21 magic crossbows, levels 1 and 2, and those Storm Territory ballistae, our casualties could have been even higher," Jenkins reported. Achilles was silent after hearing this. He hadn't expected the orcs to bring so many mages with them. In the previous battle, the orcs had already suffered a crushing defeat before half of their forces were deployed. Therefore, Achilles hadn't realized that the orcs possessed such a large number of mages. "It seems we need to equip each squad with some magic crossbows," Achilles said. "Fortunately, this operation should have yielded significant rewards. We can then provide each squad with 5 level 1 magic crossbows. Archibald has already mastered the creation of level 1 explosive arrows, so there's no need to exchange or purchase them." The reason that each squad had too few mages was because during the city wall defense, they could compensate with a large number of archers. However, when pursuing enemies in open field battles, this became a problem. Without enough archers accompanying them, Storm Territory's squads would struggle to deal with multiple enemy forces composed primarily of mages. Therefore, Achilles decided to equip each squad with magic crossbows, as anyone could use them without requiring any archery skills. Achilles then asked, "What about the results? Please report." "Yes, my lord." Kerr immediately stood up and reported. "This time, we achieved results in both Storm Territory and the Pig Clan territory. A total of 65 professionals were killed, 1 level 6, 2 level 5s, 13 level 3s, 17 level 3s, 17 level 3s, 17 level 3s, 17 level 3s, and 32 level 1s. Additionally, we captured 2 level 4 Minotaur warriors, 1 level 4 Orc warrior, 3 level 1 Minotaur warriors, and 5 level 1 Orc warriors. We killed 689 ordinary orcs and captured 416 orc soldiers along with 1,382 civilians, including 118 elderly people, 780 women, and 484 children. On the Minotaur side, we killed 667 ordinary Minotaur soldiers and captured 3022, excluding prisoners and those for whom calculations were impossible. The total war merits earned amounted to 1 4th-class merit, 2 5th-class merits, 13 7th-class merits, 17 8th-class merits, 17 8th-class merits, and 96 9th-class merits. After hearing this report, Achilles was very pleased, especially with the 4th-class merit that could be obtained from the level 6 Minotaur killed by the Black and Lyman giant bears. This was equivalent to 1/10 of a hereditary baron title. Even in the Orcish invasion campaign, it was rare for nobles to kill orc professionals of level 6. Usually only royal legions and high-ranking nobles had that kind of power. Alright, everyone's performance has been excellent this time. Now, quickly compile individual records of war merits. Then, you need to intensify training for both yourselves and the soldiers. The professional strength of our Storm Territory warriors is too weak. Therefore, we must seize the opportunity to improve our strength. Otherwise, even if we win battles in the future, we will suffer heavy losses during pursuit, just like this time. Do you understand? Achilles said sternly. Yes, my lord, everyone replied loudly. Also, quickly select replacements from among the auxiliary troops to fill any losses you have sustained. Subsequently, Achilles began assigning tasks for expanding the army. Now that Achilles had a group of orc prisoners, he could acquire many more serfs in exchange, so Achilles planned to expand the military again. Will and Lori, we recently added over 2,000 young adults to the territory. Take advantage of the current downtime in construction at North Castle and immediately select those with archery aptitude from this group of serf laborers. Yes, my lord. Will and Lori responded, and Eric and Thomas, you two need to expedite the training of your new night squads. Thomas can return from the mining island, which is currently guarded by Kip. Also, Ingmar, Tobin, and Fletcher, you three should reduce the number of missions you undertake and begin establishing your own night squads. Once your night squads are combat ready, they will be separated from the Beast Knight squad and operate independently. Yes, sir. Judd, Sean, Regis, and Martin, from now on, you will be reassigned to the newly formed 7th, 9th, and 10th Infantry Companies, serving as company commanders. I'm giving each of you only 10 veteran soldiers. You need to quickly build combat effectiveness for these 4 new infantry companies. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The 4 men were incredibly excited. They finally had the opportunity to form their own units. All right, everyone, get to work. Meeting adjourned. After this expansion, Storm Territory's forces will reach the size of a full regiment. If the professional soldiers reach their peak strength, then Storm Territory's power will be comparable to that of established baronial territories with over a century of history. Once everyone had left, Achilles began to assess his accomplishments. He had slain 2 level 5 orcs, and the remaining 2 innate talents were close to reaching their maximum potential. Achilles then opened his character panel and added energy essence to Absolute Defense and Dominion Contract. Absolute Defense, top-tier defense, increases current physical defense, key defense, and magical/mental defense by 5 times. Dominion Contract, top-tier contract, allows you to forcibly establish an unequal contract when the other party is unable to resist, and it can override any existing contract. You can then control everything about the person bound by the contract. The contract's level can only be 1 higher than your own. Currently, the number of people who can be contracted is 4. 0/4. Energy. Essence. 3,973. Requires increasing base level for next awakening. Achilles looked at the 4 top-tier innate talents and thought to himself, all my innate talents are now top-tier. I wonder what the next level will be. Forget it. Let's try out the effect of the Dominion Contract first. Previously, Achilles had never publicly used the Dominion Contract. Even controlling the level 4 pigman was done using the enslavement ring. Achilles was worried that he would be discovered by the panda, which had already recovered to level 7. If the panda were wary recovered to level 7. If the panda were wary of this talent, it could cause some trouble. Achilles then went to the place where the 2 level 4 minotaurs were being held. The level 4 pigmen were also present. The 2 level 4 minotaurs looked at Achilles with a mixture of anger and fear in their eyes, roaring loudly at him. Achilles didn't bother wasting words. He simply placed his hand on the head of one of the level 4 minotaurs and used the power of the Dominion Contract to enslave it. However, the level 4 minotaur was conscious at this time, so when it sensed a force invading its mind, it immediately became terrified and began to resist. Achilles struggled for a long time against the resistance of the 4th-tier minotaur before finally managing to enslave it. However, Achilles was also extremely exhausted. Forcing a contract on a 4th-tier creature is quite difficult. After Achilles successfully used the dominance contract to enslave this 4th-tier minotaur, the previously enraged and fearful creature immediately calmed down. Master! The 4th-tier minotaur knelt on the ground, his eyes still filled with confusion, but his body and mind had already begun to submit to Achilles. Not bad. Get up. Achilles was very satisfied with the effect of the dominance contract. It could be used immediately upon successful binding, unlike a slave ring, which requires a transition period. Achilles then released the magical restraints on the 4th-tier minotaur and asked, "What's your name?" "Master, my name is Lyle." The 4th-tier minotaur replied respectfully, "Lyle, that sounds awful. From now on, you'll be called Lyle, Achilles said directly, changing the Minotaur's name. Yes, master. I will be called Lyle from now on. The fourth-tier Minotaur, whose name was changed to Lyle by Achilles, startled another fourth-tier Minotaur. Demon! You are a demon! Then you'll be Dane, Achilles said with a sinister smile, and reached out to bind the other one. No, I don't want to be called Dane. Just kill me. The fourth-tier Minotaur looked at Achilles' outstretched hand and cried out in terror. A few minutes later, this Minotaur knelt respectfully on the ground. Master, Dane is here to serve you. Next, Achilles released the restraints on Dane. Then Achilles turned his attention to the fourth-tier Pigkin. The fourth-tier Pigkin was taken aback and immediately said, Master, I am not a Minotaur. I know. What's your name? Master, my name is Carlton. The fourth-tier Pigkin replied softly, already prepared to be called Nusan. Carlton? That's a good name. Carlton. That's a good name. Carlton. Later you will pack Lyle and Dane into the animal hide bag and quietly transport them to the wasteland mountains. Seeing that he hadn't been renamed Nusan, Carlton replied happily, Yes, sir. After the two Minotaurs were packed into the animal hide bag, they were carried away by the fourth-tier Pigkin, Carlton. Achilles gave each of the two new brothers and one other person a map. Nuri was sent to the Lyman wolf tribe in Mia to seek out the hyena people and gather information about that area. Newer was dispatched to the valley where the pig-headed people used to live. His mission was to recruit all the scattered orcish tribes in the vicinity and establish a mixed settlement there, responsible for monitoring the situation in the wild mountains and collecting various potion ingredients. On the third day after contracting with Niu Yi and Niu Achilles sent a squad of clay beast riders, along with the Parker 1st Infantry Company and the Clear 3rd Infantry Company, to escort the captured orcs to Grey Fortress to redeem their merits. Achilles planned to keep only 800 female pig-headed people and children to cultivate farmland in Storm territory. The rest would be sold at Grey Fortress, which should fetch around 16,000 gold coins. Achilles instructed Clear to purchase 2,000 female farm laborers and 600 young male farm laborers. This would help address the gender imbalance in the territory and compensate for the lack of labor after expanding the army. Once these laborers were acquired, the population of the territory would officially exceed 10,000 people. At that point, the houses in Storm territory would be insufficient, and the North Keep was not yet completed. Therefore, Achilles planned to build a village near the bay, next to the brick kiln and adjacent to the adobe factory. Since they were all close to the castle, people could simply take refuge inside during times of conflict. The merits earned would be used as follows. 2 5th-grade merits would be kept. The remaining 7th, 8th, and 9th grade merits would be exchanged for 5 third-tier magical crossbows and 50 first-tier magical crossbows. As for the 6th-tier Minotaur, like the 5th-tier Eye Assassin before, they would not be redeemed at this time, and had been preserved by Archibald. After sending Clear and his team away, Achilles found Archibald and explained the potential problems that the Storm territory cannons and Storm territory crossbows might cause. Archibald immediately understood Achilles' meaning. Sir, are you suggesting we create a magical disguise for these cannons and crossbows? Yes, do you think it's feasible? Achilles asked. After thinking for a moment, Archibald said, It's worth trying. We can start by incorporating some magical materials into the construction materials, such as arrowwood. Then I can try enchanting them. As long as there are magical fluctuations during use, it will mislead others. Then let's try it now. I also want to learn about enchantment. After being promoted to a senior mage of the 3rd rank, Archibald was no longer as busy, so he immediately agreed to Achilles' request. While at the Storm Cannon manufacturing base, Archibald suddenly said, My lord, it seems your territory is expanding its military again. Why don't you start forming a mage squad? Huh? Achilles looked confused. Where are we going to find that many mages? You have the testing crystal, right? You can test people within the territory. Mages, unlike knights and warriors, need to begin training at a certain age. A mage with sufficient talent can train even in their 50s or 60s. Even if they don't become full-fledged mages, magic apprentices can still do a lot of things. When we advance to the 4th rank as Grand Mages, we will need magic apprentices to assist us with experiments. Archibald explained. Oh, right. Achilles remembered the testing crystal he had forgotten about after using it himself. He immediately turned to old Justin and said, "Old Justin, go get the testing crystal from the recruitment center. It's time to start selecting new recruits, and while you're at it, test them for magical aptitude." "Yes, sir." Old Justin immediately rode off on horseback to storm territory to retrieve the testing crystal. "Archibald, how many people do you think have magical aptitude in the territory?" Achilles asked. Hearing Achilles' question, Archibald stopped what he was doing and said, a little annoyed, "Probably not many. If there's even one, that's good. You don't know, but magical talent is extremely rare." "Is that so? Then we must be incredibly talented ourselves," Achilles joked. "Not really. Someone with your level of affinity to all 10 elements is probably one of a kind on the entire continent, maybe even the only one," Archibald said seriously. Achilles chuckled wryly. He couldn't tell if Archibald was complimenting him or teasing him. Then, Achilles began to focus on watching Archibald's enchanting techniques. However, just a short time later, old Justin suddenly galloped in on horseback and excitedly shouted, "Sir, we found one! There's a reading!" Achilles and Archibald were both surprised by the sudden announcement, then exchanged glances. They had found someone with magical aptitude so quickly. What incredible luck! But then, they both couldn't quite believe their eyes. Old Justin was riding towards them, holding a crystal that shone brilliantly. Even under the dim light, that intense, piercing blue glow was impossible to ignore. "Oh my, it's a child of the wind element. Son of the wind element. A son of the wind element." Archibald muttered in disbelief. He truly found it hard to believe that old Justin, Lord Achilles' elderly steward, was actually a son of the elements. After all, even on the southern continent where magic flourished, sons of the elements were not common. Yet here in this remote barony on the northern continent, Archibald had encountered 2 sons of the elements in succession, one a son of life element and one a son of wind element. It was simply too fortunate. Archibald even began to wonder if his Lord Achilles was truly blessed by the Artemis. After bringing the testing crystal to stand before Achilles and Archibald, old Justin spoke excitedly. "Young master, look. Don't I have magical talent too? When I just touched the crystal, it lit up with this cyan glow." Since advancing to mid-tier, second-rank mage, Achilles had already crammed in most of the fundamental magical knowledge, so upon seeing the testing crystal in old Justin's hands, without needing Archibald's explanation, he already knew old Justin was a son of the wind element. Watching the delighted old Justin, Achilles did not rush to respond. Instead, he eagerly instructed Archibald, "Archibald, quickly set up that magical array you used to test my spiritual power. Let's see if old Justin has spiritual power. Let's see if old Justin has spiritual talent." Upon hearing this, Archibald did not immediately set up the array. Instead, he explained to Achilles, "Lord, sons of the elements don't require spiritual power testing. As far as we know, among all documented sons of the elements, there has never been a single case lacking spiritual talent. In fact, they almost all possess exceptionally outstanding spiritual abilities. Just test it anyway. It will put my mind at ease," Achilles insisted. Archibald did not object further and quickly set up a 0-ring level magical array. The results confirmed Archibald's words. Old Justin's spiritual talent was indeed far superior to both Achilles and Archibald's, easily withstanding the spiritual pressure of the magical array. After congratulating old Justin, Achilles had him return to continue testing the serfs for magical talent. Watching old Justin depart, Archibald reminded him, "Lord, you should hurry to obtain the wind element meditation method. Uncle Justin is too old. Without the talent of a wind element son, he would already be unsuitable for cultivation." Indeed, a son of the wind element, had he begun cultivating from childhood, no matter how scarce resources were, he would be at least a tier 5 mage by now. "What a pity," Achilles said regretfully. Had the previous lord, the last Baron Louis, discovered old Justin's magical talent earlier, the Louis barony would certainly have at least one tier 5 or higher mage. Over the next 6 days, old Justin tested everyone currently in the territory with the testing crystal. Remarkably, they discovered another person with elemental talent, a blacksmith named Anthony, purchased in Achilles' later batch of slave craftsmen now 18 years old. However, Anthony's elemental affinity was not strong. He had 4 system affinity with earth as the primary element. He passed Archibald's spiritual test and could cultivate magic. Thus, Achilles arranged for Anthony to study under old Justin, learning to read and write while also studying magical fundamentals together, preparing for future magic cultivation. Given that they had discovered individuals with magical talent who could not read or write, Achilles immediately dispatched Thomas on horseback to Grey Fortress to notify Cray to purchase another 10 literate and educated slaves. Since there were many beastmen captives this time and many serfs to purchase, Cray would certainly still be at Grey Fortress, so Thomas could make it in time. The purchase of literate serfs was because Achilles planned to establish literacy classes, something that should have been done long ago but had been delayed. After all, not only mages needed to read, ordinary soldiers did too. Currently, most soldiers learning breathing techniques needed literate individuals to teach them hand in hand, which was incredibly inefficient. Establishing literacy classes was imperative, and the territory's population was growing ever larger. They could delay no longer. Though teaching serfs to read would introduce other thoughts into their minds, as long as Achilles maintained military superiority, the serfs could not spark any slave rebellion. Just as Cray and his group completed the exchange of war merits at Grey Fortress, news quickly spread to Frost Moon City. The Crown Prince's men in Frost Moon City swiftly reported back to the royal capital, Changwon City, that the Storm Domain had obtained substantial war merits again. Useless, all useless. What is the damned Eye of God Guild doing? A Tier 5 assassin can't even deal with a pretty boy. Have they been hunted by the kingdom to such incompetence? Crown Prince Paolo erupted in fury upon learning that Achilles was still alive, cursing the Eye of God Guild wildly. Robert beside him glanced around, his brows furrowing sharply as he warned, "Your Highness, mind your words." Crown Prince Paolo came to his senses, then looked toward the female slaves around him before waving his hand at Robert. Understanding the gesture, Robert immediately drew his sword and killed each terrified slave. Then he said to the Crown Prince, "Your Highness, I suspect the Tulip Countess secretly arranged a Tier 6 powerhouse to protect that pretty boy Achilles in the Storm Domain. Otherwise, it cannot be explained why a Tier 5 assassin has failed until now." "I think so too. Damned Haley. I am the Crown Prince of the Alpha Kingdom, yet she still looks down upon me. Sooner or later, I'll make her pay," Crown Prince Paolo said furiously, though he no longer mentioned the Eye of God Guild. By the way, has Auden been killed? Crown Prince Paolo asked next. "Your Highness, not yet. That bastard has fled into the wilderness mountains, and furthermore." Robert's expression grew grim as he hesitated. "Furthermore what? Speak," the Crown Prince shouted impatiently. "Furthermore, while pursuing Auden, our men encountered another force. It's been them blocking us from killing Auden, which is why it's been dragged on until now," Robert stated truthfully. "What? Are they the Queen's people? Auden hasn't fallen into their hands, has he?" the Crown Prince asked with concern. "Unlikely to be the Queen's people. After struggling with them for so many years, we no longer need to hide our identities from each other. As for that bastard Auden, he hasn't fallen into their hands either. He's now hidden in the wilderness mountains, and it won't be easy to find him," Robert replied. Crown Prince Paolo fell silent for a moment, then said, "Go notify that fool Neil, have him cease pursuing the half-elf, and instead deploy more manpower to hunt down Auden. We need him alive, or his corpse. Absolutely do not let Auden fall into anyone else's hands." When Prince Caleb learned that Achilles was still alive, he was initially furious and wanted to send more people to kill him. However, now there are unidentified individuals also pursuing Bennett. This made Prince Caleb quite worried. If Bennett fell into the hands of his political rivals, even though he had some preparations in place, it would cause him significant losses. Just the pieces he would have to sacrifice were enough to make him heartbroken. Therefore, Prince Caleb could only temporarily put aside the matter of Achilles and focus on dealing with Bennett. In the province of Shuangyu, within Fiss's residence in the city of Shuangyu, Fiss was currently looking at a letter sent by Robert with a worried expression. "That damned Robert. He always gives Prince Caleb bad ideas. Now where am I supposed to find people to search for Bennett?" Since Achilles, seeking revenge against the prince, once again annihilated the Clement cavalry unit of the Ranch family, Fiss had lost contact with the team sent to the Wasteland Mountains. This made Fiss both angry and worried. He now strongly suspected that it wasn't just his subordinates who were incompetent, but that someone was targeting him or the Ranch family. So Fiss told his father, the current Earl of Ranch, about this. He hoped to be able to request more personnel from the family, because after losing both the Alvar unit and the Clement unit, Fist now only had his own personal guard. However, when the Earl of Ranch learned that so many people were lost just to capture a half-elf and even his illegitimate son Alvar was missing, he not only refused to send him more personnel, but also froze all the funds of the ranch family in the city of Shuangye, preventing Fist from using them freely. Finally, he told Fist that the family would no longer provide any additional personnel or even a single gold coin. If Fist wanted to regain the family's support, he needed to demonstrate his value and earn benefits and support for the family from Prince Caleb. This made Fist extremely angry. How could he do anything for Prince Caleb without money or manpower? And if he couldn't serve Prince Caleb, how could he possibly gain any benefits or support from him? Neil believed that his father was using this as an opportunity to attack him, preventing him from serving the Crown Prince. This could lead the Crown Prince to abandon him, allowing his father to freely strip him of his inheritance and install the children of Lady Lancey as heirs instead. Therefore, after receiving Robert's instructions, Neil, without any support, sent a letter back to the Caleb, informing him about the possibility that he was also being watched. He hoped the Crown Prince would order him to halt his operations until they could identify and neutralize whoever was behind it all. In response, the Caleb sent him a handwritten letter containing only one sentence: "If you can't do the job, go back to Lancey and let your brother take over." This put Neil in an impossible situation. The Crown Prince's meaning was clear. If Neil couldn't deliver, someone else would be appointed as his heir. Someone who could actually get things done. So Neil had no choice but to send his guard detachment to the Wildlands to search for Bennett Pierce. Neil instructed his captain, "This time, when you enter the Wildlands, just go through the motions. Don't take any unnecessary risks. The Crown Prince has probably sent a lot of people, and we don't need to compete for recognition. You know my current situation. If your team encounters trouble, my position as heir might be in serious jeopardy." "Yes, sir, I understand," replied Captain Pierce. "I will search the outskirts of the Wildlands and stay out of it. It should be relatively safe there. Don't worry about me, but you need to be careful too, lest Lady Josephine sends someone." "Don't worry," Neil said. "I'm still serving the Crown Prince. That woman wouldn't dare do anything to me. Otherwise, my father wouldn't be able to protect her." After giving Pierce his instructions, Neil sent them off, ordering them to leave from Grey Keep so that the Crown Prince would know he had dispatched a team to search for Bennett in the Wildlands. Meanwhile, Dane, a fourth-tier minotaur who had been contracted by Achilles, had gathered over 600 scattered orcs in the valley that was originally inhabited by the pig-headed orc tribe. Normally, during the winter months, food resources in the Savage Mountains were scarce, so most tribes wouldn't take in stray orcs to bolster their strength unless they were orcs of a third or fourth tier. Furthermore, even those third or fourth tier orcs who had lost their tribes wouldn't gather weak and insignificant scattered orcs because they would gain nothing from it and would have to protect them. It was better for them to join a powerful tribe, where their own strength would still earn them a high status. Therefore, Dane, this powerful fourth-tier minotaur, began attracting scattered orcs after taking over the pig-headed orc valley, which immediately garnered support from all the surrounding scattered orcs, who flocked to join him. These weak and insignificant scattered orcs struggled to survive in the Savage Mountains. Now, suddenly, a powerful fourth-tier minotaur was willing to protect them, and they had a very safe valley as their home. It was only natural that they would come. One day, Dane, who was instructing his subordinates to search for magical materials, suddenly received reports from several sheep-headed orcs. They said that a small group of human cavalry had arrived outside the valley, and that this unit appeared to be very powerful. Upon hearing this, Dane immediately sent some mole men to investigate, while he himself quietly left the valley and quickly headed towards the Cane River. The next day, at a specific location on the banks of the Cane River, he met Carlton, a fourth-tier pigman. This fourth-tier pigman had been patrolling with Roger and regularly visited this specific location. After receiving information from Dane about a unit of human cavalry entering the Savage Mountains, he immediately returned to Storm Territory. At that time, Achilles also received news from Grey Fortress, stating that another unit of cavalry from the ranch family had entered the Savage Mountains. Is he still searching for Wendy? That prince is quite perverted. He's so obsessed with getting Wendy. Achilles muttered to himself, criticizing the prince for being so fixated on a woman. He clearly wasn't someone who could accomplish great things. "Sir, Carlton has returned," Horace reported suddenly. "Carlton has returned," Horace reported suddenly. Carlton? Could it be that Dane also discovered the ranch family's cavalry unit? Achilles thought with amusement. After the fourth-tier pigman, Carlton reported Dane's findings, and combined with intelligence from Fort Gray, Achilles confirmed the identity of the human cavalry unit operating outside the Goblin Valley. It was a small squad of 13 individuals, vastly outmatched by their opponents. Achilles determined that this particular human cavalry unit belonged to the ranch family. The unit consisted of one fifth-tier Silver Knight leading the group, accompanied by one fourth-tier Great Warrior, one third-tier Senior Knight, three third-tier Senior Warriors, three second-tier Intermediate Warriors, two first-tier Junior Knights, and two first-tier Junior Knights, and two first-tier Junior Warriors. The ranch family, it seems we're destined to cross paths. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Achilles realized he had a complicated relationship with the ranch family. This was the third time they had encountered each other. Previously, the eldest prince had plotted against him 3 times, once by rearranging territories, once by sending assassins from Bennett, and once by using a 5th-tier mage assassin. Now, Achilles intended to settle all those scores with the ranch family. The next morning, Achilles set out with Mia, the 4th-tier pigman Carlton, Ron's first archery squad, equipped with 5 second-tier magical crossbows and 5 third-tier magical crossbows, and the newly arrived Clay Beast Rider unit. They headed towards the Goblin Valley to ambush the ranch family's cavalry unit. When Achilles and his group reached the entrance to the Wasteland Mountains, Carlton, who had gone ahead to confirm the location of the ranch family's cavalry unit based on Dane's information, was already waiting there. "Sir, I have located the position of that cavalry unit." "Excellent. Lead the way." Achilles didn't summon Dane. He wasn't ready to reveal the terrifying power of the Dominator contract just yet. After Carlton led Achilles and his group 6 kilometers into the Wasteland Mountains, he pointed towards a small path leading east. "Sir," they entered through this path. They should be about 7-8 kilometers in now, but their pace is slow. It seems they are searching for something. Achilles knew what they were searching for something. Achilles knew what they were searching for. He then circled around to position himself ahead of the ranch family's cavalry unit and set up an ambush. Finally, under Achilles' enchanted arrows and the barrage from 10 second and third-tier magical crossbows, combined with attacks from other members of his group, the ambush was successful. The entire cavalry unit of the Lanchi family was wiped out by Achilles. However, this time, Achilles left one person alive. The Tier 4 warrior was captured by Achilles and Mia working together. Later, while having Clay and the others clean up the battlefield, Achilles secretly enslaved the Tier 4 warrior. This meant that only one of Achilles' enslavement slots remained. Everyone who heard the Tier 4 warrior's terrified screams assumed that their leader was using magic torture. After successfully enslaving him, Achilles learned from this Tier 4 warrior, named Orion, about their true mission. Bennett has fled to the Wasteland Mountains and is currently being hunted by people sent by the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince must be trying to silence him. Achilles thought to himself. However, Achilles couldn't get involved in these matters yet, as he lacked manpower within his kingdom and reliable sources of information. It was too late for him to intervene. Therefore, after cleaning up the battlefield, Achilles led the team back to Storm territory without any intention of searching for Bennett. In this ambush, Achilles personally killed a Tier 5 Silver Knight and a Tier 3 Senior Warrior, successfully obtaining 10,100 energy essence. He also acquired 3,000 gold coins and a Tier 4 sword skill called Golden Whirlwind Slash from these people. This made Achilles lament that the Lanchi family was becoming increasingly poor. He didn't want to target them anymore. There simply wasn't much profit to be gained. Upon returning to Storm territory, Achilles learned many things about the Lanchi family and the Crown Prince from Orion. For example, the current Countess of the Lanchi family is in conflict with Fis, who deeply despises the current Earl of the Lanchi family. Furthermore, the Caleb is indeed a psychologically disturbed individual. According to Fis's occasional remarks, Caleb's favorite type of woman is voluptuous, seemingly craving maternal affection. This also explained why the Crown Prince had been pursuing Wendy. It was because she possessed those qualities. Knowing these inside stories, Achilles couldn't help but exclaim, "The private lives of these nobles are truly more scandalous than the last." After learning this irrelevant information, Achilles began to consider how to deal with the Tier 4 warrior Orion. Storm territory didn't particularly lack a Tier 4 warrior strength, and it wouldn't be feasible to keep him in storm territory without being able to explain his allegiance. Levis thought for a moment, then decided to send Orion away. He summoned Old Justin. Old Justin, I have another task for you. As you command, young master. This old body is still capable, Old Justin replied respectfully. Yes, that's right. I'm planning to establish a trading caravan under Captain Archibald's name and send it to Frostmoon City to conduct business. I want you to oversee operations there, Levis explained. Me? But young master, how can we possibly establish ourselves in Frostmoon City? Mia and Mordo aren't suitable for that kind of work. Should Captain Archibald dispatch some people? Old Justin questioned. This world is one ruled by armed nobles. Without sufficient force, it's difficult to compete with established businesses on someone else's territory. Although Frostmoon City is under the jurisdiction of the kingdom, any noble can conduct trade there. However, the guilds and nobles already established there will still discriminate against newcomers. No matter how influential your background might be, you need sufficient force of your own. And it can't be slaves like orcs or elves, as Frostmoon City has restrictions on the activities of such non-human races. Don't worry about that, he'll handle the security, Levis said, calling Orion over. Orion looked completely different from before. Levis had used a potion made with ogre stomach acid to disfigure most of his face. However, it wasn't complete facial reconstruction. At least he was still recognizable, and Levis had given him a new name. His name is Orion. He's a Tier 4 warrior, which should be sufficient for Frostmoon City. Also, I'm sending Kip, a Tier 1 warrior, along with a small squad of guards. Each of them will be equipped with a Tier 2 magical crossbow. Old Justin stared at Orion, the Tier 4 warrior. When did Levis recruit another Tier 4 warrior? When did Levis recruit another Tier 4 warrior? All right, young master. With Orion there, I'll be careful. Establishing ourselves in Frostmoon City should be possible. When do we leave? Not yet. First, you need to hand over all your current responsibilities to Jenkins. He and Parker have already signed contracts. Also, don't neglect your magical training. Before you go, I need to prepare a meditation technique for you so that you can practice in Frostmoon City. Thank you, young master. Old Justin still believed that once he went to Frostmoon City, he wouldn't be able to continue learning magic. However, during this time, he had been studying the basic principles of magic and was gradually starting to enjoy it. After discussing with Old Justin about forming a trading caravan and establishing a foothold in Frostmoon City, Achilles first sent Old Justin to handle the handover of his responsibilities. Achilles chose to send Old Justin to Frostmoon City because Storm Territory currently lacked personnel with the necessary expertise. Even Old Justin was somewhat ill-equipped for the task. After all, Old Justin was just a servant from a baronial family. Although he had managed some of the Louis family's properties under Achilles' mother in his younger years, those were only small businesses. However, during the year Achilles spent in Storm Territory, he delegated most of the territory's affairs to Old Justin. Achilles also taught Old Justin many management skills, which allowed him to accumulate some experience. Furthermore, once Old Justin became a mage, his learning ability and cognitive skills would become exceptionally strong, allowing him to learn quickly. He should be able to handle the situation in Frostmoon City by then. However, before that, Achilles needed to help Old Justin obtain a wind attribute meditation technique. Fortunately, the previous 5th-level mage assassin was a wind attribute mage. Although he didn't have the meditation technique, he did possess wind spells from level 1 to 5, which saved Achilles some trouble. Currently, the only person Achilles could turn to for help with obtaining a wind attribute meditation technique was Archibald. Alternatively, he could ask Haley. Achilles now knew that Haley had definitely placed people within Grey Fortress. However, unless absolutely necessary, Achilles didn't want to involve Haley. He knew very little about her, and she was too powerful for him to easily approach. Therefore, Achilles sent Ingmar to Grey Fortress to consult with Archibald about the wind attribute meditation technique. Achilles also had a 6th-level minotaur that he hadn't yet exchanged for merits. It could be used to obtain a meditation technique if necessary. 4 days later, Ingmar returned and reported that Archibald could provide a wind attribute meditation technique that would allow one to advance to the level of a 4th-tier Grand Mage. And it doesn't come with any conditions, but Archibald said he wanted something in return, and Achilles would have to personally go to Grey Fortress to discuss the matter. How did Archibald manage to get a 4th-tier wind affinity meditation technique? Isn't he just a distant relative of the Lincoln family? Achilles was still surprised that Archibald had obtained a 4th-tier wind affinity meditation technique. As for going to Grey Fortress in person to negotiate the deal, that wasn't a problem. It was worth it to get a 4th-tier wind affinity meditation technique, and Achilles was just curious about what Archibald wanted. The next day, Achilles entrusted the affairs of Storm Territory to Archibald, Parker, and Jenkins, who would jointly manage them. Then, he set off for Grey Fortress with Mordo and a squad of Grim Beast Knights. As for Mia, she had already started using her second 4th-tier wind affinity magic core. According to her, after absorbing this 4th-tier wind affinity magic core, she should be able to break through to the 5th tier. That evening, Achilles' group arrived at Grey Fortress. After a simple registration at the city gate, Achilles went to Archibald's residence. Ha ha ha, Achilles, you finally came. As soon as Achilles entered the residence, he heard Archibald's enthusiastic voice. I came pretty quickly, didn't I? If you were so eager, you should have sent me some flying scrolls, Achilles joked. Achilles, don't tease me. Where would I get flying scrolls? But I do have something urgent to discuss. Archibald was about to start talking about the main issue, so he waved his hand and dismissed his guards. Achilles also had Clay and Mordo leave. As Archibald watched Mordo's retreating figure, he couldn't help but envy him. Achilles actually has a 4th-tier beast slave. That's amazing. Captain Archibald is already a 5th-tier silver knight. What would he need with a 4th-tier beast slave? That's amazing. Captain Archibald is already a 5th-tier silver knight. What would he need with a 4th-tier beast slave? That's different, and Achilles' cultivation speed is terrifying. Archibald already knew that Achilles was a 3rd-tier advanced knight because registration was required to enter Grey Fortress. However, Achilles didn't register his status as a mage. The kingdom's laws only required registration of the highest level attained, not all information. This time, Achilles didn't dwell on the topic and directly asked, I've had some opportunities, but my talent isn't that extraordinary. Captain Archibald, perhaps you could tell me about your urgent matter. Archibald nodded and said, I want to make a deal with brother Achilles. I'll give you a 4th-level wind magic technique in exchange for you helping me with something. Achilles was surprised. Archibald had summoned him from so far away just to ask for his help. He asked, What is it that you need my help with? Otherwise, I can't agree, and if I fail, it would be a problem. Archibald paused for a moment before taking out a contract scroll and said, Brother Achilles, it's not that I don't trust you, but this matter is quite significant. Therefore, I need you to sign a confidentiality agreement with me. Regardless of whether you agree or not, you must not tell anyone about this matter, and I will also keep your involvement in this matter confidential. Achilles looked at the contract scroll Archibald had produced and immediately became serious. This kind of thing was definitely not cheap. What could possibly be so important that it required such caution? However, for the sake of obtaining the magic technique, Achilles signed the agreement first. He would do what he could, and if he couldn't, he would simply keep it confidential. After both parties signed the contract, Archibald revealed his purpose. I need brother Achilles to send some powerful subordinates to help me acquire a rare treasure. Achilles was stunned. It was a rare treasure. He knew that rare treasures were at least 6th-level items. Archibald possessed information about a rare treasure, and it seemed he wasn't planning on telling the Lincoln family. That explained why he was so cautious. This information definitely couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, not only would the rare treasure potentially be stolen by someone else, but even if it wasn't, the punishment from the Lincoln family would be unbearable for Archibald. Seeing that Achilles hadn't responded, Archibald continued. During a routine patrol of the Wasteland Mountains recently, I accidentally discovered a 6th-level azure snowflower, and this flower is about to mature. Therefore, I am willing to offer a 4th-grade wind system meditation technique in exchange for brother Achilles' assistance. Blue snowflake flower is a 6th-grade celestial herb, a rare treasure. It's also a vital ingredient for crafting potions that enhance the evolution of knights, specifically used in creating potions to help knights break through to the next level. The blue snowflake flower is the primary ingredient in a 6th-grade potion called Blue Snow Potion. One blue snowflake flower can be used to create 5 doses of the blue snow potion. Even an average 6th-grade alchemist should be able to successfully craft at least 1 dose. The blue snow potion significantly increases the success rate for a 5th grade silver knight attempting to break through to a 6th grade gold knight, boosting it by 45%. In contrast, ordinary 6th grade breakthrough potions typically only increase the success rate by 10 to 20%. This highlights the value of the blue snow potion. Generally, if a knight has built a solid foundation and prepared adequately during the 5th grade silver knight stage, and their breathing techniques are sound, breaking through to the 6th grade is almost guaranteed. However, given that the blue snowflake flower is a rare celestial herb, it's highly likely that powerful magical beasts guard it. To obtain such treasures, one must defeat the guardian beasts. Since Archibald sought Achilles' help, there must be a magical beast near the blue snowflake flower that he couldn't handle on his own. After Archibald finished explaining, Achilles immediately asked, "What kind of magical beasts are around the blue snowflake flower?" "Brother Achilles understands perfectly," Archibald said seriously. "Yes, there is a powerful 6th grade magical beast near the blue snowflake flower, the Axle. I am unable to defeat it myself, so I'm hoping you can help." "A 6th grade, an Axle," Achilles exclaimed, then added with concern, "Captain Archibald, a 6th grade Axle is quite formidable. I don't have any 6th grade fighters under my command. I doubt I would be able to defeat it." The Axle is a relatively rare water-based intermediate magical beast. It excels in illusions and toxins. Even a 6th grade gold knight would find it challenging to deal with. They typically reach a power level of 5th or 6th grade as adults, although occasionally they can break through to the 7th grade due to various opportunities. The 6th grade Axle that Archibald encountered was likely preparing to use the blue snowflake flower to attempt its own breakthrough to the 7th grade. This would make it even more difficult to deal with than a typical Axle, as you're essentially trying to steal its chance at advancement, and it would undoubtedly fight fiercely. "I know that 6th grade Azure shadow serpents are difficult to handle," Archibald said. "But Brother Achilles, are you sure you don't have any 6th grade fighters under your command? I heard that the Storm Legion captured several 5th grade. Tulips. Captain Archibald, I understand why you came to me. You thought I might have a powerful level 6 individual sent by Angelia. However, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Not only do I not have anyone like that here, but even if I did, do you think I could control them?" Achilles shook his head regretfully. "I see." Captain Archibald's expression turned serious after hearing this, and he didn't know what to say next. Seeing that Captain Archibald remained silent, Achilles guessed that Archibald hadn't found any other level 6 allies. Furthermore, Archibald is only a company commander, and the number of subordinates he can use privately would certainly be fewer than Achilles's. Therefore, relying solely on Archibald and Achilles's current abilities to retrieve the blue snowflake from the level 6 Axle would undoubtedly be a futile effort, though he continued to inquire about other ways to obtain information about the wind-based meditation techniques. "Captain Archibald, I truly can't help you with the blue snowflake. Therefore, regarding the wind-based meditation techniques, are there any other conditions we could exchange?" Captain Archibald shook his head after hearing this. "I think that would be difficult. The meditation technique belongs to a level 5 mage who is also a level 6 alchemist. He doesn't lack anything. I need him to help me refine the blue snowflake potion, and in return, if the refined potion yields more than one batch, he will take one batch for himself and give me some compensation. Originally, I was hoping that if you, Achilles, could help me, I would ask you for a level 4 wind-based meditation technique. So?" "Ah, I see. What if I offered a level 4 achievement in exchange? Would he consider it?" Achilles asked hopefully. Captain Archibald was taken aback. "Achilles, do you actually have a level 4 achievement? You're not even level 6 yourself. A level 4 achievement is equivalent to one level 6 yourself. A level 4 achievement is equivalent to one level 6 beastman or 10 level 5 beastmen, regardless of which, it's impossible to obtain without having level 6 combat power in the short term, and Achilles has only been here for a year, so he must have killed a level 6 beastman to acquire a level 4 achievement. I do indeed have the corpse of a level 6 minotaur, but I didn't kill it myself. I can't tell you the details." Achilles explained. Archibald listened for a moment, then replied, "I'll ask around, but I can't guarantee anything." Achilles nodded. He knew that obtaining such a powerful item was difficult. "All right, please do ask for me." As Achilles prepared to leave, Archibald nodded and also stood up to see him off. Suddenly, Archibald seemed to remember something, his expression immediately becoming troubled. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said to Achilles, "Achilles, there's another plan I have regarding the Azure Serpent. I hope you can help me." Seeing Archibald's change in demeanor, Achilles knew it wouldn't be good news. He tried to dissuade him. "Captain Archibald, please don't act rashly. A 6th-level Azure Serpent is beyond our capabilities. You could report the information to the Lincoln family. You would still receive a generous reward. I know, but the family definitely won't give me the blue snow elixir. I'm almost 40 years old now. If I don't break through to the 6th level soon, I might not have another chance. And if I can't reach the 6th level, I'll never be able to earn a 3rd-class merit." Archibald said with frustration. "Doesn't your branch have?" Achilles asked doubtfully. "No, my lineage only has me left, and I haven't married or had children yet. If I can't attain the title of Baron, then this lineage will end with me," Archibald said sadly. It seemed that Archibald also had a story to tell within the Lincoln family. However, Achilles didn't want to pry too deeply, so he could only say reluctantly, "What are you planning to do? I won't help you with anything that's certain suicide, and I certainly won't participate. I currently have 2 4th-class merits accumulated. With your 4th-class merit added, we can exchange them for a 7th-level explosive crossbow bolt. Then I plan to use the 6th-level magical giant crossbow from Grey Fortress. There's a good chance that would kill the 6th-level Azure Serpent," Archibald said through gritted teeth. "Are you crazy?" Achilles stood up in excitement and immediately refused. "The merit is not important. We can always earn more. But using the fortress's 6th-level magical giant crossbow without authorization will get you sent to the suicide squad. I can't help you with that." Archibald, however, looked at Achilles with a determined gaze. "This is the best opportunity I've ever had, and if I miss it, I would be incredibly disappointed. If you can't help me, I will find another way. I am not going to give up on this opportunity." Achilles looked at Captain Archibald's determined gaze and knew he couldn't persuade him. However, Achilles still wanted to try. "Captain Archibald, you're the first friend I made since coming here, and the only one. I truly don't want to see anything happen to you. You should have seen that my strength and the power of my territory are growing. When my strength is sufficient, perhaps I can help you. You don't need to be so rushed." "Ha ha ha, Achilles, thank you for your sincerity. You are indeed a true friend. However, friendship isn't about helping each other in this way. We all have our own paths to walk. Are you trying to force me onto a path that someone else has laid out for me?" Archibald asked. Achilles fell silent. Although he couldn't fully understand Archibald's thoughts at this moment, he wouldn't easily accept fate or follow someone else's instructions. He sighed and said, "All right, I'll give you the credit. But I won't go myself. At most, I can send 3 Tier 4 warriors with you. Their survival depends on themselves." "Haha, Achilles. I won't say much more. Thank you. If I succeed and there's anything in the future where you need my help, don't hesitate to ask. I, Archibald, will definitely do everything I can, but if I fail, then this debt remains unpaid." However, Archibald continued cheerfully, "I can give you the first 3 tiers of the Wind Affinity meditation techniques now. If that mage refuses, I'll just find another magic user." Archibald then took out a contract scroll and asked Achilles to sign it. The content mainly restricted Archibald, stating that he must fulfill his promises to Achilles if he succeeded, and would not betray Achilles if he failed. Achilles initially thought it was a waste of a contract scroll, but Archibald said that true friends should be open and honest with each other, and only then can the friendship last. After signing the contract, Achilles asked about the specific location and ripening time of the blue snowflower, and then returned to Storm territory. The two agreed to exchange 6 Tier 6 Minotaur corpses for the first 3 tiers of Wind Affinity meditation techniques in 6 days at the mouth of the Cane River where it meets the sea. The location of the blue snowflower was in a canyon about 40 kilometers northwest of the Pig-Headed Man Valley, and its ripening time would be approximately 15 days later. Upon returning to Storm territory, Achilles immediately summoned Windy and Archibald to his mansion and asked them about the blue snowflower and the axle. "What? A blue snowflower and axle?" The two were astonished by the news. "Yes, Captain Archibald discovered it accidentally. Yes, Captain Archibald discovered it accidentally in the Wasteland Mountains. Think about what characteristics these things have, especially the axle. How can it be dealt with? Are there any weaknesses?" Achilles had summoned the two of them to see if they could find any weaknesses in the axle. Archibald, however, smiled wryly and said, "I'm sorry, sir. I was only a second-tier alchemist before, and these things are far beyond my knowledge. I only have a basic understanding from books, and they won't be of much help to you." "It's okay, that's normal," Achilles said dismissively. Given Archibald's status and magical level, he wouldn't have access to such high-level items. Achilles then turned his attention to Wendy. Although she was also only a second-tier life mage, she was a half-elf who lived in the Savage Mountains. Half-elves are naturally attuned to nature, and perhaps she would know something. However, after thinking for a moment, Wendy shook her head. "Sir, my abilities aren't enough to understand these things either. Besides, I don't like listening to the lectures of the old elders in my clan, so I don't know what weaknesses the axle might have." Achilles was disappointed. It seemed they wouldn't be able to help Archibald. He would have to send Dane, Carlton, and Mo Ching instead. Sigh. "Never mind, you two." "But sir," Wendy suddenly spoke up again, "I think I once heard one of the elders in my clan mention Azure Snowflower." Achilles' eyes lit up. He was so eager that he forgot to scold Wendy for interrupting him. He urged her quickly. Tell me. Let me think. It seems like something about symbiosis," Wendy said hesitantly after a moment of thought. The young girl was still somewhat unreliable as always. "Don't worry, take your time," Achilles soothed her. After thinking for a while longer, Wendy finally remembered and exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, I remember! Azure Snowflower has a symbiotic artifact." "A symbiotic artifact? An artifact?" Achilles and Archibald were both surprised. "Yes," Wendy explained. "The reason Azure Snowflower can grow is that there must be a blue firestone beneath it. They are of opposing elements, water and fire, which should be incompatible. But the Azure Snowflower and the blue firestone have a unique resonance. They promote each other's growth, and neither can exist without the other. So, wherever you find an Azure Snowflower, there will also be a blue firestone." "A blue firestone? What level of artifact is that?" Neither Achilles nor Archibald knew about such an artifact. The blue firestone is a 6th-tier fire element artifact. It can not only help a 6th-level archmage create a 6th-ring fire-based spell, but it's also very beneficial for the cultivation of fire-type magical beasts. "Really? Are you sure, Wendy?" "Of course," Wendy said confidently. "That's what those old elders who have lived for almost 200 years told me. It must be true." This 6th-grade fire element artifact would be of great help to creatures with a fire affinity. Achilles seemed to have realized something. He immediately made a decision and rushed out of the city, heading east towards the cave where the black and white giant bears resided. Achilles suddenly remembered that the blue flame stone was a 6th-tier fire element artifact, something he couldn't currently use. However, the panda could definitely benefit from it. The panda was now a powerful figure in storm territory. Helping him recover quickly would eliminate the threat posed by the Swift Wolf King, a looming danger. Furthermore, the panda owed Achilles a favor. Once he reached 8th tier and broke through to 9th tier, that favor would become even more valuable. By enlisting the help of the panda, Achilles could guarantee Archibald's success and in return gain a powerful 6th-tier Golden Knight as an ally. It was truly a win-win situation. So, upon arriving at the panda's lair, Achilles immediately told Panda about the blue flamestone, a 6th-tier fire element artifact, the blue flamestone, and a symbiotic creature called the blue snowflake. "I've never heard of it," said the panda skeptically. "Are you trying to trick me? If you want my help dealing with the axle, just say so. I owe you a favor anyway, but if you're lying to me, I'll be angry." "Brother Panda, I'm not lying," Achilles quickly explained. "The elders of the half-elf tribe told me about it. They are very reliable." "Half-elves? Did that little girl from your city tell you?" "Yes." "Well, she is quite knowledgeable. I've dealt with those old guys before. They are indeed well-versed in many things." Once the panda learned that the information came from the half-elves, he immediately believed it. Achilles realized something important. The panda had dealings with the half-elf tribe. This meant that the half-elf tribe was undoubtedly very powerful, with at least one 7th-tier strong warrior. He would need to be nicer to Wendy in the future. A 6th-tier fire element artifact is equivalent to a 7th-tier fire magic core for me, said the panda. It's definitely worth my effort. All right, kid, he continued. Consider this a collaboration. This doesn't count as using up the favor I owe you. However, how we divide things will be decided by me. First of all, the blue flame stone is mine. The blue snowflake is yours. But since I'm doing the work and you only provided information, without my help, you wouldn't be able to deal with the axle. Therefore, the corpse of the axle also belongs to me. You can help me exchange it for a fire magic core later. The panda was clearly trying to get the best possible outcome, leaving Achilles speechless. Achilles immediately objected. No, the blue snowflake was discovered by someone else, and I have a magical contract with them. Therefore, the blue snowflake must be theirs. You can have the blue flame stone, but the axle belongs to me. So, you're just a middleman doing nothing but running errands, and you think you deserve a corpse of a level 6 axle? You're dreaming, the panda scoffed. But you're wrong, he countered. The one who's really benefiting is you. We already have level 7 explosive crossbow bolts, so we didn't need Panda Brother to intervene in the first place. With a single azure flamestone and a complete axle, how many level 7 explosive crossbow bolts do you think we can get? The reason I came to see Panda Brother is because I just learned about the azure flamestone from the half-elf. I thought of our deep friendship, and knowing that Panda Brother needed fire elemental cores for healing, I immediately came to tell him, hoping he would get this azure flamestone. After all, I still need to compensate my friend. Besides, he continued, didn't you say before, Panda Brother, that you would help me kill a level 6 enemy in exchange for a level 7 fire elemental core? The azure flamestone is equivalent to a level 7 fire elemental core. You helped me kill a level 6 axle, so this is already a fair deal. Achilles rattled off a series of persuasive words, completely confusing the panda, who was speechless for a long time. Finally, he reluctantly agreed to Achilles' proposal and expressed his sincere gratitude. After Achilles left, the panda continued to calculate with its claws. I don't think I'm at a disadvantage. This kid isn't bad. Then, the panda happily went back to drinking. Once he obtained the level 6 azure flamestone, his injuries would heal significantly, bringing him closer to recovering his level 8 power and advancing to level 9. Later, after Achilles returned to Storm territory, on the day he was supposed to hand over the level 6 Minotaur corpse to Archibald, Achilles didn't bring the level 6 Minotaur corpse with him. Before Archibald could ask, Achilles explained, Captain Archibald, you don't need to risk using the level 6 magical crossbow from Grey Fortress. We also don't need to spend merit points to exchange for level 7 explosive crossbow Bronzebro Fortress. We also don't need to spend merit points to exchange for level 7 explosive crossbow bolts. I've already found an expert who can handle a level 6 axle. Archibald was overjoyed upon hearing this. Really? Achilles, my young friend. Don't worry, it's guaranteed, Achilles assured him. Just come alone at the agreed-upon time and we'll leave together. However, you can only get the azure snowflower. Everything else belongs to me and that expert. Archibald naturally had no objections. He only wanted the azure snowflower. Now, it was as if Achilles had taken care of everything for him without him having to do anything. What could he possibly object to? So, he immediately gave Achilles the first 3 stages of wind elemental meditation techniques. Excitedly, he waited at Fort Grail, believing that Achilles must have brought in a powerful member of the Tulip family. He was confident that Achilles' blue snowflower would be no problem. After returning to Storm territory, Achilles found old Justin and copied the wind-based meditation technique, the Wings of the Wind meditation, that Archibald had given him. Achilles planned to wait until old Justin became a magic apprentice before sending him to Frostmoon City with Mocking. 6 days later, Achilles, along with Carlton, Mocking, and the shrunken black and white bears, arrived at the Cairn River. At this time, Archibald was already waiting for them there alone. Let's go, Captain Archibald. Achilles greeted Archibald and urged him to get going. Brother Achilles. Archibald looked around curiously. Who? Don't worry. I wouldn't joke about my own life. You'll see when we get there. Achilles said with a smile. It wasn't that he was worried about Archibald revealing information about the black and white bears. They had signed a contract stating that neither party could disclose any details of this mission to outsiders. Archibald didn't ask any more questions, but he did take another look at the small bear on Achilles' shoulder, wondering why Achilles had brought a pet bear with him. The next day, the 4 of them and the bear quickly arrived at Blue Snowflower Valley. It's in there, Archibald said, pointing to the valley shrouded in a thin mist. We just have to wait until noon when the fog clears, then we can see what's inside. Let's wait a bit. No need, a voice suddenly echoed in Archibald's mind. Who? Archibald immediately became alert and looked around. Then, he saw a small figure flash past, flying towards the bottom of the valley. Archibald was stunned. Brother Achilles, what? Boom! Roar! Before Archibald could even finish his question, a loud roar echoed from the bottom of the valley, followed by roars, explosions, and screams. Then, a huge wave of flames engulfed half of the valley, instantly dispelling all the mist. The valley fell silent. When the flames subsided, something flew up from the bottom of the valley and crashed in front of Achilles and the others. Upon closer inspection, it was a blue giant snake, about 7 or 8 meters long and as thick as a person. Its scales shimmered with an alluring blue light. It was the 6th-tier Axel, but now it was just a corpse. It was resolved so quickly. Archibald felt his throat tighten, and he couldn't even speak. Then, another large figure emerged from the bottom of the valley, constantly shrinking as it flew towards them. In Archibald's terrified gaze, it flew directly at them and then landed on Achilles' shoulder. It was the small bear that had been on Achilles' shoulder earlier. At that moment, Archibald noticed the black and white fur on the bear's body and suddenly realized what kind of magical beast it was. Black and white, a giant bear. Archibald finally noticed the little bear on Achilles' shoulder. It was the legendary black and white giant bear. At that moment, he realized that the help Achilles had called for had been right beside him all along. He then saw Achilles seemingly communicating with the powerful black and white giant bear and asked nervously, Achilles, is this black and white giant bear your magical pet? As soon as the words left his mouth, the black and white giant bear on Achilles' shoulder immediately turned its head and glared at Archibald. What did you just say? A harsh voice echoed in Archibald's mind, making him turn pale with fright. No! It's a misunderstanding! Archibald stammered. Please, don't be angry, Panda. It's my fault for not introducing myself. Achilles quickly tried to smooth things over and explained. Then he turned to Archibald and said sternly, Archibald, what are you talking about? This is my brother, Panda. We're good friends, so how could he possibly be a pet? He winked at Archibald. Archibald immediately understood the implication. Oh, I see. Sorry, brother Panda. I misspoke. However, the black and white giant bear continued in its harsh tone. This kid dared to call me a pet. Not only was Archibald nervous, but Achilles himself felt a bit uneasy. It seemed that the black and white giant bear was genuinely angry. He should have warned Archibald beforehand. Achilles had no choice but to continue explaining. Brother Panda, this is General Archibald, the highest commander of Grey Fortress. He misspoke just now and didn't mean any harm. Please don't be angry with him. Also, Captain Archibald is my friend. He's from the Lincoln Duke family and can be a great help to us. What does that have to do with me? He might help you, but he's not helping me. And he dared to call me a pet. The black and white giant bear retorted stubbornly. At this point, Archibald was practically trembling with fear. He was about to obtain the Azure Snowflower and advance to become a 6th-rank Golden Knight, but now, because of his careless words, everything might be lost. He could only look at Achilles pleadingly, hoping that Achilles would quickly say something to appease the anger of this brother Panda. However, Achilles was no longer nervous. The black and white giant bear had emphasized that it was helping him, not Archibald. It was clearly trying to extort him. So, with a sigh, he said, but Captain Archibald can definitely help Brother Panda. For example, he could help exchange the water-based magical core of this Axel for a fire-based one. Sure enough, as soon as Achilles said that, the black and white giant bear stopped bothering Archibald. That's more like it. I'll forgive him then. Just remember to have Captain Archibald send me that 6th-rank fire-based magical core later. No problem, Achilles replied, gritting his teeth. In his heart, he was cursing the black and white giant bear. This cunning creature had taken the most valuable part of the 6th-rank's Axel. Meanwhile, the black and white giant bear was feeling incredibly pleased with itself. When it killed the 6th-rank's Axel, it sensed that Achilles might have been trying to deceive it. The Axel was very fast and agile, making it difficult for even a magical crossbow to hit it. However, Panda always kept his word. He wouldn't go back on his promises. So he seized the opportunity, challenged Achilles, and managed to retrieve the magic core. It could be considered a draw between the human and the bear. The black and white giant bear gave Achilles a meaningful look. Achilles pretended not to notice. He then turned his attention to Captain Archibald. Captain Archibald, this is an 8th ranks black and white giant bear. It currently resides in storm territory, but you must not reveal this information. Yes, Brother Panda. I will definitely keep it a secret, Archibald replied. Hearing the words 8 rank black and white giant bear, Archibald felt even more nervous. This was an 8th ranks creature just one step away from reaching the sanctuary level. All right, you're called Archibald, right? For Achilles' sake, I forgive you. Just quickly exchange the fire magic core for me. Achilles nodded slightly to Archibald, indicating that everything was all right. Archibald finally breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully nodded to Achilles before falling silent, afraid to say anything else that might be wrong. However, Achilles spoke up. Captain Archibald, Brother Panda just said that the Azure snowflower below hasn't matured yet, probably in about 2 days. Let's wait here for those 2 days. Archibald nodded. It's okay. I've already arranged everything for the fortress. A few days won't make a difference. Then, Achilles instructed Carlton and Mo Ching to take care of the corpse of the 6th ranks Axel. Achilles had previously asked Archibald for some potions specifically designed to preserve monster corpses. These potions would prevent the corpse from continuing to emit its bloody scent and aura, and also ensure that the magical materials like blood and heart wouldn't deteriorate. The group then camped in the valley for one night. The next morning, Achilles arranged for Carlton and Mo Ching to stay behind and guard the valley, while he invited Captain Archibald to explore the surrounding area, hoping to find some useful low-level potion ingredients. As for the black and white giant bear Panda, it was still sound asleep, and no one dared to disturb it. After searching for most of the day, Achilles and Archibald found nothing. However, while using his earthquake technique to scan for monster nests, Achilles unexpectedly detected traces of humans. Captain Archibald, someone is coming this way, Achilles said. Humans? How many people? Are they just passing through? Archibald immediately asked. He was worried that his discovery of the azure flower might have been exposed, alerting the Lincoln family. There's only one person here, and they weren't just passing by. They were heading this way. Achilles also found it strange that someone had suddenly appeared. It was highly likely they were after the azure flower. The fact that this person dared to come alone suggested their strength should be at least level 6, but Achilles' powerful precognition hadn't issued any warnings, indicating there was no immediate danger. Achilles, we need to go back and get Brother Panda, Archibald said urgently. Someone coming here alone suggests they are at least level 6. Archibald shared the same suspicions as Achilles, but lacking his precognitive abilities, he urged him to return. Wait, I don't think it's someone from level 6. Let's hide and see who it is, Achilles said. Since his precognition hadn't warned him, Achilles didn't want to alert the Black Bear gang lest they try to extort them again. Seeing Achilles was confident, Archibald didn't object, and the two of them hid in the nearby woods. Half an hour later, a figure slowly appeared within Achilles and Archibald's field of vision. When they finally got a clear look at the person, both were very surprised. Achilles was particularly taken aback. It wasn't just anyone. It was Bennett, who had been hunted by the Crown Prince and fled to the Wasteland Mountains. What was he doing here? After Bennett approached, Achilles and Archibald exchanged a glance and charged forward simultaneously. Bennett was only a level 5 silver warrior, someone even Archibald could defeat, so Achilles didn't bother using his enchanted bow. Bennett, noticing the commotion, turned to look. Archibald, what are you doing here? Initially, Bennett had only noticed the level 5 Silver Knight, Bennett, and hadn't paid much attention to the level 3 Advanced Knight beside him. However, Archibald ignored Bennett's question. He rushed forward and delivered a powerful downward slash towards Bennett's chest. Bennett parried the blow, but was forced back several steps. Achilles immediately charged in and unleashed his coiled serpent thrust technique, launching a relentless barrage of attacks that almost overwhelmed Bennett. This surprised Archibald, who had been worried about Achilles. How had Achilles mastered the coiled serpent thrust to level 4? Was he truly a swordsmanship genius? Bennett, who was desperately defending himself, was also shocked. He hadn't expected this level 3 advanced knight to be so strong. He immediately unleashed his powerful level 5 blood energy, using his superior strength to interrupt Achilles' continuous thrusts. Just as he prepared to counterattack and kill the level 3 advanced knight, Archibald had been waiting patiently. After Achilles' attacks were interrupted, Archibald leaped into the fray and intercepted Bennett's counterattack. Then, using basic but powerful sword techniques, Archibald overwhelmed Bennett completely. Archibald's attacks were incredibly straightforward, consisting of basic sword techniques like horizontal slashes, diagonal cuts, and direct thrusts. However, Bennett found them difficult to defend against, not because of Archibald's overwhelming power, but simply due to the sheer effectiveness of his swordsmanship. This left Achilles, who had withdrawn from the battle, utterly astonished. He couldn't believe how basic sword techniques could be used so effectively. Archibald, deeply engaged in combat with Achilles, noticed the expression on Achilles' face and became convinced that Achilles might truly be a swordsmanship genius. He decided to offer some guidance, speaking as he fought. "Achilles, your swordsmanship is too focused on specific techniques. While you can perfect those techniques, what happens after? Without those specific moves, will you no longer be able to use a sword? Swordsmanship techniques are created by humans and meant to be used by them. You need to break free from those constraints and slowly find the techniques that suit you best. Those techniques will be the most perfect for you. Look at my basic swordsmanship. Each move is fundamental, yet when I use them, they unleash incredible power." Achilles listened with a mixture of understanding and confusion. He wasn't exactly a swordsmanship genius. It was just that his interface recorded every single move of the techniques he learned, making him unusually perceptive about them. However, Archibald's words did offer some inspiration to Achilles. But before Achilles could respond, Bennett, who was being pressed by Archibald, suddenly erupted in rage. "Achilles? You're Achilles? Why aren't you dead yet? How is it that you're still alive?" After summoning the assassins from the Eye of God Guild organization, Bennett had gone into hiding and didn't know about Achilles' subsequent redemption of battle merits, which angered the Crown Prince. In his view, if the Eye of God Guild sent a 5th-tier assassin, Achilles absolutely shouldn't have survived, unless he had 6th-tier guards protecting him. But if the Tulip family had dispatched 6th-tier guards, the Crown Prince would definitely know about it and wouldn't have asked them to send assassins in the first place. So, the fact that Achilles was still alive was something Bennett couldn't accept. He was largely responsible for Bennett's current predicament. Are you surprised to see me alive? It seems like the Crown Prince has been hunting you for quite some time. Did he start pursuing you after you sent those assassins? You really found a good master. Ha ha ha. Achilles taunted deliberately. "I'm going to kill you." Achilles' words stung Bennett deeply. His biggest regret was choosing to side with that scumbag, the eldest prince. Enraged, Bennett wanted to force Archibald back and then kill Achilles, but Archibald held him fast. Archibald, this Achilles is someone the eldest prince wants dead. Are you sure you want to get involved in the eldest prince's affairs? Unable to break free from Archibald's hold, Bennett tried to intimidate him by mentioning the eldest prince. However, at that moment, Archibald wouldn't stand idly by because of some eldest prince. He had already considered Achilles a true friend. So he retorted, "Bennett, are you not clear on the situation? You still dare to threaten me with the eldest prince? Maybe you should worry about yourself?" After saying that, Archibald stopped using basic sword techniques and began employing military combat skills, preparing to kill Bennett. At this point, Bennett realized his mistake and tried to break free from Archibald to escape. But neither Achilles nor Archibald would let him go. Achilles suddenly told Archibald, "Captain Archibald, don't kill him. I need him alive." "What?" "Brother Achilles, Bennett is also a 5th-tier warrior." Archibald replied bitterly. He and Bennett were both at the same level, and while knights are stronger than warriors, it's impossible to completely overpower someone like that. How could he possibly capture him alive? "I know, I'll help you," Achilles said as he began gathering magical energy. Just as the words left his mouth, a spike of earth suddenly erupted from between Bennett's legs. Madge. This startled Bennett, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Although a simple earth spike might not seriously injure Bennett, Achilles was aiming for the man's vital weakness. Even knowing it wouldn't hurt him, his body would instinctively try to avoid it. This sudden development might have been too fast for an ordinary person to react to. But for Archibald, who had over 20 years of military experience, it was a perfect opportunity. He immediately slashed and severed Bennett's right hand holding the sword. "Ah!" Bennett screamed in agony as his right hand was cut off. Achilles smiled at this sight, which further enraged Bennett. "I'll kill you!" Bennett was consumed by a furious desire to rush forward and bite Achilles. But Archibald pierced his shoulder with a sword, pinning him to the ground. Then, using knight's valor, he stunned Bennett. "Achilles, we didn't bring any enchanted shackles that can contain his bloodlust," Archibald said, looking at the unconscious Bennett. "If he wakes up and tries to kill himself, there's nothing we can do to stop him." "I know," Achilles said nonchalantly. "It's better if he stays unconscious for now. If he does try to commit suicide, there's no way we can prevent it. Catching him alive would be ideal, but it wasn't essential. I heard this guy planned his escape carefully. He must have some valuable items on him," Achilles said, pointing at the unconscious Bennett. "Let's search him." "Oh? A planned escape means he probably brought everything with him. What a lucky find," Archibald replied excitedly. However, when they searched Bennett thoroughly, they found that he had nothing on him except for his 4th-tier enchanted armor and sword. "That's strange," Achilles said doubtfully. "Could he have hidden something in the Wasteland Mountains?" "It's unlikely," Archibald countered. "If he chose to escape, he would have been planning to go beyond the kingdom. Why would he hide anything in the Wasteland Mountains?" Achilles thought about it and realized Archibald was right. He then looked at Bennett, who was pinned to the ground, and saw that Archibald was right. He then looked at Bennett, who was pinned to the ground, and saw that Archibald had already stopped the bleeding from his severed arm. Severed arm? Could it be? Seeing Bennett's severed arm, Achilles immediately understood something. He rushed over to Bennett's severed arm and found a ring on one of his fingers. It was likely a storage ring, just like the ones used by the 5th-tier mages of the Eye of God Guild. Achilles picked up the ring and examined it. "Ha! It really is a storage ring. I knew he couldn't have nothing." "What? A storage ring?" Archibald was very surprised. He had only seen these items among the high ranks of the Northeastern Legion. He never expected Bennett to possess one. This guy must have embezzled a huge amount of money from the Grand Prince. At that moment, Achilles was examining the contents of the ring when he suddenly froze. He then took out a pair of magical rings from the storage ring. When Archibald saw those rings, his lips twitched involuntarily. Bennett had prepared these rings for himself as enslavement rings. He really tied himself up. That's right. Achilles took out a pair of rings from Bennett's storage ring. They were exactly the 5th-grade enslavement magic rings, perfectly suited for Bennett to use. News from the Lyman Wolf tribe. Achilles looked at the enslavement ring in his hand, feeling a mixture of amusement and disbelief. He hadn't expected that Bennett would still have something like this. If he remembered correctly, the 4th-tier enslavement ring that Moat wore was also originally owned by Bennett. Could it be that this guy was selling enslavement rings on the black market? However, this was actually a good thing for Achilles. Capturing Bennett alive was now completely feasible. Achilles then stepped forward and placed the 5th-tier enslavement ring around Bennett's neck and also tended to his wounds. He then turned to Captain Archibald and said, "Captain Archibald," and said, "Captain Archibald," and said, "Captain Archibald," and said, "Have some use for this, Bennett. So this 5th-tier enslavement ring will be mine. As for the other things, let's divide them up now." "No need, brother Achilles," Archibald replied, shaking his head. "You can take everything. I only came here for the blue snowflower. The rest doesn't matter to me. Besides, we were able to deal with the black and Lyman giant bears thanks to you." Achilles didn't immediately agree. Instead, he carefully examined the storage ring, taking out each item and counting them one by one. First, there was the storage ring itself, which had a capacity of only half that of Wendy's Awakening magic ring, or about 1 cubic meter. Then, Achilles found the following items: 50,000 gold coins, warrior breathing technique, silver wolf breathing technique, identical to the one Achilles possessed, but this one could be cultivated up to the 5th tier. Sword skill, 5th tier. Lightning strike archery secret technique, 3rd tier. Meteor arrow technique, warrior 1st tier breakthrough. Ugh potion, 20 vials of radiant bloom potion warrior. 4th tier breakthrough potion, 5 vials of lionheart potion warrior. 5th tier breakthrough potion, 1 vial of Mandela potion. 1 5th tier wind element magic core, 2 4th tier magic crystals. This was quite a haul, as expected from a 5th tier warrior who was planning to flee. Finally, there was an unidentified token. "Captain Archibald, have you ever seen this token?" Achilles held the unidentified token and asked Archibald, "Do you know what this is?" Archibald immediately recognized it. Eye of God Guild Guest Pass? That guy, Bennett, actually possesses a Eye of God Guild Guest Pass. No wonder he's being hunted by the Crown Prince. So, he was colluding with the Eye of God Guild. If others knew about this. As Archibald spoke, he suddenly remembered that Achilles wanted to capture Bennett alive. "Brother Achilles, do you know that he's collaborating with the Eye of God Guild? Are you planning to use him against the Crown Prince?" "Yes," Achilles confirmed, then asked, "So, this is called a Eye of God Guild Guest Pass? Is it a token from the Eye of God Guild Guest Pass? Is it a token from the Eye of God Guild? How does it work?" Seeing that Achilles only acknowledged using Bennett against the Crown Prince but didn't elaborate, Archibald refrained from asking further questions. He couldn't offer much help at the moment, as he hadn't yet broken free from the Lincoln family. He then explained about the Eye of God Guild Guest Pass. This Eye of God Guild Guest Pass was previously issued by the Eye of God Guild to its valued clients. "I heard that having this token can get you some discounts when hiring assassins from the Eye of God Guild. As for any other uses, I don't know." "A discount card for assassins?" Achilles said dismissively. "That's not very useful." "Indeed, it's not useful to us, and keeping it could cause trouble. Why don't you either hand it over to the kingdom or destroy it?" Archibald suggested. "All right, I understand. Also, I can't keep all of this for myself. How about this? I'll make copies of the breathing techniques, sword skills, and archery secrets for you. And the 4th tier enchanted armor and longsword that Bennett was wearing are yours. Please don't refuse," Achilles decided. Archibald thought for a moment and agreed. Later, the two of them returned to the Blue Snow Valley with the unconscious Bennett. Achilles had originally only come out to look for some useful low-level alchemy ingredients, but he ended up having a significant windfall. That evening, Bennett woke up. He was now Achilles' slave. So, Achilles finally understood why Bennett had come here. It turned out that Bennett knew about this place beforehand. He, like Archibald, had the same idea: to lure those pursuing him to this location and create a conflict between them and the Axle, allowing him to seize the azure flower. Achilles also learned that he was being pursued by 2 separate groups, both hostile to each other. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this long. Achilles suspected that one of the groups might be working for Haley, as she had been tracking Bennett previously, which is how she would have known about Bennett hiring assassins from the Eye of God Society. Knowing that those pursuing Bennett could arrive at any time, Achilles and his companions made some preparations. However, in the end, they didn't show up when the azure flower bloomed, which saved Achilles a lot of trouble. Regarding intercepting them, Achilles thought about it and decided to abandon the plan for now. He didn't want the Grand Prince to know that Bennett had been captured alive just yet. He wanted to keep him on edge for a while. Next, Achilles and his group retrieved the azure flower and the blue flame stone, then instructed Mordo and Mo Ching to take the corpses of the 6-eyed blue shadow serpents back along the same route. Before leaving, Achilles erased any traces in the azure flower valley and had Bennett leave through a different path. Shortly after Achilles and his group left, a team arrived at the azure flower valley. They found evidence of a battle with magical beasts, but nothing else. After exiting the Wasteland mountain range, Achilles and Archibald parted ways. Before leaving, the black and white giant panda reminded Archibald to quickly obtain a fire element magic core for it. Archibald immediately agreed and hurried towards Grey Fortress. Being around that 8-level black and white giant panda was too stressful. On the way back, Archibald barely spoke, fearing he might accidentally say something offensive to the giant panda. Once Archibald left, Dane, who had been hiding nearby, emerged. Seeing Dane's anxious expression, Achilles was curious. What had happened? Had something else come up, or had they discovered someone new? "Sir," Dane reported quickly, "yesterday we received news from Lyle that the Lyman wolf tribe is in a very dangerous situation. The hyena people might be planning to use them as sacrifices." Previously, Achilles had instructed them that any information regarding the Lyman wolf tribe should be reported with utmost priority. In urgent situations, they could go directly to Storm Territory Hold to find him. "Sacrifice? Be more specific," Achilles asked, his expression serious. If something happened to the Lyman wolf tribe, he might lose Mia, and Achilles couldn't bear to let such a beautiful beast-eared girl leave. Sir, replied Dane, Lyle said that the Jackal people discovered an altar in that misty valley, which could grant power. They intend to activate the altars through sacrifices, so they plan to sacrifice the entire Lyman wolf tribe. An altar? Could it be the place marked on the map left by that assassin from the Eye of God? Achilles thought to himself. He had previously obtained a map from the awakening magic ring of that assassin, and the location marked on the map was near the Misty Valley where the Lyman wolf tribe resided. He continued to inquire, when are they planning to hold the sacrifice? Lyle doesn't know, Dane replied. He only said that the Jackal people are still making preparations, and they will begin the sacrifice of the Lyman wolf tribe once everything is ready. This is a problem. Without knowing the exact time, Achilles wasn't sure if he could reach the Lyman wolf tribe in time to save them. Achilles then instructed Dane to return to the Pighead Mountain Valley, while he himself quickly headed towards Storm Territory with Carlton, Mo Cheng, and the injured Bennett. That evening, upon arriving at Storm Territory, Achilles immediately summoned the 5 captains of the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Infantry Companies, as well as Clay and George, for a meeting. He ordered the 4 infantry company captains to immediately organize their troops, prepare rations and supplies, and make preparations for departure. He instructed George to assemble 5 field storm crossbows with the necessary personnel. Will was tasked with assembling the 1st to 5th archery squads, and he was also temporarily assigned 15 first-grade magic crossbows, 10 second-grade magic crossbows, 5 third-grade magic crossbows, 5 third-grade magic crossbows, and that unique 4th-grade giant magic crossbow. He demanded that all preparations be completed by tonight, with everyone to assemble outside the city gates early tomorrow morning. Later, Achilles found Jenkins and Archibald and informed them of his impending departure. He instructed them to continue guarding Storm Territory. Achilles left behind the 2nd and 6th veteran infantry companies, along with 4 newly formed infantry companies in Storm Territory. With the storm cannons and crossbows, defending Storm Territory should be manageable. Finally, Achilles arrived at Mia's training grounds, only to find Wendy there. Wendy, what are you doing here? Sir, you're back, Wendy explained. Sister Mia is about to break through a new level, and she asked me to come help her maintain order and prevent anyone from getting too close. What a coincidence. It turned out that Mia was also attempting a breakthrough. How long have you been here? Has Mia said how long it will take for her to succeed? Achilles quickly asked. If Mia had broken through to the 5th rank, dealing with the Hyena clan would be much easier. I was called by Sister Mia this afternoon. It should only take a day or 2 for someone at the 4th rank to break through to the 5th rank, Wendy said, puzzled. What's going on? Is there something urgent? Yes, I received news that Mia's Lyman wolf tribe might be in danger. I'm planning to go rescue them, but I don't know if I'll be able to make it in time, Achilles explained honestly. Oh dear, what should we do? Wendy asked anxiously. Achilles thought for a moment and then instructed Wendy. There's not much we can do. We need to hurry over there. Wendy, if Mia hasn't completed her breakthrough by tomorrow morning, I will lead the army out. I'll leave some markers along the way. Once Mia completes her breakthrough, you should follow her and catch up with us. I'll leave 2 flame beast horses for you. Yes, sir, I will try my best to catch up with you and Sister Mia, Wendy promised. The next morning, seeing that Mia still hadn't emerged, Achilles led the main force out. He also took Carlton and Magching, the 2 4th-rank slaves, with him. As for Bennett, he was left behind in Storm Territory to recover from his injuries. His right arm was broken, which significantly reduced his combat effectiveness. The Misty Valley, where the Lyman wolf tribe is located, is deep within the Savage Mountain range. The straight-line distance to Storm Territory is about 80 kilometers, but the actual distance is certainly much further. Moreover, the mountain roads are rough and there isn't a proper main road. It would likely take the army 4 or 5 days to reach their destination. Therefore, Achilles didn't dare to bring along the field artillery, fearing that it wouldn't be able to navigate the difficult terrain. On the first day of the journey, because the roads were relatively passable, Achilles had the army reduce their rest time and move quickly. Once they left the main road, Achilles slowed down the pace of the march. When night fell completely, he ordered the army to set up camp and rest. In the middle of the night, Mia and Wendy, riding the Flame Beast horses, caught up with Achilles' group. Sir, what happened to the Lyman wolf tribe? Mia asked urgently as soon as she saw Achilles. She was now radiating the aura of a 5th-rank silver warrior, clearly having successfully broken through. I don't know exactly, Achilles said slowly. but I received information that the hyena clan has been spotted in the Misty Valley. Achilles then told Mia about the news he had received from Cow 1. Mia was immediately filled with anxiety and wanted to rush to the Misty Valley alone, but she was stopped by Achilles, who warned her sternly, "Mia, you must remain calm. Only then can I lead the army to help your tribe. If you can't control yourself and insist on going your own way, I will have no choice but to lead the main force back. As you can see, I only have a force of less than 500 soldiers here, while the hyena clan has over 2,000. If you alert them, we'll be in serious danger. Also, I'm not familiar with the terrain of Mist Valley, and I won't go in without your guidance." After hearing Achilles' warning, Mia calmed down slightly. Without Achilles' large army, she, a 5th-tier silver warrior, wouldn't be able to save her people alone. In the following days, Mia helped George move the storm crossbows, hoping that the main force could travel faster. Achilles didn't stop her. It was good for her to have something to do. Meanwhile, he sent Carlton, Orion, and a squad of clay beast knights ahead to scout the way. After 5 days of travel, they finally reached the vicinity of Mist Valley. Achilles observed Mist Valley through his telescope. "Is this Mist Valley?" through his telescope. "Is this Mist Valley? The mist is so thick. Mia, how do we proceed?" The dense fog made it impossible for a large army to move, let alone fight. "Sir," Mia replied, "the mist in the valley will be thinner around noon. We can pass through from the south then. The Lyman Wolf tribe is located on the eastern outskirts of the valley." "All right, we'll do as you say. It's a good opportunity for the main force to rest." After resting for a few hours, Achilles, following Mia's instructions, led the army through the outer edge of Mist Valley at noon and successfully reached the vicinity of the Lyman Wolf tribe's camp. Of course, this area was now the hyena clan's stronghold. Later, Mia and Carlton went to investigate and discovered that only a few hundred hyena clan members were present, and there were no signs of the Lyman Wolf people, not even Lyle. "Too late," Achilles sighed. Mia remained silent, her head bowed. Wendy comforted her from the side. Achilles approached Mia. "Prepare for battle. Your people may not be dead. Most of the hyena clan are likely at that altar. We need to eliminate the remaining hyena clan here, and then find that altar. Perhaps we can still save your people." "Yes," Mia said, standing up with determination. "I'll capture a hyena clan member and interrogate them." Under Achilles' command, several companies surrounded the hyena clan stronghold. Then, led by Mia, Carlton, Orion, and the Clay Beast Knight squad, they quickly attacked the stronghold. The infantry companies on the flanks slowly advanced and successfully wiped out all the remaining hyena clan members. At Achilles' suggestion, Orion and Carlton captured the strongest of the remaining hyena clan members, a 4th-tier hyena. Achilles successfully dominated him during the interrogation. After successfully dealing with the remaining hyena men, he enslaved a 4th-level hyena man using a dominance contract. From this hyena man, named Tavian, he learned that 2 5th-level hyena men had escorted the people of the Lyman Wolf tribe into the Misty Valley yesterday afternoon. This meant they had only been inside for a day. The Lyman Wolf subhumans should still be alive, Achilles thought to himself. He then asked about the mysterious altar, but this 4th-level hyena man knew nothing. All matters related to the mysterious altar were handled personally by the 2 5th-level hyena men. It's so secretive? Even a 4th-level hyena man doesn't know anything. Achilles then took out an item from his storage ring that looked like a slavery ring and had Tavian, the 4th-level hyena man, wear it. This was a fake slavery ring that Achilles had specially created for slaves bound by dominance contracts. It was designed to conceal the power of the dominance contracts. Although it was quite crude, with only a slight magical aura, most people wouldn't suspect anything when they saw the hyena man being so obedient. Next, Achilles told Mia about this information and also asked if she knew the location of the mysterious altar. "They've only been inside for 1 day?" "That's good," Mia replied. "The altar is deep within the Misty Valley. They can only travel for 2 hours at noon each day because the mist becomes too thick, forcing them to stop and wait until the next day." "That sounds complicated. How many days will it take us to reach the altar?" Achilles hadn't expected that entering the Misty Valley would be so difficult, but this also gave them time to rescue the Lyman Wolf tribe. "It will probably take a total of 4 days. It's unavoidable. Otherwise, if you get lost, it will be very difficult to find your way out. The previous hyena men were trapped inside for several months. If they hadn't been a supply caravan, they would have starved to death, Mia explained. At this point, Mia had completely calmed down. Since her people had only been inside for a day, they were likely still alive. She needed to remain calm in order to rescue them. Okay, let's depart tomorrow at noon then. Achilles nodded. So far, Achilles hadn't received any danger warnings, so he didn't expect there to be much risk. The next day at noon, Achilles' entire army was fully prepared and ready to go. All the magical crossbows were loaded with arrows, the storm ballistae and 4th-tier magical siege crossbows were assembled, and they were being moved forward on carts. Everyone slowly advanced into the misty valley. Although the mist was thinner now, there was still a risk of getting lost if one wasn't careful. To save time and rescue the Lyman Wolf tribe members, Achilles sent Carlton, Mo Ching, and Tavian ahead separately. He instructed them to quickly catch up with the hyena tribe, scout the path ahead, and leave markers for the main force. Mia had wanted to go ahead to scout as well, but Achilles firmly refused. With the enslaved creatures under the domination contract scouting the way, Achilles could confidently allow the main army to move closer together, which would increase their speed. After 2 days in the Misty Valley, Achilles encountered Mo Ching, who had been waiting there. He learned that they had already caught up with the hyena tribe's group. Because the hyena tribe, along with the Lyman Wolf tribe members, numbered over 2,000 people, and because the Lyman Wolf tribe included elderly, women, and children, their movement was very slow. This gave Achilles and his forces the opportunity to catch up. Achilles then began assigning tasks. Since they only had 2 hours of operational time, even if they caught up with the hyena tribe tomorrow, there wouldn't be enough time to completely eliminate them. Therefore, Achilles' primary goal was to rescue the people first, and then continue pursuing the hyena tribe. They couldn't escape anyway. Mia, you will work with the Claymore Beast Knight squad. Your priority is to rescue your people. Make them run in both directions, but don't go too far. After creating space for the main force to maneuver, stay put and don't move. Claymore, remember that this area is filled with mist, which isn't suitable for cavalry combat. Your objective is to rescue people. Do not pursue the enemy. Yes, sir, they both replied. Parker, your 4 infantry battalions have a simple task. Block the valley and protect the archer and storm crossbow units. Will and George, your job is to keep firing continuously without conserving arrows. Pay particular attention to any spellcasters among the hyena tribe. Make sure they don't get close. Yes, sir. Everyone followed the order and returned to their respective groups to prepare. When noon arrived again, the large army began to advance in a battle formation. An hour later, Achilles' earthquake technique had located the positions of the hyena men. At the same time, Carlton and Tavian returned to the group, having discovered that the Lyman Wolf subhumans were being held at the very front of the column, not in the middle. This meant that Mia and Clay would have to charge through the entire formation of hyena men to rescue the Lyman Wolf subhumans. Achilles immediately made some adjustments, assigning Carlton and Mo Ching, both Tier 4 warriors, to Mia and Clay's rescue team. They were expendable if necessary, and he also allocated 5 Tier 2 magical crossbows to Clay's knights. After making the final adjustments, the large army began to accelerate forward. Perhaps they didn't expect anyone to be pursuing them in this misty valley. Therefore, the hyena men were not overly vigilant, and only realized something was wrong when Clay and his group charged closer. By that point, it was too late to stop them. Then, with Clay's Beast Knight squad leading the way, Mia on the left and Carlton and Mo Ching on the right, they surged forward like a speeding arrow, directly piercing through the ranks of the hyena men. By the time the 2 Tier 5 hyena men reacted, Mia and her team had already reached the Lyman Wolf subhuman group. Upon recognizing Mia, the Lyman Wolf subhumans immediately followed her instructions and fled to either side. Just as the 2 Tier 5 hyena men were about to pursue them, Achilles led the main force to attack the rear of the hyena men. A volley of fire from 5 storm catapults and half a company of archers instantly threw the hyena men's rear into chaos. Then, the Tier 4 hyena man, in charge of the rear, attempted to calm the troops and organize a counterattack, but he was killed by a single arrow from Achilles. With the relentless barrage from the storm catapults and archers, the hyena men's rear ranks suffered heavy losses and were completely disorganized. Even the Tier 5 hyena man who arrived later was powerless. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he was targeted by a Tier 4 magical crossbow, which frightened him so much that he immediately retreated. The large group of hyena men could only flee deeper into the valley in an attempt to escape the human archer's fire. Achilles only pursued them for a short distance, stopping once he reached the location of the lion wolf subhumans. At this moment, the fog was beginning to thicken. It was crucial to quickly organize and assemble the team. Otherwise, once the dense fog completely enveloped them, it might become impossible to keep the group together. Just as Achilles had finished reassembling his troops, the valley was once again enveloped in thick fog. It was then that Achilles began to inquire about the situation. "Clay, how are things with the lion wolf orc tribe?" With the dense fog obscuring everything and the lion wolf orcs numbering in the hundreds, Achilles dared not mix his troops with them, fearing misunderstandings. "My lord," Clay replied, "they seem to be very obedient to Mia's commands, so they all retreated quickly. There shouldn't be many casualties and Mia is there calming them down." Seeing this, Achilles felt relieved. He then ordered everyone to rest, preparing to continue the pursuit of the hyena orcs the next day. The previous battle had not resulted in any close-quarters combat, so there were no casualties on Achilles' side. The next morning, as noon approached, the fog began to dissipate slowly, and everyone started preparing. At this time, Mia arrived at Achilles' location, accompanied by several lion wolf orcs of ranks 1 and 2, including 2 elders, 4 middle-aged men, and 2 women. "Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives." Upon seeing Achilles, all the lion wolf orcs immediately knelt down in gratitude for his assistance. Achilles sensed no malice from these lion wolf orcs, indicating that Mia had likely explained everything to them yesterday. "Rise," Achilles said. "I only intervened because of Mia. Otherwise, I wouldn't venture into this strange and eerie fog-shrouded valley. By the way, does anyone here know anything about that altar? Who are the hyena orcs planning to sacrifice you to?" "We're sorry, my lord," several lion wolf orcs replied, shaking their heads. "We don't know anything about the altar." Seeing this, Achilles didn't press further. It was understandable that even a rank 4 hyena orc wouldn't know, and it was normal for these enslaved lion wolf orcs to be ignorant of such things. He had only asked as a precaution. Achilles then gave his instructions directly. "From now on, your warriors will join us in continuing the pursuit of the hyena orcs, and after we leave here." "What? Tavian is dead." Just as Achilles was about to assign the task of continuing the pursuit, he suddenly felt something through the Dominator contract. The rank 4 hyena orc, Tavian, who had been sent to infiltrate the hyena orc ranks, had died. Immediately afterward, Achilles received a dangerous warning: danger in the Fog Valley. A rank 7 ancient undead sorcerer is recovering 4 kilometers ahead. He will regain his full power in 2 hours. Extremely dangerous. A rank 7 undead sorcerer. Before Achilles could even recover from the shock of hearing about a rank 7 undead sorcerer, he received another warning: danger in the Fog Valley. A spatial passage leading to Hell is located 4 kilometers ahead. It will be fully opened in 1 day, and this place will become an inescapable dead zone. Hell. Damn it. How could something like that exist here? Achilles was truly starting to panic. This was the first time he had received 2 consecutive danger warnings, and both were extremely serious. He couldn't escape the Misty Valley. There was a 7th-level undead mage involved, and now a hell passage was being opened. It seemed like this was where things would end for him. Immediately, Achilles forced himself to calm down. Running away was impossible. The only option was to go forward and stop it. He couldn't let the 7th-level undead mage recover, and he couldn't allow the hell passage to open. "Park, you and your troops, along with the lion wolf subhumans, return immediately. Don't wait for us. Head straight back to Storm Territory. Mia, Wendy, and Clay, come with me. Hurry up." Achilles mounted his warhorse and charged into the valley, followed by Carlton and Mo Ching. Seeing them go, Clay and the others didn't hesitate and quickly followed. They knew that their leader must have sensed some danger. After Mia had given instructions to her people, she and Wendy also pursued them. After running for 2 kilometers, they suddenly felt a tremor coming from ahead. Damn it, faster. The disturbance they just experienced was likely the altar activating, and the hell passage was being opened. They ran another kilometer and encountered Lyle, who had escaped from inside. At this point, Achilles didn't care about revealing his dominance contract. He would deal with that later using magic contracts. From Lyle, they learned a general overview of what was happening. It turned out that this place had long been a resting place for an ancient undead mage. Before the 5th-level hyena who hadn't gone to Grey Fortress got lost in the Misty Valley, he was manipulated by the newly awakened undead mage. This 5th-level hyena had been helping the undead mage regain his power. Recently, the 5th-level hyena suddenly proposed using Lyman wolf subhumans as sacrifices to gain immense power from the altar. This proposal was agreed upon by another 5th-level hyena. However, Achilles' sudden appearance disrupted their plans. When they escaped to the area near the altar within the valley, the ancient undead mage, who had regained some of his power, and the manipulated 5th-level hyena launched a surprise attack, brutally sacrificing all the hyena individuals, including the other 5th-level hyena individuals, including the other 5th-level hyena. Lyle, being a non-hyena, didn't earn the trust of the sacrificed 5th-level hyena and was therefore lucky enough to escape, narrowly avoiding disaster. At this point, everyone except Achilles finally understood why their leader was so urgent. However, Lyle didn't know about the Hell Passage, so they were unaware that the situation was even more serious. Achilles didn't say anything further, not wanting to scare them. After a while, they finally reached the area near the altar leading to the passage. The ground around the altar was littered with the desiccated corpses of hyenas, and the altar itself was shrouded in a blood mist. It was clear that the manipulated 5th-level hyena had completely gone mad and sacrificed all his people. At this moment, Wendy suddenly said, "Be careful, there's a strong aura of death here." And there's even a fledgling life mage. It's been a long time since I've tasted something like this. A sinister laugh suddenly echoed from the blood mist. A sinister voice echoed from the blood mist altar, followed by the appearance of a hyena man with an unsettling expression. According to Lyle's explanation, this was a 5th-level hyena man who had been manipulated. However, he now appeared different. "He's possessed." "Sir, he's been possessed by an ancient undead sorcerer," Wendy said in terror. He. The little girl is quite perceptive. Come, become a part of the great necromantic mage, Ryan." The undead sorcerer laughed maniacally and then launched an attack. A wave of blood mist enveloped them, plunging everyone into a sorrowful and terrifying illusion. The weaker apprentice knights began to crumble, some even contemplating suicide. Fortunately, Wendy had regained her composure and immediately unleashed Emerald Blessing, which slightly alleviated the situation. However, Achilles felt nothing was wrong with him, but he dared not show it. He simply mimicked the expressions of pain on Clay and the others, hoping for an opportunity to strike. "Oh, not bad at all. You managed to resist my death illusion," the undead sorcerer said with a hint of interest. At that moment, Mia, Lyle, Carlton, and Mo Ching immediately charged towards the undead sorcerer, while Clay wisely led the Night Squad in a retreat. This battle was beyond their capabilities. Staying would only hinder them. Ha, yes, that's right. Resist. The more you resist, the better it is. The undead sorcerer laughed and then extended his hand, summoning several shadowy figures that bound Mia and the others. 3 4th-level beings and 1 5th-level being were so easily restrained, it was terrifying. If they weren't in the Mist Valley, Achilles would have probably run away long ago. But now there was no escape. Achilles, who was still pretending to be in pain, noticed that the ancient undead sorcerer was mocking Mia and the others, completely ignoring him. A 3rd-level advanced knight, he immediately seized the opportunity and fired 2 volleys of 3rd-level explosive arrows. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom. Both arrows struck the 5th-level hyena man who had been possessed by the ancient undead sorcerer, instantly tearing his body apart due to the combined effects of the explosion and the soul's corruption. "Ah, that damned creature! How dare it destroy the physical body I painstakingly cultivated!" After the ancient undead mage's physical body was destroyed, a weak soul escaped. At this moment, he was furious because his current state was a semi-undead form. To unleash his full power, he either needed a suitable mage's body to inhabit or completely transform into an undead being. However, complete transformation into an undead would cause him to lose some of his memories and might not even be the same person he once was. Therefore, this ancient undead mage was reluctant to become an undead unless absolutely necessary. The 5th-tier gnoll body he had just possessed was something he had prepared for months, constantly infusing it with necrotic energy and forcefully teaching the gnoll undead magic. This allowed him to barely cast undead magic after possessing the body. Now that Achilles had destroyed it in an instant, How could he not be furious? After losing his physical body, the death illusion and shadow bind spells he had previously cast were immediately dispelled. Mia and the others immediately attacked the ancient undead mage's soul, but their attacks were completely ineffective against the semi-undead state of his soul. Heh. Do you think that by making me lose my physical body, you can defeat me? You ignorant creatures who don't understand undead magic? Ha ha ha! After his anger subsided, the undead mage became smug again. Although he couldn't possess any living beings, and even if he possessed knights or warriors, he wouldn't be able to cast spells, which would damage his soul. However, at this moment, the gateway to hell was about to open. Once it opened, his soul could fully recover to its 7th level power. Then, in this semi-undead form, he could leave this misty valley and find a suitable physical body outside. Seeing that Mia's group's physical attacks were ineffective, even enchanted weapons had no effect, and that the undead mage seemed unable to possess anyone at will. He hadn't tried to possess anyone after losing his body. They immediately asked Wendy, how do we deal with this guy? Magic. Only magic, or 7th level key and blood energy can affect a soul, Wendy replied. At this moment, Wendy was also very frightened because she could sense the aura of death in the blood mist ahead. It seemed that something terrifying was about to emerge. She could only continuously cast and roll blessing to comfort herself and everyone else, while also protecting them from being corrupted by the power of death. Achilles was deeply troubled. How could a 2nd-tier mage possibly deal with the soul of a 7th-tier necromantic archmage? How do we destroy the altar behind? Since they couldn't defeat the necromancer's soul, they would first destroy the passage leading to the altar. Just break it down. Wendy was speechless. Did he really have to ask her such a simple question? She was already exhausted. Upon hearing Wendy's words, Mia and the others immediately tried to rush into the blood mist to destroy the altar. However, as soon as they approached the blood mist, their minds began to falter, and the blood mist started to corrode their bodies. Come out, hurry! Seeing this, Wendy quickly urged them to retreat, increasing the power of the emerald blessing. There was something very wrong with that blood mist. Then she called out to Achilles, "Sir, use magic or explosive arrows." Hearing the word magic, the necromancer who had been watching from the sidelines suddenly turned his attention to Achilles. Is this knight also a mage? Soon it was confirmed. Achilles had already conjured a small fireball and hurled it towards the altar within the blood mist. Then, with a loud boom, the blood mist seemed to weaken slightly. However, instead of being angered, the necromancer became excited. Ha! There's actually a little mage here. Combined with the knight's body, he's even more suitable than a 5th-tier gnoll. I am so lucky. The great necromantic archmage Ryan is about to return to the world. Ha! After a fit of laughter, the necromancer archmage Ryan is about to return to the world. Ha! After a fit of laughter, the necromancer immediately charged towards Achilles. Sir, be careful. Wendy was shocked and terrified. She had forgotten that necromancers could possess mages. She feared she had just put her master in mortal danger. Achilles heard Wendy's voice and saw the necromancer's soul rushing towards him. He immediately conjured another small fireball and hurled it at the necromancer. However, the effect was minimal, and the necromancer still managed to enter Achilles' mind. Sir! Mia cried out in horror. It's over, Wendy said on the verge of tears. What the two women didn't expect was that the necromancer who had just entered Achilles' mind suddenly burst out, his soul weakened to the extreme, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Then, with a fierce glare at Achilles, the necromancer disappeared into the blood mist altar without looking back. After the necromancer was gone, the blood mist altar, which had been maintained by the necromancer, slowly stopped releasing the blood mist. Meanwhile, Achilles lay on the ground. Mia and Wendy rushed forward to check on him. Thank you to the energetic Zhao Lauda for encouraging me to update more frequently. Thank you to the cultivators of Beijing for your likes. Thank you to Ran Pengpeng Hu Shiju, the girl with the messy beard. Zhen Tianyu for being trustworthy. Wolwei 555, Shiting, and everyone else who has given gifts and support. Mia and Wendy looked at the unconscious Achilles, their expressions filled with worry. This made the two women deeply concerned. Wendy, what's wrong with him? Didn't that necromancer just run away? Could there be someone else trying to possess him? Mia asked anxiously. The Lyman Wolf tribe had no magical traditions, and she knew nothing about magic. She certainly didn't understand the more advanced knowledge of souls and spirits. I don't know either, Wendy said, equally puzzled. I haven't sensed any other souls, but why does it seem like he's still in a soul struggle? Achilles, who was unconscious, had expressions that changed rapidly, as if he were engaged in a fierce battle with another soul within his mind. What should we do? Quickly try to use healing magic. Just as the two women were discussing their concerns, something significant was happening within Achilles' mind. It wasn't a soul struggle, but rather Achilles' mental space was expanding and his mental power was surging. Most importantly, he suddenly gained a large amount of memories. It was these new, vast memories that caused the dramatic changes in Achilles' facial expressions, making him look incredibly pained. It was similar to when Achilles first crossed over and merged with the memories of his previous self. Now, he was merging those newly acquired memories. These extra memories belonged to the ancient 7th-rank necromancer. When that ancient 7th-rank necromancer tried to possess Achilles and entered his mental space, a panel suddenly appeared before him. It acted like a long-starved beast, ravenously consuming the necromancer's soul power. This completely shocked the previously excited ancient 7th-rank necromancer. Upon realizing that his soul power was rapidly draining away, he immediately fled from Achilles' mental space. From the moment the ancient necromancer entered Achilles' mind to when he suddenly escaped, it only took a few seconds, but during that time more than half of his soul power was consumed by the panel. All of this happened without Achilles even realizing it. After the ancient 7th-rank necromancer fled, the soul power that had been absorbed by the panel suddenly flooded back into Achilles' mental space. This caused Achilles to fall into a coma. After an unknown amount of time, the memories within his spiritual realm were almost completely integrated. However, these memories were only merged into Achilles' own memory. To understand all the content within those memories, Achilles would need considerable time to carefully sort through them. Upon regaining consciousness, the first memories Achilles organized were those of the ancient 7th-level necromantic mage, his meditation techniques and magical knowledge. Although it was only one meditation technique and 7 dark magic spells, they almost brought Achilles back to full consciousness with excitement. The meditation technique was a dark magic meditation method that could be cultivated up to the 7th level, the Phantom Meditation Technique. The 7 dark magic spells were 1st level spell, Death Illusion, 2nd level spell, Touch of Death, 3rd level spell, Summoning of the Dead, 4th level spell, Corpse Poison Spread, 5th level spell, Shadow Binding, 6th level spell, Shadow Explosion, 7th level spell, Shadow Avatar. Each of these spells is extremely powerful, and learning them would undoubtedly significantly increase Achilles' combat strength. After the memories were completely integrated, Achilles slowly regained consciousness. When Achilles opened his eyes, he saw something blocking his vision and smelled a familiar scent. Is that Wendy's scent? Could it be? Achilles thought to himself. He then moved his head slightly, clearing the obstruction from his field of vision, and sure enough, he saw Wendy looking at him with concern. It turned out that Achilles' head was resting on Wendy's thigh, which is why something was blocking his view when he opened his eyes. Mia-nichin, the master has woken up. The master has woken up. Seeing Achilles move his head, Wendy immediately exclaimed with joy. Really? Mia, who was examining the altar, heard the voice and immediately ran over. Several other knights, including Clay, followed her. When they arrived, they saw that Achilles had indeed regained consciousness, but he was still lying down and hadn't gotten up. Clay quickly expressed his concern. Master, how are you feeling? I'm fine. Very well, Achilles said with a smile. But at that moment, Mia suddenly drew her longsword and pointed it at Achilles, demanding in a stern voice, Tell me, who are you? Mia's sudden action startled everyone around them. Clay immediately drew his own longsword and shouted at Mia, Mia, what do you want to do? All the knights behind Clay also drew their swords, preparing for battle. Clay, Achilles might have been possessed, Mia explained to Clay. We need to figure this out first. But, didn't that necromancer run away? Clay replied. All right, stop arguing. I haven't been possessed. I'm fine, Achilles quickly said. How can you prove it? Mia questioned. Everyone turned to look at Achilles, wanting to see how he would prove his identity, clearly concerned. How am I supposed to prove that? Achilles was speechless. I can vouch for him. When he suddenly spoke up. He's still the same person. He hasn't been possessed. Everyone was relieved to hear this. Wendy was a life mage, and if she said he hadn't been possessed, then it must be true. Wendy, is it your magic that can sense these things? Mia asked Wendy as she sheathed her sword. No. Wendy shook her head. It's because after he woke up, he didn't want to get up. You're all so agitated, but he's still lying there, and he keeps looking at my chest, Wendy said seriously, pointing to her own chest. The scene froze for a moment, and the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. After a while, Achilles realized what was happening and immediately stood up. Wendy, please don't say things like that. I haven't been looking at your chest. I didn't get up because my head was still spinning. Seeing Achilles desperately trying to explain his embarrassment, Clay and the others turned away and went back to what they were doing. They were sure that if the Lord was in good spirits, everything would be all right. Mia did the same, and she even pulled Wendy away. This made Achilles feel even more wronged, so he pointed at Mia and Wendy and said, Hey, don't go. Please explain yourselves. Lord, Mia said, turning back to him and changing the subject. Let's get back to business. Once we dismantle this altar from the outside, we won't be able to take it apart anymore. You should come over and figure out a solution. Achilles' hand froze for a moment, and then he followed Mia's lead, saying, Right, let's deal with this matter first. As for the little incident that just happened, well, let's just pretend it didn't happen. Achilles followed Mia and Wendy to the location of the mysterious altar. At this time, the altar no longer had the blood mist that was present before. Even the blood sacrifice formation built by the 5th level hyena men around the altar had been completely dismantled by Mia and the others. The altar had returned to its original state. How long have I been unconscious? Achilles asked, seeing the changes in the altar. Not long. Only a day, Wendy replied. Just a day. Achilles was surprised because he didn't feel hungry at all. Just then, Wendy suddenly asked, Sir, is this altar a passage? Yes, it is indeed a passage. Did you sense that too? Achilles said. I just sensed something terrifying coming from within, as if it were about to emerge. Then there was the undead mage who tried to possess you, and he escaped into it. By the way, sir, how did you defeat the undead mage's possession attempt? Wendy suddenly remembered the fleeing undead magic and asked Achilles, I'm only a 2nd-tier mage. How could I possibly defeat him? It was probably his own problem. The altar formation is connected to his soul. When he tried to possess me, something might have gone wrong with the formation, weakening his already fragile soul even further. Then, I seized the opportunity and used all my mental energy to force him out. But that caused me to collapse and lose consciousness. Achilles fabricated a reasonable explanation. Is that so? But Wendy still seemed unsure, but she was interrupted by Achilles. By the way, Wendy, why didn't that guy try to possess us at first? Why did he suddenly try to possess me? Was it because he thought I was the weakest? Achilles genuinely didn't know the answer to this question. Even the memories he had absorbed didn't contain any information about it. Well, maybe he was initially selecting a target and then he realized that you are our leader, so he tried to possess you, Wendy said nervously, trying to cover up her uncertainty. Before Achilles could ask further questions, Wendy directly asked the previous question again. Sir, what kind of passage is this? What's on the other side? Hearing the question, Achilles fell silent for a moment before saying in a serious tone, This is a gateway to hell. On the other side of this gateway lies hell. After Achilles finished speaking, Wendy and Mia looked at him with expressions of terror. After a while, Wendy stammered, Sir, are you sure you're not mistaken? Hell? Isn't that just a legend? Could it actually exist? I am certain, Achilles affirmed. That is indeed hell, a world inhabited by undead and demons. Achilles then explained the details about hell based on the memories of Ryan, a 7th-level necromantic mage. In ancient times, over 10,000 years ago, a terrible war broke out on the continent of Noah. This war wasn't limited to just Noah. It was a conflict involving multiple planes of existence, with the main battlefield being Noah. Hell was just one of the worlds attacking Noah. The protectors of Noah were not the so-called gods of today, but rather a group of powerful mages native to the continent. The fighting during that war was incredibly fierce. According to Ryan's memories, the world itself was on the verge of destruction. As for the specific details, the final outcome, and why people now worship gods as well as things like the Alpha Kingdom's calendar, which states that the Artemis descended over 6,000 years ago, Ryan didn't know. He was only a 7th level mage at the time, and in such a war he was just an insignificant figure. Therefore, he perished early in the war, but his soul managed to escape and has been dormant here ever since. After listening to Achilles' account, Wendy and Mia were stunned for a long time. Achilles then added, "So, there are actually many such spatial gateways on the continent of Noah now. Some lead to hell, while others lead to other planes of existence. When we encounter strange altars or similar things in the future, it's best to avoid them. Also, don't talk about these things carelessly, as you might cause unnecessary trouble. Do you understand?" The two women, still shocked, nodded silently, indicating that they understood. Achilles told them not to dwell on these matters, as their current strength and status didn't warrant knowing such secrets. Achilles then began examining the altar in this passage, searching through Ryan's memories for a way to destroy it. He discovered that these altars were indestructible and could not be destroyed. The Hell passages were created by people on the Noah continent. They were opened from the other side of the underworld and used to invade the Noah continent. This altar was set up by a powerful legendary mage specifically to seal the Hell passage. However, there might have been a problem when the sealing altar was constructed, with subtle cracks that allowed a small amount of necrotic energy from the underworld to seep through. This amount of necrotic energy is very small and can be purified by the Noah continent itself, so it doesn't pose much danger. It simply creates a thick fog in this area. This is also why Ryan chose to slumber here, as the faint traces of necrotic energy could protect his soul from dissipating without corrupting it. At the same time, it was also the reason Ryan wanted to temporarily open the passage using blood sacrifice. By using fresh blood and souls, he could stimulate the undead on the other side of the underworld, causing them to disregard everything and send some of their power through the cracks. Then, Ryan could use the blood sacrifice ritual to kill the will of that portion of power, absorb it, and use it to restore his own soul. "So, what should we do now? Just leave it like this?" Wendy suggested. In her opinion, this altar was still a potential hazard. If it were ever opened, the entire region of the Savage Mountains would be in danger, as her tribe lived in that area. "Let's not involve anyone else for now. I'm afraid that if powerful individuals from your tribe come here, they might attract unwanted attention, making this place even more unsafe," Achilles said. "Or do you think your half-elf tribe can completely guard this valley?" He then reassured Wendy, "Don't worry too much. The thick fog makes it difficult for most people to enter. Also, that necromancer has already escaped through the crack and entered the underworld. He will either be consumed by the undead there or transform into an undead himself. In either case, he won't be able to return through this passage again. Without that necromancer, this altar is still relatively safe." "That's right. What you said makes sense. The fewer people who know about this place, the safer it will be." Mia agreed with Achilles. Wendy thought for a moment, then gave up on the idea of asking a powerful member of the half-elf tribe for help. After searching the area near the altar in the passage and confirming that there were no further discoveries, Achilles and his group prepared to return around noon. During this time, Achilles set up an invisible formation outside the altar, which wasn't very effective, but it was better than nothing. As for the bodies of the hyena men, they were all useless now. Achilles felt a pang of regret. Those were all war merits that had been wasted. Even Tavian, the 4th-tier hyena man he had enslaved, was lost. However, there were still some gains. They had killed over 400 hyena men at the main camp outside the valley, and another 300 during the pursuit in the valley. These war merits were enough to justify the soldiers' expedition. Achilles himself gained meditation techniques and spells. A 7th-tier meditation technique. This was a priceless treasure. Achilles had previously spent a long time trying to obtain just a 4th-tier wind-based meditation technique. On the way back, during a rest stop, Achilles opened his interface to check it. He especially wanted to examine the new feature that allowed him to absorb the soul and memories of the undead mage. Lava Meditation, Intermediate Level 2 Mage, 10,000/10,000, Attribute Points, 6,099 Innate Talent. Dominion Contract, Top-tier contract, allows you to forcibly establish an unequal contract when the other party is unable to resist, and it can override any existing contract. You can then control everything about the contracted individual. The contract level can only be 1 tier higher than your own. Currently, the number of people who can be contracted is 4, 3/4. Energy, Essence, 15,173 requires increasing base level for next awakening. After seeing the data on his interface, Achilles initially thought he had misread it. He looked at it twice to confirm that the lava meditation had indeed reached its second-tier completion. What's going on? I haven't even started learning the second-tier lava meditation. Achilles then carefully recalled what had happened and realized the reason. It turned out that when the panel absorbed the soul of the necromancer Ryan, Achilles not only gained a vast amount of knowledge but also received a portion of Ryan's spiritual power and mental energy. This energy, once absorbed by Achilles, stimulated the growth of his own mental strength and magical power, significantly improving his magical abilities. Understanding the reason, Achilles was secretly amazed. If the panel were to absorb a complete mage of level 8 or 9, would it directly elevate him to a mage of level 6 or 7? However, this was just a thought. Achilles didn't want the soul of an 8th or 9th level mage entering his own spiritual realm. If the panel couldn't handle it, he would be in trouble. Next, Achilles continued to examine the panel's soul absorption function, but found nothing. There were no explanations about this feature on the panel. The previous absorption seemed like a natural protective instinct of the panel. Could it be that this panel is an incredibly powerful artifact capable of autonomously protecting my spiritual realm? Achilles couldn't help but consider this possibility. He had absolutely no understanding of how or why this panel appeared, and even the magic knowledge of this world couldn't explain it. After thinking for a while, Achilles simply couldn't understand the underlying principles of this cheat. Naturally, he couldn't comprehend the function of absorbing souls. However, as far as he could tell, it seemed to be a good thing with no apparent side effects. So, Achilles decided not to dwell on it further, and thought that perhaps he would understand more when the panel was upgraded. Then, Achilles directly consumed an attribute point to raise his mage level to 3rd rank. Magical Arts, 3rd rank Advanced Mage, Maximum Array Mastery, 2nd rank, 0/50, Attribute Points, 6,098. My mage level has caught up with my knight level. Now that I haven't started learning potion making, I can focus on completing various skills and spells. Next, Achilles consumed another attribute point to raise his Array Mastery to 3rd rank, Array Mastery, 3rd rank, Maximum Attribute Points, 6,047. After organizing the data from the panel, Achilles rested. Although he had been unconscious for a day, that time was spent integrating memories and enhancing his mental strength, so he was now extremely tired. Meanwhile, Wendy, who was resting nearby, stared blankly in the direction of Achilles. Has Lord Lee advanced to a 3rd level senior mage again? His mage level has surpassed mine. But I am the child of elements. Could it be that I'm just too lazy? After realizing that Achilles had broken through to become a 3rd level senior mage, Wendy began to seriously doubt herself and started working hard on her cultivation methods that night. The next morning, everyone else was awake, but only Wendy was still sound asleep. Achilles couldn't help but shake his head. She just eats and sleeps all day long. The only thing she seems to be developing is, well, you know. After traveling for another 2 days, the group finally emerged from the Misty Valley, having spent one less day inside than they had initially anticipated. They didn't see any sign of Park or the Lyman Wolf tribe, suggesting that they had already left. Therefore, after leaving the Misty Valley, Achilles immediately set off to chase after Park and his companions. That evening, they found Park's group who were setting up camp. Mia had returned to her tribe's resting place and then brought back several Lyman Wolf sub-races who were skilled in magic. Lord Lee, Mia said, we have discussed it among ourselves, and the Lyman Wolf tribe is willing to go live in Storm territory. We hope you will accept us. Mia and a few other members of the Lyman Wolf tribe knelt before Achilles. At this point, Achilles already knew about the current situation of the Lyman Wolf tribe from Park. There were a total of over 700 people, but excluding Mia, there were only 8 skilled individuals, 3 at the 2nd level and 5 at the 1st level. The entire tribe also had fewer than 200 warriors. With such limited strength, it was unrealistic for them to survive in the savage mountain range. Therefore, Achilles agreed, but emphasized, I can accept you, but the skilled individuals from your tribe must sign a contract with me. However, the terms of the contract will not be overly strict. Mia should already know my principles. Upon hearing this, the skilled individuals from the Lyman Wolf tribe immediately agreed, clearly having been informed beforehand by Mia. Upon seeing this, Achilles took in the Lyman Wolf tribe and led them towards Storm territory together. After Achilles agreed to shelter the Lyman wolf tribe, he sent a few of their workers back to organize their people. Achilles needed to know the specific details about the Lyman wolf tribe, not just general information, especially regarding their warriors. Achilles' requirement was that the Lyman wolf tribe must form at least one company of Lyman wolf warriors and integrate them into the Storm Territory's army, subject to unified deployment. The Lyman wolf workers had no objections and immediately returned to their tribe to carry out Achilles' instructions. However, Mia remained behind, staying close to Achilles as she had been when enslaved. Achilles looked at her with some confusion. "Mia, why are you still here? Shouldn't you be dealing with matters in the tribe?" "My lord," Mia replied respectfully, "I will serve you from now on, just as I did before. I've already entrusted the affairs of the tribe to Garcia and Toro." Achilles looked at Mia with surprise, but said nothing. Having a beautiful beast-eared girl by his side was something anyone would welcome. In the following days, the large army began its slow march towards the outskirts of the Savage Mountain Range. Due to the presence of the elderly, women, and children from the Lyman wolf tribe, the army's progress was very slow. It took 7 days for Achilles and his group to finally exit the Savage Mountain Range. Achilles then instructed Clay and Parker to lead the main force eastward toward Storm Territory. Meanwhile, Achilles himself, along with Mia and Wendy, traveled westward with Cow 1, heading towards the Pighead Valley where Cow 2's tribe was located. Achilles planned for Cow 1 and Cow 2 to jointly guard the Pighead Valley, and he also intended to personally visit and set up several magic formations there to strengthen its defenses. Achilles increasingly recognized the strategic importance of the Pighead Valley. Whether it was those coming from Grave Fortress heading towards the eastern region of the Savage Mountain Range, or beast tribes emerging from deep within the mountain range, they almost all had to pass near the Pighead Valley. Therefore, if Cow 1 and Cow 2 could gather enough scattered beast folk there and establish a firm foothold, this entire area would fall under Achilles' surveillance, allowing him to be aware of any developments. That evening, Achilles and his companions rested outside the barren mountains, while Lyle went to the Pighead Valley in search of Dane. The next morning, Achilles, Mia, and Wendy, disguised under cloaks, arrived at the Pighead Valley with Lyle and Dane. At this time, the scattered orc tribes gathered in the valley had almost reached 1,000 individuals, including about 10 orc warriors of levels 1 and 2. Achilles' identity was that of a half-elf mage invited by Lyle, specifically to set up magical formations for the Pighead Valley. The orcs were overjoyed to hear this news. "Oh my goodness, Lord Shamel has actually brought in a half-elf mage to create magical formations for our tribe." "Yes, our tribe never had any protective magical formations before. Now that we have them, our tribe will definitely be much safer. Lord Shamel is truly amazing, but I heard it was Lord Shagwell, Shamil's brother, who brought the half-elf mage. Does it really matter? Besides, Lord Shagwell has also returned. Our tribe now has 2 level 4 warriors. With the magical formations created by the half-elf, we might even be safer than tribes with level 5 leaders." Initially, some of the orc warriors were skeptical about Achilles and his companion's arrival. However, when Wendy accidentally revealed her half-elf features, all doubts disappeared. Later, Achilles first set up 2 second-level magical formations, stone prison arrays, in a secluded area deep within the valley, where Lyle and Dane resided. If they encountered enemies they couldn't handle, the two could retreat to this location using the stone prison array to stall the enemy while escaping through the cliffs surrounding the valley. After setting up the stone prison arrays, Achilles began creating a 3rd-level magical formation, Wolf Frenzy Formation, at the entrance of the valley. Because Achilles had previously obtained Bennett's storage ring, he had already prepared some of the materials needed for the Wolf Frenzy Formation. Moreover, the materials required for the Wolf Frenzy Formation were easier to obtain for Achilles compared to those needed for the stone prison arrays. The main ingredients were the blood and teeth of wolf-like magical beasts, along with magic cores or magic crystals to provide magical energy. Achilles sold the Swift Wolf Demon Core he had, so he used magic crystals instead. Although Achilles had reached the rank of 3rd-level array mage, he hadn't yet set up the Mad Wolf Dance Array. Therefore, it took Achilles 3 days to finally complete setting up the Mad Wolf Dance Array. The difficulty of setting up a magic array increases significantly after reaching the 3rd level, Achilles remarked with some surprise after finishing the setup. Next, Achilles had both Lyle and Dane enter the array to test its power. However, the results were surprising. Without anyone controlling it, the Mad Wolf Dance array seemed very ineffective against a 4th-level warrior. Lyle could easily break free from the array with minimal effort. But when Achilles, a 3rd-level senior mage, controlled the array and Lyle entered it, Lyle was easily subdued by Achilles. If Achilles hadn't held back, Lyle might have died within the array. Achilles then experimented with giving control of the array to Dane. And again, after a slight struggle, Dane defeated Lyle. Finally, he had Mia enter the array as well. Surprisingly, Lyle and Dane, both 4th-level warriors with control over the array, were able to barely hold their own against Mia, a 5th-level silver warrior. This was somewhat unexpected for Achilles. A 3rd-level magic array, especially when controlled by a mage and assisted by others, could actually allow for battles that transcended levels. The effect was even more pronounced with additional helpers. For example, with Achilles controlling it, Lyle and Dane were able to defeat Mia, a 5th-level silver warrior, and Achilles didn't even need to personally intervene. He just needed to operate the array to assist them. It seems that to unleash the full potential of a mage in battle, one needs to set up high-level magic arrays. I need to find some more powerful arrays, Achilles thought. After witnessing the power of the 3rd-level Mad Wolf Dance array, Achilles decided he needed more magic wands. After setting up the magic arrays for the Pighead Valley, Achilles gave Lyle and Dane the tokens that controlled the arrays, along with 2 4th-level magic crystals, which would allow them to operate the arrays for a long time. With the Mad Wolf Dance array in place, it would be very difficult for ordinary 5th-level silver warriors to break through this valley, providing a basic level of self-defense capability on the outskirts of the Barren Mountains. After that, Achilles, feeling relieved, led Mia and Wendy out of the Ogre Valley and quickly headed towards Storm territory.